Chapter 34. Guan Yu unleashes his might from their attributes. Ning Qi knew that they were the so-called four great protectors of the beggar gang. They were the people with the highest status after the gang leader. Ning Qi smiled. You can't beat me, so you start a talk? Hee, you are too arrogant. You are at the end of your rope. Otherwise, why don't you make a move? Let me tell you, our beggar gang is backed by the Shinwu Public House. 3 champion marquee residences won't be enough. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, even if I kill you today, there's no one to reason with. Ning Qi's Do Qi had been exhausted and his health had reached a dangerous limit. Every attack from the protector could take 200 to 300 of his health. Therefore, it was not wrong to say that he was at the end of his rope. However, the protector did not know of his terrifying health recovery speed. Shinwu Public House? So the Shinwu Public House also raises beggars. I have seen it for myself, but so what? I am not even afraid of Huang Futao. Why would I be afraid of a group of scum like you? At most, I will go back and invite the old master to visit your beggar gang. Let's see if the Shinwu Public House will send a Do Huang to help you. Ning Qi sneered. His words were like a sharp sword that pierced into the hearts of the four. A trace of panic flashed across their faces. If the old champion marquis personally came, the person behind the gang leader might not be able to save them. Thinking of this, one of them quickly ran towards the gang leader's bedroom. Yes, that's it. Yes, don't move. Hong San hung Little Yu in midair and used a rope to make her kneel. Little Yu was covered in tears, but when her cries entered Hong San's ears, it wasn't able to arouse any sympathy from Hong San, and it instead gave birth to Hong San's abnormal pleasure. Gang leader. Hong San's face flashed with anger when the protector suddenly barged in. Protector! Don't you know how to knock before coming in? He then noticed that the protector was in a sorry state and was covered in blood. What happened? The 13th champion marquis, Ning Qi, injured and killed many of our beggar gang disciples. That dragon slayer Dosher? We have no enmity with him. Why is he here to cause trouble? Hong San's expression became serious. The third protector glanced at Little Yu, and said to Hong San he came for her. Someone has come to save Little Yu. A ray of hope suddenly appeared in Little Yu's despairing heart. The 13th son of the champion marquis. The guy Big Brother mentioned really wasn't lying. For her. How dare you? So what if it was the champion marquis's residence? So what if it was the dragon-slaying Dosher? It's just an empty reputation. Hong San seemed as if his reverse scale had been touched, and he instantly exploded. A mere Dosher has forced all of you into such a miserable state. Useless trash. Watch how I teach him a lesson. Hong San pushed the third protector away and walked out with large strides, and on the way he even turned around and grinned savagely at Little Yu. I'll enjoy you after I return. No one can save you. Hong San strode to the front yard and saw the wounded and dead bodies all over the ground. He suddenly looked at Ning Qi and said, Ning Qi, the 13th son of the champion marquis, born of this servant. Half a year ago, you were a useless existence. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter he had, but he became a Dosher. You even took advantage of the situation and killed the Blackfire Ghost Dragon. Ning Qi was relieved when he saw Hong San appear. If he was lucky, Deguzi's sister should not have been killed. You know quite a lot. Ning Qi laughed coldly. Then you should also know why I'm here today. Hand her over. Otherwise, I will flatten your beggar gang today. Even the Shenwu mansion behind you will not be able to save you. Ha. What a joke. I am a 9-star great Dosher. Why would I be afraid of a mere Dosher? So what if you have a different kind of Do Qi? You will not be able to walk out of this door today. Hong San laughed to the sky. He then gave the 4 protectors a look. The 5 of them immediately surrounded Ning Qi. It seemed that they were not going to be kind. You wasted 500 Dragon Slayer coins. All of you deserve to die. Ning Qi said something that they did not understand. After that, Hong San and the others saw a cloud of purple mist appear beside Ning Qi. A middle-aged general with a red face and long beard walked out of it. He was wearing a green robe and was holding a crescent moon green dragon saber. Doling. The way this person appeared was extremely strange. Coupled with the aura of a Doling, Hong San was slightly shocked. The four protectors were even more shocked. Second Master Guan Yu. Kill them alive. Yes, Master. Guan Yun shouted and attacked Hong San with Flying Dragon. Hong San hurriedly dodged, but his speed was much slower than Second Master Guan Yu. He screamed and lost an arm. At this moment, the attacks of the four protectors hit Second Master Guan Yu. Guan Yu lost 1/10 of his health instantly. He swung his green dragon crescent moon green dragon saber in a circle, and the four of them were immediately sent flying. Ning Qi slowly walked to Second Master Guan Yu's side and lowered his head to look at Hong San. His face revealed a mocking expression. I won't be able to walk out of this door today. Hong San looked at Ning Qi in fear. No, don't kill me. She's in my room. I didn't touch her. I can bring you to her. My master is head supervisor Huang Fu Fei of the Shenwu Public House. Please let me go on account of him. Huang Fu Fei. That 3-star Dowang? The head supervisor of the Shenwu Public House, whose cultivation was similar to the champion marquis? Hong San heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Ning Qi was deep in thought. It seemed like his life was saved. What a pity. You wasted 500 Dragon Slayer coins. If I don't kill you, I will suffer a great loss. Second Master Guan Yu, break his limbs. Ning Qi instantly turned hostile. Second Master Guan Yu shouted and slashed down with his saber. Hong San only had time to let out a scream before he was slashed into a human stick. At this moment, Ning Qi struck Hong San's head with 18 dragon, subduing palms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a 9-star Great Dosher. The host has obtained 10,000 experience points. As the host has not completed the advancement mission, the experience points will be stored. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gambling gift bag. Please open it within 24 hours. For the time being, Ning Qi did not care about the grand prize. With Guan Yu's help, he killed the 4 great protectors one by one. 2 of them dropped the gambling grand prize. The beggar gang disciples were frightened out of their wits. All of you kneel down. Whoever dares to escape will end up like your sect leader. Ning Qi shouted. They crawled up and knelt on the ground. They lowered their heads, and sweat the size of soybeans flowed continuously. At this moment, Second Master Guan Yu's summoning time was up. He turned into a purple mist and disappeared. They were even more afraid when they saw this. This was an unfathomable body movement skill. Ning Qi randomly grabbed a beggar sect disciple and asked for the location of Hong San's room. When he arrived, he saw Xiao Yu, tied up and hung in the middle of the room. This old thing is so King sick. Chapter 35. I must kill you, little you. Blinked her big eyes. Are you young Master Ning? Ning Qi nodded. He untied the ropes and carried little you, through the beggar clan's courtyard. The kneeling disciples all lowered their heads, afraid of being killed again. It was only after Ning Qi had left that they dared to move their stiff knees. Elder Wu, what should we do? Everyone looked at the only remaining elder of the beggar clan. Elder Wu had just woken up not long ago. After seeing Hong San and the 4 protectors' miserable state, he directly walked in front of Wu Boppy, whose limbs were broken. Uncle, save your nephew. Wu Boppy said weakly. Elder Wu expressionlessly said, This disaster was caused by him, so he should be punished. Disciples with good hands, help him remove his limbs. Don't kill him. Just let him beg on the street. Wu Boppy, who was weak, heard this and immediately fainted. Quickly send someone to the Shenwu public house and inform Chief Huang Fufei. Just say that his disciple Hong Sen was killed by the 13th son of the champion Marquis. Yes, Elder Wu. Ah, little Yu, painfully frowned in Ning Qi's arms. Ning Qi then realized that her limbs were bleeding due to being tied for too long, so he took out a rejuvenation pill and stuffed it into little Yu's mouth. Then he used his battle energy to sort out her meridians. So warm, so comfortable. Little Yu slightly squinted her eyes. De Guzi, who had been waiting at the entrance of the courtyard, saw Ning Qi carrying little Yu back. Tears immediately flowed out of his eyes. He ran a few steps and knelt in front of Ning Qi, madly kowtowing. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Get up, stop kowtowing. Ning Qi lightly kicked him and walked towards the courtyard. Back in the courtyard, Ning Qi put little Yu down. De Guzi nervously looked at her body. Little Yu, those bastards didn't do anything to you, right? Little Yu, touched De Guzi's forehead that was bruised from kowtowing too hard and said with distress, Brother, I'm fine. Young master came just in time. I just saw that scoundrel's corpse. Which one? That's the worst one. Gang leader Hong? De Guzi was shocked. Then he blamed himself. He looked at Ning Qi and said, Young master, we've caused you big trouble. Ning Qi waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter. Take little Yu, to recuperate. Zhao Er, come here. Zhao Er, who had been waiting at the side, quickly took a few steps forward and said, Young master, I have already sent people to find the families of the 4 brothers. The coffins are also being transported. This old servant will temporarily keep the 4 brothers in the storeroom. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. Be careful. Ning Qi nodded. Zhao Er saw that Ning Qi had no objections to his actions and was overjoyed. He nodded repeatedly and said, This old servant understands. The street closest to the imperial city was called General Street. Almost all the most powerful people in the Qin Tang Empire lived here, such as famous alchemy grandmasters, blacksmith grandmasters, general of Heavenly Strategies Mansion, and so on. Not even the champion Marquis was qualified to live here. In fact, the Marquis champion could only be regarded as a second-rate noble of the Qin Tang Empire. He had not yet entered the first class, let alone the top. A panic-stricken beggar appeared at the entrance of the Shen Wu public house. The guard at the entrance seemed to recognize him. Xiao Hu, why are you panicking? The beggar hurriedly said. Quickly inform the head chief that gang leader Hong has been killed. What? Hong Sen has been killed? The guard at the entrance was shocked. Wait here. He quickly turned around and went inside. Not long after, a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression walked out. Xiao, who could not help but kneel when he saw him, and said, This lowly one greets the head chief. Huang Fufei nodded slightly and said, You said Hong Sen has been killed? Yes. Who did it? It seems to be someone from the champion Marquis' mansion. Huang Fufei's face revealed a cold smile. How dare the champion Marquis' mansion touch my people? Do they really think they are invincible just because they have a dragon slayer fighting master? After that, Huang Fufei led a group of guards over to the beggar sect's headquarters. When he saw Hong San's miserable state of losing all his limbs and head, Huang Fufei slapped his palm onto a stone lion at the entrance, causing it to instantly explode into powder with a bang. Elder Wu knelt before him while trembling. Hong San is dead. You will temporarily take over the beggar sect's leader. The business cannot be stopped. Huang Fufei said coldly. Elder Wu hurriedly said, This lowly one understands. Which disciple of the champion Marquis' mansion did it? Huang Fufei asked calmly. Elder Wu said, the 13th disciple of the champion Marquis Ning Qi. It's him? Huang Fufei was slightly shocked. He frowned and said, "What kind of grudge does he have with Hong Sen that he would kill him? Didn't Hong Sen tell us my name?" Elder Wu hesitated for a moment before he went forward and told Huang Fufei what had happened. Huang Fufei's expression became worse. He did not care what Hong Sen did behind his back, but when Ning Qi heard Hong Sen speak his name, he still struck a killing blow, and this was a living humiliation. If he did not take revenge, the people in the capital would think that he, Huang Fufei, was afraid of a mere dragon slayer fighting master. Then he would not need to show his face in the future. "Ning Qi, I will kill you." Huang Fufei had already sentenced him to death in his heart. "Order someone to find out his whereabouts. Do not spread this matter," Huang Fufei said coldly. The one stardoling beside him nodded slightly. At the entrance of the champion Marquis' mansion, "Sister, it's just a one-vein grass. Forget it." Tong Tian looked at Tong Inkong with dissatisfaction. Tong Inkong flattened her mouth and said, "No, the old Marquis champion said that he would give me 10,000 silver taels. Also, I haven't thanked Ning Qi yet. If he didn't save me, I would have died under the jaws of that evil dragon. Brother, in half a year you can't go because Ning Qi is my benefactor. Moreover, I now know that you can't beat him." Tong Tian was like a cat that had its fur plucked. He immediately exploded. "What did you say? What do you mean I cannot defeat him? This brat is so arrogant and has offended most of the nobles in the capital. How can I not go? Don't worry, Huang Putao and the others will teach him a lesson. Your brother will just watch from the side. I am excited to say that. It is a great honor for our Tong family to be able to defeat a dragon slayer fighting master. We cannot let him go no matter what." I am so angry." Tong Inkong ignored him and went forward to knock on the door. "Who are you looking for?" "I am Tong Inkong. Oh, old master has specially instructed me. Lady Tong and young master Tong, please come in." The servant quickly opened the door and let the two in. He then brought them to see Supervisor Ning. "You are Tong Guan's eldest son and second daughter, right?" Chapter 36. Make things difficult. Tong Inkong was suppressed by Chief Steward Ning's doling aura and did not dare to raise her head. And yes, Tong Tian was a little better than her, but because of their status he was a little afraid of Chief Steward Ning and lacked confidence. "I am Tong Tian. Greetings, Chief Steward Ning." Yes, Chief Steward Ning didn't even look at him. He snorted and just left the two of them to the side. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Tong Tian couldn't help but say, "Chief Steward Ning, my sister and I came here because the old champion Marquis told us to take the money for the one-vein grass you see." "Oh, one-vein grass? Go ask the old master for it. This isn't under my jurisdiction." Chief Steward Ning smiled. "Then I'll have to ask Chief Steward Ning to send someone to take us to see the old champion Marquis," Tong Tian said. Chief Steward Ning shook his head. "Not everyone can meet the old master." "This." Tong Tian frowned and suddenly took out a silver ingot from his pocket and handed it to Chief Steward Ning. "Please help me, Chief Steward Ning." "What are you doing?" Steward Ning's expression turned solemn as he looked at Tong Tian coldly. "Are you trying to bribe me? How dare you? As a military warfare officer of the Valiant Cavalry Brigade, it's not like your father doesn't know what kind of big crime it is to bribe the Marquis' chief steward." Tong Inkong quickly said, "Please don't misunderstand." She quickly reached out to grab the silver ingot. "This is evidence. Don't touch it." Chief Steward Ning flicked his finger. Tong Inkong immediately cried out and pulled back her hand. The back of her palm was completely red with traces of blood. Tong Tian was furious. "What are you doing? How dare you? Capture this thief." Steward Ning slammed the tea table. Immediately, a few Dado class guards walked in and restrained Tong Tian in a few moves. "For your father's sake, I'll flog you 30 times. Chief Steward Ning sneered. After that, Tong Tian was stripped of his pants on the spot and beaten 30 times. His buttocks were drenched in blood. However, he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. He just glared at the ground. Tears streamed down Tong Inkong's face. She was filled with regret. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have asked for the 10,000 taels of silver. Chief, it's over. The guard put away his stick. Tong Tian's eyes had already rolled back, and there was white foam at the corner of his mouth. You may leave. Chief Steward Ning waved his hand as if he was swatting away flies. Brother, are you all right? Tong Inkong helped Tong Tian up with tears streaming down her face. Tong Tian smiled weakly and said, I'm fine. Come, let's leave this place. When she helped Tong Tian limp out of the Marquis Fu, Tong Inkong said to the servants following beside her, Thank your young master Ning Chi for me. Tell him I don't have the time to personally thank him. Little sister, you still have to thank him. Didn't you see how the people of Ning Mansion treated us? Tong Tian gritted his teeth. Tong, Inkong whispered, Ning Chi is different from them. What kind of bewitching drug did he feed you? Tong Tian felt a little sad. Unexpectedly, the servant said, Young Master Ning Chi? He has already moved out of the manor and separated from the family. If you want to find him, you can go here. Then he said a string of addresses. Ah, thank you. Tong Inkong nodded. System, open the gambling gift bag. Ning Chi opened all 3 of the gift packs at once. One of them was a thank you for participating, and the other 2 each received a low-grade mystic level weapon, the green serpent staff, and a top-grade yellow level pill, the Qi Gathering Pill, for a total of 12. The Qi Gathering Pill could increase one's cultivation. Ning Chi ate one and gained 500 experience. Eating all 12 was equivalent to the experience of a low to middle rank 3rd rank monster. Ning Chi's space bag was filled with 13 useless weapons, ranging from low to middle rank yellow level. There were also many yellow level pills that he didn't need right now, so he returned to 100 Herb Hall. This time, when Ning Chi arrived, the green-clothed girl who had received him before appeared immediately. Mr. Ning. The green-clothed girl smiled. Let me introduce myself. I am the young master of 100 Herb Hall, Lulu. Ning Chi's current status was different from before. Not only was he a peak dosher, he was also a dragon slayer dosher. It was said that his martial techniques were of an extremely high rank. Even a Doling couldn't kill him in one hit. So Lulu's attitude was much better than before. She was even a little attentive. Ning Chi knew that these places had the shadows of nobles behind them, so it was normal for her to know something. He didn't make a fuss. He smiled. Miss Lulu, I'm here to sell something. Lulu was slightly startled. Sell something? I don't know if you accept weapons and pills here? Ning Chi asked. Lulu's face revealed a hint of surprise. We do, as long as Mr. Ning's things are good. We will give you a price that will satisfy you. Weapons and pills were both scarce resources. Even if 100 Herb Hall had their own alchemists and blacksmiths, they were far from being able to meet the demand. Ning Chi smiled. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. It's just some low-level weapons and pills. Lulu's expression didn't change. She displayed her shrewdness and continued to smile warmly. No problem. As long as it's weapons and pills, we won't reject anything. Please follow me, Mr. Ning Chi. Lulu led Ning Chi through many twists and turns before arriving at a room. The interior was luxuriously decorated. There was a large sofa similar to those on Earth, except that it was made from the fur of a 4th rank demon beast. It was extremely luxurious. One had to know that the fur of a 4th rank demon beast was enough to be used to refine weapons. At the very least, it could be made into a lower grade, mystic level weapon. Mister, please take out the things you want to sell. I can appraise anything below the mystic level. Lulu smiled. Ning Chi nodded and took out all the weapons and pills in one go. Lulu was stunned. She looked at Ning Chi in confusion. Why didn't he look bulky with so many things on him? Moreover, there were so many dough weapons and medicinal pills. Could it be? Lulu had a shocking guess in her heart. Could it be that this young master of the champion Marquis' residence was a dual refinement master? Those who could refine pills and weapons were called dual refinement masters. They were extremely rare, and there wasn't even one in the Qin Tang Empire. With this thought in mind, Lulu's attitude towards Ning Chi became even more respectful. She was just as determined. 36 lower-grade, yellow-grade miracle cure pills, 24 middle-grade, yellow-grade detoxification pills, 3 middle-grade, yellow-grade meridian unblocking pills, 5 upper-grade, yellow-grade miracle cure pills, and 1 top-grade, yellow-grade body forging pill. A total of 35,000 taels. 6 lower-grade, yellow-grade weapons, 2 middle-grade, yellow-grade weapons, 1 upper-grade, yellow-grade weapon, 1 lower-grade, mystic-level weapon, 1 middle-grade, mystic-level weapon. Mr. Ning, the quality of your weapons is very good. It looks like the blacksmith who refined them is very skillful. The mystical flame used should be ranked in the top 100? Lulu probed. Chapter 37. A dual refinement master. The weapons and elixirs are worth a total of 1,600,000 taels. Just this middle mystic purple gold net is worth 900,000 taels. Lulu said. Ning Chi was quite satisfied with this price. According to what he knew, Nangongyu-er's purple gold net cost more than 1,000,000 taels, so 900,000 taels was a good deal. In comparison, weapons of the same rank were several times more expensive than elixirs. Young Master Ning, here are 16,000 taels of gold notes. Lulu took out a stack of gold notes and handed it to Ning Chi. In addition to the 16,000 taels and the 10,000 gold notes that the emperor had given him, Ning Chi now had 26,000 gold notes, which was equivalent to 2,600,000 silver notes. It was enough to buy all the necessities he needed right now. Thank you. I want to buy some Middle Earth Spring returning pills. 12 of them, 50,000 taels each. That's 600,000 taels. You can take back the 6,000 taels of gold notes. Ning Chi counted out 6 gold notes and handed them to Lulu. The Middle Earth Spring returning pill could restore 10,000 HP, which was equivalent to a second life for Ning Chi. With 12 of them, even if the Blackfire Ghost Dragon wanted to kill him, it would have to spit at least a dozen times. If he encountered another situation like the one in the beggar sect, there would be no need to call for second Master Guan. The Dragon Slayer Mall also sold Middle Earth Spring returning pills, but each one cost 200 Dragon Slayer coins. 12, that's a lot. Although Lulu was shocked, she still ordered her subordinates to fetch a bottle of Middle Earth Spring returning pills, but there were only 13 of them. Young Master Ning, the extra one is a personal gift from me, to thank you for selling me so many high-quality weapons. I hope we can continue working together. Lulu smiled. You really know how to do business. Very good. Ning Chi did not refuse, and straightforwardly accepted her kindness with a smile. After taking the spring returning pills, he took his leave. Miss, you suspect that he is a dual refinement master? After Ning Chi left, a figure that had been hiding in the darkness slowly appeared beside Lulu. From his aura, it was a King Do, and his cultivation was far above the champion Marquis. Aunt May, it's not doubt, it's certainty. After knowing that he is a dual refinement master, I finally understood why he was able to become a peak dosher within such a short period of time. I'm afraid that he has already been recruited by some noble in the capital. I heard that a month ago there was a 1-star Doling who stood up for him outside the main entrance of the champion Marquis' residence. After being struck by the champion Marquis, he fled. To be able to arrange a 1-star Doling to protect him, this means that he is definitely a dual refinement master. Green Willow Tree analyzed the situation. Miss, You can think of so much in such a short period of time. It seems that Master's decision to pass the position to you and not to eldest young Master is a wise decision. He bought 12 Earth-level mid-grade spring returning pills from 100 Herb Hall. Huang Fu-fei felt a little strange when he heard his subordinates report. How could a dosher use an Earth-class medicinal pill? It was understandable if it was used to increase one's strength. However, the spring returning pill was a healing pill. A top Xian class spring returning pill was sufficient for a peak dosher to use. However, it was clear that the other party would not waste it for no reason. There are other experts in his mansion. Huang Fu-fei thought with great certainty. Continue to monitor him. Report to me the moment he leaves the capital. Huang Fu-fei said coldly. The half-kneeling figure nodded and turned to leave. After a few days, 3 of the 4 guards were alone. Only one of them had a family, a wife, and a daughter who was about 10 years old. They were brought to Ningqi by Zhao Er. Zuosher looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. Her eyes were a little red and swollen from crying. She had a dignified and beautiful appearance. Her figure was tall and straight. She held a timid little girl in her left hand. Her large eyes blinked, and she would occasionally glance at Ningqi before immediately lowering her head. Little Yu Er stood beside Deguzi and stared curiously at the little girl. She was a little happy that a playmate of her age had finally appeared in the mansion. I am Zuosher, and my daughter. Greetings, Master Ning. Zuosher slowly knelt down with the little girl. Ningqi stepped forward and helped the two up. There is no need for this. Your husband died for the Ning mansion. I should be the one thanking you. I invited you here today to ask Zuosher, are you willing to work for the Ning mansion? If not, I can give you 1,000 taels of silver, and you can start a small business. 1,000 taels. Zhao Er looked at Zuosher enviously. Unexpectedly, Zuosher only hesitated for a moment before her eyes became firm. I am willing to work for the Ning mansion. What, not even 1,000 taels of silver? Was this person stupid? Zhao Er looked at Zuosher with his eyes and mouth wide open. Ningqi smiled and said, All right, Deguzi, make the arrangements for Lady Zua. The little girl is still too young, so she should be together with little you. Find a teacher to teach them. When they can recognize more words, send them to North Style Academy. Zuosher was shocked. North Style Academy? Only high officials and nobles in the capital had the right to enter. The teachers there were all Do Ling and Do Wang. The dean was even a Do Huang. He was also the crown prince's young tutor. When her family was still in decline, she had also studied in the North Style Academy for half a year. Unfortunately, when she was about to condense her Do Chi, her father was framed and beheaded at the Meridian Gate. She was almost sold to a brothel. It was her father's old friend who could not bear to see her family in such a situation and saved her. After that, she lost all hope and got married with someone acting as a matchmaker. Ling Er kneeled down and thanked the great master. Zuosher quickly said to her daughter. The little girl obediently kneeled down and kowtowed. Zuling Er thanks the great master. Ningqi said, Get up. Call me young master from now on. I am not that old. Zuosher blushed. Yes, young master. After that, Zuosher was put in charge of Ningqi's daily life by Deguzi. He hired a teacher to teach little Yu Er and Zuling Er. Deguzi also studied with them. The other chores in the mansion were taken care of by Zhao Er and the other 5 or 6 servants. Under Ningqi's instructions, Zhao Er went to hire workers to build a Buddhist hall in the mansion to worship Ningqi's mother's ashes. Mother, just stay here. That day is not far away. Ningqi burned 3 incense sticks and prayed for a while. Then he turned around and left. He arranged a servant to manage the temple. The servant's salary was increased by 30%. Young master, someone is looking for you. Who? 2 people, a man and a woman. The woman said her surname is Tong. Zhao Er said respectfully, at the entrance of the courtyard. Sister, why don't I go back first? Thank him and give him the things. Come back early, Tong Tian said. Chapter 38. Third Master Ning Tong Tian curled his lips in disdain. They're all jackals of the same tribe. Back in Tianfeng Forest, I saw that Ning Qi was even more arrogant than Chief Steward Ning. He didn't even give face to Huangpu Tao and the others. Why would he give face to your brother? Tong Inkong seemed to understand why Tong Tian was so unwilling to come. At this moment, the door opened. It wasn't Zhao Er who appeared, but Ning Qi. Ning Qi. Tong Inkong's face lit up. Tong Tian looked elsewhere, as if he didn't see Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and said, Miss Tong, young Master Tong, please come in. Along the way, Tong Inkong kept thanking Ning Qi. She even gave Ning Qi the 2 ducks she caught as a small gift. Whose gift for saving someone's life was so light? It was so light that it almost flew away. Ning Qi had no choice but to give the ducks to Deguzi. Tell the chef to cook them. Prepare a table of dishes for lunch. I want to invite guests. Deguzi nodded and left. Then Ning Qi saw that Tong Tian's walking posture was a little strange. He asked curiously, Young Master Tong, you seem to be injured? Tong Tian's expression became a little unnatural. He looked around and said, Yes, I was injured in Tianfeng Forest. Young Master Ning Qi, the scenery here is not bad. There are beautiful mountains and rivers. Tong Inkong rolled her eyes. I wasn't injured in Tianfeng Forest. It was Chief Steward Ning. Before she could finish, Tong Tian covered her mouth. Ning Qi frowned. Chief Steward Ning? Right? The old master asked you to go to the mansion to get the money for the one vein grass. Did you go? Did you meet Chief Steward Ning? Did he make things difficult for you? Tong Inkong pried opened Tong Tian's fingers and breathed heavily. Brother, are you trying to suffocate me? Then she said to Ning Qi, Chief Steward Ning hit my brother 30 times. Tong Inkong's ability to organize her words was not bad. She quickly explained what had happened. Then she looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Can I still get that money? Chief Steward Ning, you are indeed Nan Gongyu, Er's loyal lackey. As long as you have anything to do with me, you will do everything you can to suppress me. Ning Qi thought bitterly in his heart. Then he looked at Tong Inkong and Tong Tian. You will definitely get the money. Steward Ning is in cahoots with the First Madam. They don't like me and want to kill me. That's why they want to vent their anger on you. Speaking of which, I'm the one who implicated you. However, I have some private matters to attend to. I will personally go to the Champion Marquis residence to seek justice for you. From Tong Tian's point of view, Ning Qi's words were already an excuse. He then let out a cold laugh filled with mockery. However, Tong Inkong trusted Ning Qi very much. She happily said, Thank you, young Master Ning. When it was time to eat, little you, and Zhuo Ling, were called to the dining table by Ning Qi. Tong Inkong quite liked the 2 of them because they had sweet mouths and kept calling her Sister Inkong, which made Tong Inkong very happy and kept putting food on their plates. However, Tong Tian didn't think much of it. Asking the servants to eat at the table was really unruly and embarrassing. Sister Inkong, you must visit us often when you have time. All right, I'll teach you body forging next time. Tong Inkong said as she patted her chest. Her well-developed breasts were stirred up by her pat, but she didn't even realize it. Tong Tian immediately coughed and said, Sister, let's go. After the 2 of them left, Ning Qi patted Liliu, and Zhuo Ling, Er's head, and said, You still have classes in the afternoon, right? Go take a nap and then go to class. Yes, young master. The 2 of them stuck out their tongues and laughed as they turned around and ran away. Seeing this scene from afar, Madam's face revealed a trace of a smile. She was gratified by the decision she made. Even if she had 1,000 taels of silver, she probably wouldn't have the life to spend it. In addition, Zhao Er had unintentionally revealed Ning Qi's identity. Madame's vision was more long-term, so she made a decision that ordinary people couldn't understand. Ning Qi walked out of the courtyard and glanced at the corner at the end of the street. A trace of a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he walked towards the Marquis champion's residence. When he arrived at the Marquis's residence, he went straight to the armor removal garden. "Old master, I'm going on a long trip, but I'm afraid that some thieves and rascals will cause trouble at my place when I'm not around." Ning Qi came in front of the old master and said directly. The old master smiled slightly and said, "Why weren't you afraid when you were causing trouble at the beggar clan?" Ning Qi was not surprised and said, "That kind of lowly gang should have been destroyed long ago." The old master shook his head slightly and said, "You can't destroy it. Weeds can't be burned out, and they will grow again when the spring wind blows." Ning Qi sneered and said, "Then I'll wait until I have the ability to extinguish the fire as well." The old master felt the strong killing intent in his tone. While he was gratified, he couldn't help but worry. Ning Qi's way of doing things was very much to his liking. Every move he made in the past 6 months had satisfied him. It was a pity that the old master had a deep hatred for the Ning residents and did not have a strong sense of family identity. He also had a strong desire to kill, and it was inevitable that he would provoke a powerful enemy in the future. Thinking of this, the old master decided to let Ning Qi deal with Huang Fufei, who was behind the beggar clan. If he died at Huang Fufei's hands, it was because he was not strong enough. If even Huang Fufei could not do anything to him, then there was no need for him to worry about Ning Qi. "How about this? Let little San stay at your place for a while." The old master smiled. Behind him stood a middle-aged guard in his 40s. Ning Qi knew him. The people of the Ning residence called him Third Master. This third master was not the third master. He was not the old master's third son, but the leader of the guards under the old master when he was young. After the old master abdicated, he also gave up his position and followed the old master all day long, serving tea and water. But in fact, he was a king of fighters, a 3-star king of fighters. Such a person was willing to be a subordinate. Not only did this prove his loyalty, but it also showed others how the old master knew how to buy people's hearts. Ning Qi smiled slightly and said, "With Third Master here, I can rest assured." When Ning Qi and Ning San walked out of the Marquis's mansion, this scene was seen by many people. Because the matter of Ning Qi and Ning San having an affair with each other was exposed, the maid, little Yuan, was beaten 20 times with her buttocks smashed. When she saw this scene, she limped over to inform Nan Gongyu. "What? Third Master Ning is together with that bastard Ning Qi? Out of the Marquis's residence? What is the old master thinking?" When Nan Gongyu received this news, she instantly exploded. Little Yuan said in a low voice, "I think the old master wants to make that bastard the next champion Marquis." Nan Gongyu sneered. "Humph. Does he really think that there is no one in my Nangong family? Old master, let's see if you can support that bastard. Little Yuan, make a trip to the Nangong family and invite my big brother here." Little Yuan nodded and said, "This servant will go now." When she was halfway there, Nan Gongyu changed her mind. Chapter 39. Huangfu, Juesh of the Nangong clan, and the champion Marquis mansion were both second-rate factions in the capital. The strongest person was the current clan head, Nangong Batian, who was over 60 years old. He was at the peak of the Dohuang class and was only half a step away from becoming a Dohuang. As long as Nangong Batian could break through, it would only be a matter of time before the strength of the Nangong clan surpassed that of the champion Marquis mansion. Nangong Ba had 3 sons and 1 daughter, Nangong Yuer. The third son, Nangong Shoa, did not have much use and was only a dosher to this day. The second son, Nangong Feng, was already a 1-star Do Ling in the Imperial Guards. The first wife's son, Nangong Qixing, was the next head of the Nangong clan, a Peak Do Ling. He was about the same age as Ning Hong Tian, just a few years younger than him. He had the opportunity to break through to the Do Wang realm at any time. "Little sister, how come you have time to visit your big brother today?" Hearing that Nan Gongyu was looking for him, Nangong Qixing awoke from his secluded cultivation and strode to the front hall. When he saw Nan Gongyu he laughed heartily. Nan Gongyu frowned. Seeing this, Nangong Qixing asked in a deep voice, "Did something happen to Yan?" Nan Gongyu sighed. Now that Ning Qi has obtained the title of Dragon Slayer Dosher, he is becoming more and more arrogant. I think that the next champion marquis will most likely be appointed by Old Master to him. Nangong Qixing slammed the table and glared. How is that possible? Ning Yan is the eldest son. He's just a bastard. Nangongyu sneered and said, "From the moment this bastard was born, the Old Master has been on his side. That old fool, big brother, I want this bastard to die quietly, the kind that no one can catch." "You want him to die? That's easy." Nangong Qixing coldly laughed. "As long as the Blood Slaughter sect has money, they will kill anyone. It's just a mere dosher. I can spend 100,000 taels of silver to hire a dosher." Nangongyu said, "If Shintifeng can't kill this brat in one strike, it might not be safe to invite a dosher." Nangong Qixing, "Then invite a fighting spirit." A trace of viciousness flashed in Nangongyu eyes. "If you want to invite someone, invite a Do Wang. Once and for all, there will be no future troubles. Do Wang." Nangong Qixing's face revealed a trace of dissatisfaction. "Does a dosher need a Do Wang to act? Sister, do you know how much money is needed to hire a Do Wang from the Bloody Slaughter sect? I still have 20,000 gold notes here. I've saved them up by living frugally all these years. I'll give it all to you, big brother." Nangongyu took out 20 gold notes and handed them to Nangong Qixing. "Since that's the case, if you don't have enough money, big brother will help you gather it. However, from today onwards, don't mention this matter again, lest the walls have ears." Nangong Qixing accepted the banknotes and nodded. "Understood." Nangongyu stood up and said, "I will return to the Marquis Mansion first. I'll walk you out." "No need. Big brother, please wait a moment." After leaving the Nangong family, Nangongyu boarded the carriage. Inside the carriage, Nangongyu's vicious expression had a hint of relief. "Head chief, Ning Qi has left the city." "All right, go and bring me his head," Huang Fufei said coldly. "Yes, this subordinate will definitely complete the mission." Wuyan County was 6,000 miles away from the capital city. Ning Qi rode a horse that he had bought in the capital city and galloped on the official road. After traveling for about half a day, he dismounted and came to a small stream. The horse lowered its head and drank a few mouthfuls of water from the stream before eating with relish. Suddenly, a figure walked out from the forest beside the stream. This person was 2 meters tall. His face was angular and his long hair draped over his shoulders. He wore a green robe and emitted an aura that far surpassed that of a dosher. This was a doling. Shinwu Public House Guard, Huangfu Juesha level, 1-star Do Ling cultivation method, Black class middle grade, mixed energy technique martial skill, Black class middle grade, Hurricane Blade technique health points, 3,200 in Chihi, as expected of someone from the Shinwu Public House. "Are you here for Hong-san?" Ning Qi stood up and smiled. Huangfu Juesha's expression changed slightly. "Shinwu Public House? Little brother, why do you say so?" Ning Qi laughed mockingly. "Stop pretending, Huangfu Juesha. You know who I am." A trace of shock flashed through Huangfu Juesha's eyes. He then coldly looked at Ning Qi. "You are quite well informed. However, you will definitely die today. Dying under my blade is enough for you to be able to smile in the underworld. After saying that, Huang Fujuesha pulled out the large blade from his waist and slashed towards Ningqi. A faint purple do-qi surrounded the blade. Under his activation of the hurricane blade technique, a strong wind blew in the surroundings. The horses turned around and ran away in fear. Ha ha ha! Good timing! Ningqi laughed out loud. An incomparably domineering, large blade suddenly appeared in his hand. Dragon Slayer blade. Fake! He then used all his strength to slash at Huang Fujuesha. Huang Fujuesha's eyes revealed a trace of a cold smile. A mere do-shi still wants to struggle. Ridiculous! Clang! The two blades collided. A loud sound was heard. The black class middle grade do tool, title blade, in Huang Fujuesha's hand was instantly broken into two pieces. Only the handle of the blade was left in his hand. How is this possible? Huang Fujuesha's eyes revealed a look of shock. This was completely unreasonable. He was a dignified one-star doling, but his do tool was actually cut into two by his opponent. At this time, he finally noticed the Dragon Slayer saber in Ningqi's hand. While he was shocked, his eyes revealed a trace of greed. The grade of this saber was definitely much higher than his blue wave saber. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to break his blue wave saber in one strike. It was probably an earth class or above do tool. Ha ha ha! Is this good? Ningqi did not stop. He waved the Dragon Slayer blade and continued to slash towards Huang Fujuesha. His blade technique was wide open, and he did not hide his weaknesses at all. From Huang Fujuesha's point of view, he revealed many flaws. This was all because Ningqi did not know any blade techniques. Without the title blade, Huang Fujuesha could not display the advantage of his hurricane blade technique. He could only use his bare fists to fight with Ningqi. After all, he was a one-star doling. His cultivation was 2 levels higher than Ningqi's. The power of each punch was extremely terrifying. Ningqi had the advantage of the Dragon Slayer blade. For a moment, they were evenly matched. His strange do-qi is indeed powerful, but the strongest is still this do tool. Huang Fujuesha's thoughts moved. When his fist was about to hit Ningqi's chest, he feinted and appeared behind Ningqi and heavily punched his back. Pooh! Ningqi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This punch had caused him to lose more than 600 HP. But his reaction was extremely fast. With a backhand slash, a deep wound immediately appeared on Huang Fujuesha's arm. 1/5 of Huang Fujuesha's health bar was gone. Ningqi's slash had also caused him to lose more than 600 HP. Ha ha ha! Ningqi wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth. In his heart, he already had the confidence to kill Huang Fujuesha. Exchanging his blood like this was definitely worth it. Moreover, he still had the middle grade Earth class rejuvenation pill with him. Chapter 40. Killing a one-star doling. Are you afraid? You think a one-star doling like you is afraid of a do-shi? Come and hit me. Come. Don't be a coward. Ningqi provoked. The 600 HP that he had lost was rapidly recovering at a rate of 20 HP per second. During this confrontation, he had already recovered more than half of his HP. Arrogant! Huang Fujuesha was instantly enraged. Since when did a do-shi have the right to provoke him? If he didn't teach him a lesson, did he really think that he was easy to get along with? Anger caused Huang Fujuesha's light, purple do-qi to become much denser. The strength of each punch was more than 30% higher than before. The two of them fought from the side of the stream into the forest. The birds and beasts were all frightened by this movement and fled in all directions. Boom! A big tree that was wide enough for 2 people to hug was smashed into smithereens by Huang Fujuesha. Ningqi barely dodged this attack. He awkwardly rolled on the ground and stood up. At this time, Huang Fujuesha seemed to be a little tired. Ningqi pretended to soften his legs and revealed a big gap. After Huangfu Juesha saw this, his face revealed a ferocious smile. He jumped and fiercely punched Ning Qi's chest. Go to hell! From Huangfu Juesha's point of view, this punch was definitely enough to kill Ning Qi. 18 dragons subduing palms. Ning Qi was planning to exchange injury for injury. Huangfu Juesha would definitely not be able to reduce more than 10,000 HP in one shot. The incomparably ferocious 18 dragons subduing palms, under the stimulation of the dragon slaying Do Qi, flew out 3 silver dragons and fiercely hit Huangfu Juesha's chest. He let out a miserable howl and flew backwards, breaking 7 to 8 big trees before falling to the ground. And because Ning Qi's heart was hit, his HP was a full 6,000 HP. Without hesitation, he took out a middle-grade earth rank rejuvenation pill and threw it into his mouth. His HP instantly recovered to 12,350 points. Not only did the rejuvenation pill recover his HP, the pain immediately disappeared as well. He was full of energy as he walked towards Huangfu Juesha. How is this possible? Huangfu Juesha covered his chest that had caved in and leaned against a big tree as he slowly stood up. When he noticed that Ning Qi had walked up to him as if nothing had happened, a trace of fear finally appeared on his cold and arrogant face. Seeing that Huangfu Juesha's HP was only left with a pitiful 500 points, Ning Qi knew that he had won this battle. He looked at Huangfu Juesha with the eyes of a victor and laughed. Unbelievable? Shocked? Let me tell you, provoking me, evil star Ning, will not end well. Remember to reincarnate into a good family in your next life. After saying that, Ning Qi raised the Dragon Slayer saber high and slashed down. Huangfu Juesha only had enough time to raise his hand to block, and then his movement came to a halt with a terrified expression on his face. After a breath's time, a red line appeared on his palm, followed by his forehead. This red line continued to climb down from his forehead all the way to his crotch, and then Huangfu Juesha's entire body fell to both sides. He was cleaved into 2 halves by Ning Qi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a 1-star Douling due to the fact that you have jumped ranks to kill a 1-star Douling. You have obtained 38,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gambling gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. When Ning Qi opened the gambling gift pack and saw the options inside, his face immediately revealed an expression of wild joy. Middle Xian, rank, martial skill, Cold Mountain Shadow. High Xian, rank, Do weapon, Wind Fire Staff. Low Xian, rank, pill, Tranquil Heart Pill. Deepens the depth of meditation, increases the speed of training. Devouring Dragon Fire, ranked 99th on the Heavenly Flame ranking. Thank you for participating. The gambling gift pack that Huangfu Juesha dropped was very generous. What made Ning Qi wild with joy was the Devouring Dragon Fire that was ranked 99th. Although it was ranked towards the back, it had a special effect on the soul of the dragon race. Moreover, after devouring the soul of the dragon race, its power would increase and its ranking would rise. The Devouring Dragon Fire was extremely famous in the Dragon Continent. Many Dozongs and even Dozuns wanted to find it. However, the conditions for its birth were extremely harsh. Usually it would only appear occasionally in the cemetery of the dragon race. Once it appeared, it would be destroyed by the dragon race, not allowing it to exist in this world. Therefore, no one had been able to obtain the Devouring Dragon Fire for hundreds of years. It was even harder to obtain than the top 50 heavenly flames. It's actually the Devouring Dragon Fire. Damn! If I can obtain it, not only will I be able to refine pills and weapons, but I will also have another way to deal with the dragon race. It will definitely be a huge boost to my strength. Ning Qi took a deep breath. This time, the probability of obtaining the gift pack was 1 in 5. It was not high, but it was not low either. As long as his character was good enough, it would be fine. Begin. Ning Qi opened his eyes wide and focused on the trajectory of the needle. Hit, hit, just a little more. Right. After dozens of rounds, the needle slowly slowed down. It swept past the devouring dragon fire again and again. Ning Qi wished he could reach out and press it down. Gradually, the speed became slower and slower. The needle slowly stopped and pointed at one of the options. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the devouring dragon fire. The system let out a notification sound. After that, Ning Qi felt a magical energy pouring into his body. Ning Qi extended his palm, and with a thought, a strange white flame with a tinge of blue appeared on his palm. The temperature was very high, but it was warm to Ning Qi. It was not scalding at all. Huh. Ning Qi took Huangfu Juesh's blue wave saber and placed it on the devouring dragon fire. After a while, the blue wave saber turned into a puddle of molten iron. Ning Qi put away the devouring dragon fire with satisfaction and walked back to the stream. The cowardly horse had crossed the stream and was leisurely grazing on the other side. A wolf with green light in its eyes quietly approached it from behind, but it did not notice it at all. Roar! The wolf pounced on the horse. If you bite me to death, I will walk to Wuyang County. Ning Qi leaped forward and used the 18 dragon subduing palms to kill this rank 1 mid-tier demonic beast, the rotting poison demonic wolf. Its saliva was extremely poisonous. As long as it scratched the skin, it could kill a person. The horse let out a frightened neigh and tried to run away again. Ning Qi jumped on its back and rode it towards the direction of the Wuyang County. Along the way, he let Little Purple out for some fresh air. Once it was outside, Little Purple stood on his shoulder and kept rubbing against his ears. It was simply harassing Ning Qi. In the past few days, it had grown a lot, and its feathers were more plump. At first, the horse was frightened by Little Purple's aura. Ning Qi used his dragon, slaying battle energy to stabilize it, and it gradually calmed down. Stop it. Stand quietly for a while and enjoy the breeze, or do some exercise. I don't have that many spirit-raising pills for you to eat. 1 dragon slaying coin. I have 147 dragon slaying coins now. Ning Qi rolled his eyes. Chapter 41. Scram! The little white horse seemed to have smelled the spirit cultivation pill and suddenly slowed down. Then it turned its head to look at Ning Qi with a hint of flattery in its stupid look. You're just a low-grade, wind-riding horse, and you want to become a spirit? What kind of expression is that? Hurry up and leave. Ning Qi patted the horses, but the horse refused to leave. It even wanted to stick out its tongue to lick Ning Qi. Zha zha. Little Purple's eyes were fierce. It waved its wings and scolded the little white horse. This stupid horse wants to snatch food from me, Lord Bird? Is it courting death? Perhaps it knew the importance of the spirit cultivation pill to it. Although there was fear in the little white horse's eyes, it was still determined to get the spirit cultivation pill. Ning Qi thought about it. He didn't lack a few Dragon Slayer coins, so he flicked a spirit cultivation pill into the little white horse's mouth. After the little white horse ate it, it was as if it had been injected with chicken blood. It kept snorting, then let out a long neigh and ran forward crazily. Its speed was a full 30% faster than before. Ning Qi could clearly feel that as it ran, it was slowly transforming. Its fur became even whiter and shinier. The fur above its 4 hooves had a circle of light blue fur. Was it going to advance to the mid-grade, wind-chasing horse? This was a big improvement. The difference between low-grade and mid-grade was equivalent to the difference between the body-forging stage and the warrior stage. Zha zha! Little Purple pecked Ning Qi with its mouth, indicating that it still wanted to eat the spirit cultivation pill. You're a debt collector, right? Ning Qi rolled his eyes. He suddenly remembered that when he was shopping in the Dragon Slaying Mall, he seemed to have seen some tips on raising demon pets. Since he had nothing to do on the way, he focused his attention on the Dragon Slaying Mall. Soon he found the beginner's spirit-nourishing pill for alchemy. That's right. I have the dragon-devouring fire now. I can refine the spirit cultivation pill myself. Ning Qi was overjoyed. He found that learning the spirit cultivation pill only cost 20 Dragon Slayer coins. Ning Qi chose to buy it without hesitation. Then, the memory of refining the spirit cultivation pill appeared in his mind. A new column appeared on his attributes. First tier alchemy, proficiency, 0. After checking the ingredients needed for the spirit-raising pill, Ning Qi laughed heartily as he threw over a dozen spirit-raising pills to Little Violet. He also gave 2 to the white horse. Little Z was shocked. It could not care less about the 2 spiritual cultivation pills that the little white horse had given it. It was afraid that Ning Qi would go back on his words and swallow the dozen or so spiritual cultivation pills into its stomach. Then it let out a satisfied burp. Seeing that it seemed to be preparing to advance, Ning Qi recalled it back into the demonic pet space. After the little white horse ate another 2 spirit-raising pills, the blue fur on its hooves became very obvious. The color was much richer, and as it ran, a whirlwind appeared under its feet. Its speed was more than 3 times faster than before. Rank 1 mid-level demonic beast, wind-chasing horse, HP 120. He advanced just like that? Ha ha ha. It was as if Ning Qi had seen a bright path. Not long after, he arrived at a city. After paying a tael of silver, he smoothly entered Phoenix capital, leading the little white horse. Ning Qi found a branch of 100 Herb Hall. Mister, I will take your mount to feed grass. Feel free to look around. The waiter inside took the reins from Ning Qi's hands. Ning Qi then came to the spirit grass monopoly. The number of customers here was several times less than the pill monopoly. Ning Qi discovered that there were a few guys with arrogant expressions on their faces, pointing at the spirit grass, and the waiters were flattering them. These people's cultivation was not high. They seemed to be master fighters, but behind each of them was a great master fighter. Their identities were on the verge of being revealed. They were one of the top professions in the Dragon's continent, alchemists. Mister, are you looking for spiritual herbs? Perhaps because Ning Qi was very young, the waiter thought that he was just curious, so he did not pay much attention to Ning Qi. Little brother, only alchemists can come here. If you want to buy pills, you should go to the pill counter next door. The person who was mocking Ning Qi looked to be in his 30s. He was slightly plump and had a calm smile on his face. A 5-star dosher. Ning Qi took a look at his attributes. Fengdu Sun Clan. Sun Dawning Grade. 5-star Do, Sure Cultivation Method. Black Middle Grade Bathing Flame, Spell Martial Skill. Middle Grade Profound, Rank Flame Palm. Profession. First tier Alchemist, the 1-star Do Sure behind Sun Danning Chuckled. Ning Qi ignored him and asked the waiter, Chicken Criegrass, Mandala Flower, Cinnabar, how much for 1 portion? You really want to buy spiritual herbs? The waiter was a little surprised. After calculating the price, he said, 8,000 for 1 portion. 8,000, give me 200 portions. Ning Qi said. As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone was instantly extremely shocked. 200 portions were equivalent to 1,600,000 silver. Sun Danning looked at Ning Qi in surprise and sneered, Little brother, don't brag. 100 Herb Hall is not a place you can mess around with. Don't you think you're annoying? Do I know you? Get lost. Ning Qi pointed at Sun Danning's nose and scolded. How dare you? How dare you speak to Grandmaster Sun like that? The 1-star Great Do Sure immediately took a step forward and glared at Ning Qi. Ning Qi said to the waiter, Is your 100 Herb Hall still doing business? Hurry up and bring me the spiritual herbs I want. As he spoke, he threw a stack of gold notes at the waiter's face. The waiter, who had been planning on watching the show, immediately woke up from his dream when he saw the gold notes and broke out in a cold sweat. This youth could easily take out so much silver. He was definitely not an ordinary youth. He hurriedly said, "Please wait a moment. The spiritual herbs will be here soon." While speaking, he had already run off to fiddle with the spiritual grass. Sun Danang recovered from his shock, his expression constantly changing. As an alchemist, when had he ever been pointed at and insulted like this? When he saw that the other alchemists in Feng City, who were on bad terms with him, were gloating over his misfortune, Almighty Sun's anger exploded. "Take him down!" Under his furious cry, the one-star Dado follower immediately rushed in front of Ning Chi and used his palm to grab Ning Chi's head. "Still trying to take advantage of me? I'll *CK you." Ning Chi cried out angrily and struck out with his palm. That one-star Dodosher was blasted out of the main entrance of the 100-herb hall by this destructive force and landed in the middle of the street. A mouthful of fresh blood gushed out from his mouth. His body twitched a few times before he stopped moving. Sun Danang was stunned to the spot. You. Sun Danang pointed at Ning Chi. He was so shocked and angry that he couldn't even speak properly. Chapter 42. Refining the Spirit-Raising Pill. What happened? The elder looked at Ning Chi coldly. Sun Danang said angrily, "Elder Zhua, you came at the right time. This person killed my subordinate without saying a word. Your 100-herb hall must resolve this matter. Otherwise my Sun clan will not let this matter rest." The elder called Elder Zhua was called Zhua Yifu. He was the one in charge of 100-herb hall and was a one-star Do Ling. After listening to Sun Danang's words, he coldly said to Ning Chi, "Little brother, my 100-herb hall does not allow fighting in private. Your killing intent is too strong. We won't do business with you anymore. Leave." At this time, the waiter who had almost finished preparing 200 sets of spirit herbs was stunned. He just gave up on a 1,600,000 silver deal like that? Sun Danang said, "Elder Zhua, please help me keep him here until my clan arrives." Zhua Yifu nodded. "All right." Ning Chi couldn't help but laugh at the two of them. "Even Lu doesn't dare to say that he won't do business with me. You're just a branch elder, so what?" Lu? Zhua Yifu's expression changed slightly. The indifference in his expression disappeared, and he asked seriously, "Little brother, do you know my family's miss?" Ning Chi laughed coldly. "I am a disciple of the champion Marquis' palace. The emperor himself gave me the title of Baron. Is it strange that I know your family's miss?" Sun Danang's expression darkened. He didn't think that Ning Chi would have such a background. Even though he was an alchemist and his clan was one of the wealthiest in Feng City, they were still lacking compared to the champion Marquis' palace. Zhua Yifu's attitude immediately changed. "So it's young Master Ning. I didn't know earlier and have offended you. Come, bring young Master Ning's spirit herbs." Young Master Ning, "These spirit herbs are worth 1,600,000 silver. I'll take 1,500,000 silver." The waiter quickly packed up the spirit herbs for Ning Chi and even returned him a gold bill. Ning Chi couldn't help but laugh coldly in his heart at the change in attitude. However, he would be a coward if he didn't take advantage of the situation. Ning Chi smiled and accepted the gold bill. "Thank you, Elder Zhua. I still have matters to attend to and will leave first." After that, he called for the waiter to bring the little white horse over and rode it away. Zhua Yifu walked him to the door. After Ning Chi left, Sun Danang looked at Zhua Yifu coldly. "Elder Zhua, the Zhua family has given you a lot of offerings, hasn't it? Are you siding with an outsider?" Zhua Yifu had already cursed Sun Danang in his heart, but for the sake of the Zhua family's yearly tribute of 1,000,000 taels of silver, Zhua Yifu patiently explained to Sun Danang, "Do you know who this person is?" Sun Danang sneered. "Didn't he just say that he's a disciple of the champion Marquis mansion? So what? The heavens are high and the emperor is far away. Can the champion Marquis mansion's influence reach our Feng capital?" Moreover, in the capital, the champion marquis's residence was merely a second-rate force. There was nothing to be afraid of. My ancestor is also a Do Huang and is not inferior to them. Zuifu smiled. Then has your family slain a dragon before? Do you know that this kid killed a rank 5 Blackfire ghost dragon by chance during the hunting day a while back? He's the only dragon slayer Do Shi in our Qin Tang Empire. Even the emperor has his eyes on him. If something happens to him in Feng City, you and I won't be able to escape responsibility. What, dragon slayer Do Shi? Sun Donning's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth and turned to leave 100 Herb Hall, ignoring his subordinate who was lying in the middle of the street. Zuifu shook his head and ordered the waiter to check on him. Finding that he was still alive, he asked the waiter to bring him to see a doctor. After Ningqi left 100 Herb Hall, he found an inn in Feng City to stay. He told the waiter not to disturb him for no reason. With a reward of 5 taels of silver, the waiter patted his chest and promised not to disturb Ningqi. Not only did he promise not to disturb Ningqi, he also gave the white horse a good bath. Rinse it clean. Moving the table away, Ningqi sat in the middle of the room and slowly closed his eyes. The refining method of the spirit-raising pill flashed through his mind. Then, with a serious expression, he reached out his palm and a ball of dragon devouring fire appeared. He then grabbed a portion of the spirit-raising pill and placed it on top of the fire. Under the burning of the dragon devouring fire, it instantly turned into a ball of liquid. Because this ball of liquid was infused with Dragon Slayer Do Qi, it was controlled at a spot 3 inches above Ningqi's palm. Bang! The liquid exploded. Ding! Refining failed. Proficiency +1. Ningqi didn't believe it and continued refining. After 2 hours, his proficiency had increased to 100, but he still hadn't succeeded. Out of the 200 portions of spirit-raising pill, he had already consumed 100 portions. That was a total of 750,000 taels of silver. That was enough to buy a few mansions in the capital. Holding his breath, Ningqi recalled the shortcomings of each failure. When he refined for the 101st time, the pill finally didn't explode. Instead, it slowly solidified. In the end, it turned into a fragrant spirit-raising pill, spinning above Ningqi's palm. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining a low-grade, yellow-class spirit-raising pill. Proficiency +3. The system prompted. Ningqi felt wonderful. Although it was only a low-grade, yellow-class spirit-raising pill, it was sold for a high price of 1 Dragon Slayer coin in the Dragon Slayer Mall. Now he could finally refine it himself. Practice makes perfect. After that, Ningqi succeeded every time. He didn't fail even once. On the table in front of him, there were a total of 100 spiritual cultivation pills. That was 100 Dragon Slayer coins. His alchemy proficiency had also increased to 400. He wasn't far from 1,000 to become a second-tier alchemist. In order to celebrate, he put away the 50 spirit-raising pills and released Little Purple. Little Purple was probably sleeping in the demonic pet space. When it came out, it couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground. It was so scared that it flew to Ningqi's shoulder with its wings. Cha-cha! It expressed its dissatisfaction. Cha-cha, look at what this is. Ningqi pointed to the table. Little Z fixed her eyes on it and jumped onto the table like a madman. She swallowed all the elixirs into her stomach at a very fast speed. Its stomach grew bigger and bigger. When it finished eating the 50 spirit-raising pills, the purple gas on its body suddenly became extremely dense. There were also electric arcs flashing on its feathers. Cha-cha! Little Purple patted its stomach with its wings in satisfaction. Then it flew to Ningqi's shoulder and once again intimately harassed Ningqi. Half of Ningqi's face was covered with its saliva. Suddenly, its body stiffened and fell straight to the ground. Ningqi was shocked. After checking, he realized that it was preparing to develop. Are you sure he entered this in? I'm very sure. Okay, then do what I asked you to do as soon as possible. I know, but the price. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. Chapter 43. Framing and framing. Wait. What is it? Ningqi yelled and jumped up from his bed, looking at the other party cautiously. At this time, a crying woman was brought to the front by a soldier. Is it him? The woman saw Ningqi and immediately burst into tears. It's him. He humiliated me. Sigh. This little brother looks so dignified. I didn't expect him to be such a beast. Which one of these young masters isn't like this? Humph. I hope sir will behead him. The people outside began to whisper to each other. Son of a bitch. How dare you frame me? Ningqi exploded. Speechless. Surrender. You won't be able to escape, the leading general said coldly. He was a pique de dosher and could tell that Ningqi was at most a pique dosher, so he wasn't afraid of Ningqi escaping. Wait, I have something to say. That waiter can be my witness. I've never seen this woman before. Ningqi pointed at the waiter who had received 5 taels of silver from him and was standing at the door to watch the show. Is that so? The general looked at the waiter. Can you be his witness? The waiter quickly said, I saw this woman enter the room with my own eyes and run out crying. I'm not lying. His eyes flickered, not daring to look at Ningqi. You took my 5 taels and still dare to frame me. Ningqi was furious. He had just arrived at Fengdu and his only enemy was Sun Danning. He must be behind all this. Seeing that the soldiers were about to make a move, Ningqi snorted, I'll go myself. Outside the inn, in a restaurant in the distance, Sun Danning was sitting by the window. Seeing Ningqi being taken away, he showed a proud sneer on his face and said to a middle-aged man with shifty eyes, This matter was done beautifully. After a while, come back to my Sun family for the remaining 100 taels of silver. He then laughed. So what if you're a disciple of the champion Marquis? So what if you're a dragon slayer dosher? You can't wash yourself clean now. I'll send someone to the capital to spread the news and ruin your reputation. Great Grandmaster Sun, I admire you. The middle-aged man grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Fengdu City's government office. Ningqi and the woman were escorted to the court together. The other party even put shackles on Ningqi. As soon as they arrived at the court, the woman cried out to the upright and plain-spoken official sitting on the main seat, My lord, I beg you to seek justice for me. This thief, he humiliated me. Ningqi immediately scolded, You're too shameless. With your beauty, how can I, the dignified county magistrate, insult you? Sun Bai fiercely knocked on the gavel. No noise is allowed in the court. This official is asking you, do you have proof that you are a county magistrate personally appointed by His Majesty? Ningqi said coldly, Of course there is. Please remove the shackles on my body. I remember that the magistrate is a 5th-grade official. If there is no solid evidence, I am afraid that you have no right to detain me. Sun Bai sneered as he looked at Ningqi and said, There are witnesses and material evidence. So why do I have no right to detain you? Even if you are a county magistrate, the Son of Heaven commits the same crime as the common people. Ningqi sneered, just based on her one-sided words. Does that count as having witnesses and material evidence? Sun Bai, this official is asking you, did you tell the waiter not to disturb you yesterday? Ningqi, yes. Sun Bai, then everything is clear. You were doing something improper in your room. That's why you told the waiter not to disturb you. You were afraid that someone would find out what you were doing. Ningqi was so angry that he laughed instead. You dog official, what nonsense! How dare you? You dare to insult an official of the imperial court. Come, beat him 30 times. Sun Bai shouted angrily. The bailiff at the side immediately waved his rod and hit Ningqi's leg, wanting to make him fall to the ground. However, the rod broke with a crack and Ningqi didn't move at all. General He Hu, you will do it yourself, Sun Bai said. The pique de douceur who brought Ning Chi over grinned. A rod appeared in his hand. This rod had a golden dragon coiling at the front and back. It was obviously a Dou weapon. With a loud shout, he smashed the rod into Ning Chi's back. Ning Chi staggered 2 steps forward from the tremendous force, losing 150 HP. He who brandished the rod and hit Ning Chi 30 times. In the end, he was surprised to find that nothing happened to Ning Chi. Sun Bai was secretly shocked. A pique douceur was actually able to withstand the attack of a pique de douceur. It seemed that his Dragon Slayer title wasn't just for show. Thinking of his nephew Sun Dawning's words, Sun Bai steeled his heart to convict Ning Chi. Although it wouldn't cause any substantial harm to Ning Chi, it would tarnish his reputation and let everyone know that Feng City Sun Clan wasn't someone that even a marquis couldn't afford to offend. With this thought in mind, Sun Bai shouted, "This child's crime has been determined. General Who? Arrest him!" Ning Chi laughed wildly. With a sudden burst of strength, the shackles on his body broke into pieces. These shackles could lock up an ordinary douceur, but they were useless against Ning Chi. Under the shocked gazes of Sun Bai and Who, a large knife appeared in Ning Chi's hand. With a swing of the knife, he cut off the arm of the woman who framed him. Ah! She let out an earth-shattering scream and covered her wound with her hand. Like a madman, she ran outside. Audacious thief! Who angrily shouted and attacked Ning Chi. The group of soldiers under him reacted quickly and set up a formation to surround Ning Chi. Sun Bai sat in his seat and coldly watched the scene. There was an additional trace of joy in his eyes. Cutting off the victim's arm in public was something he couldn't explain. As for whether or not Ning Chi would hurt him, Sun Bai was a 1-star Douling. Even if Ning Chi was overflowing with talent and could fight above his level, how could he defeat him? Ning Chi used the 18 dragon, subduing palms with his left hand and the Dragon Slayer saber with his right. With just 1 strike, whose staff was cut into 2 pieces. Who was shocked. The others were knocked to the ground by Ning Chi's 18 dragon, subduing palms. Immediately, they fell from the upper hand to the lower hand. Ning Chi hacked at Who again and again. Without a Dou weapon, Who could only continuously dodge. After a dozen moves, Ning Chi's Dragon Slayer saber was placed on Who's neck. If you dare move again, his head will fall to the ground. Ning Chi coldly looked at the crowd. The soldiers immediately stopped moving. Sun Bai laughed out loud. Kidnapping an official of the imperial court in public? You are just a county magistrate. The emperor should remove you. Chapter 44. Kill whose forehead was covered in cold sweat. He finally realized that he had been used by Sun Bai. If this was really a county magistrate, then he must be one of the nobles in the capital. He who didn't have the qualifications to offend such a person. Thinking of this, and feeling Ning Chi's murderous gaze, who immediately said to Sun Bai, "Darren's son, I think there's some misunderstanding in this matter. Why don't you discuss it with this little brother? I don't think he's a petty person." Ning Chi laughed. "Darren's son, what a coincidence. Your surname is also Sunday. Are you from the same clan as the Almighty Sun I met before? You know I'm a disciple of the Champion Marquis's residence, and still dare to frame me. Your Sun family is really bold." Finished speaking, he used the back of his saber to hit whose head. Who immediately felt dizzy. Then Ning Chi raised his saber and pointed it at Sun Bai. "Today's farce ends here. If you continue, we'll go to the emperor to judge. I'm a dragon slayer douceur. Why would I be afraid of you?" "You." Sun Bai suddenly slammed the gavel. "What you? You all know what you've done. Using this reason to frame me is just to ruin my reputation. I don't care about my reputation. You can do whatever you want. Just remember, your Sun family has an enemy like me." Ning Chi sneered, then turned and left. The soldiers didn't dare to stop him. Sun Bai's face was also gloomy. He opened his mouth slightly, but ultimately didn't open his mouth to stop him. He really didn't expect Ning Chi to act so wildly. It was beyond his expectations and made him hesitate on how to deal with it. He who looked at Sun Bai with a bitter smile. Darren, you've caused me trouble this time. Looking at the top-quality, yellow-level battle weapon coiling dragon staff on the ground. He who wanted to cry but had no tears. Walking out of the magistrate's office, Ning Chi appeared in front of the terrified waiter. Darren, the waiter stammered. Ning Chi revealed a sinister smile. You took my money and still want to frame me. How dare you? The waiter immediately knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, My lord, this lowly one is really afraid of Master Tai Chi. He was the one who made this lowly one say that. If this lowly one didn't say that, the corpse would appear in the river tomorrow. Ning Chi stepped forward and fiercely slapped him twice. Little fool howled miserably. His cheeks instantly swelled up, and then he spat out a mouthful of bloody teeth. Spare me, he begged bitterly. Ning Chi said coldly, Where can I find Master Tai Chi? The waiter hesitated. Ning Chi smiled. It's fine if you don't say it. Maybe if I kill you, I'll be able to vent my anger. The waiter's eyes were filled with fear, and he finally made a decision. The outskirts of Fengdu City. This was a wasteland with only 1 or 2 scattered houses located here. Because there were often demon beasts roaming about, ordinary people rarely came here. In one of the courtyards, a woman stared at her severed arm with a pale face. She spat venomously. Master Tai Chi, you told me to do this, but you never said I would lose an arm. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have been cut in half by that bastard. In front of her, a shifty-eyed, wretched middle-aged man let out a long sigh and said, Miss Den, I didn't know that this guy was so crazy. He even dared to act like this in the court. I will give you an extra 30 taels of silver. It's good enough to save your life. Only 30 silvers for an arm. Master Tai Chi, you're bullying me. Miss Jian laughed in anger. Master Tai Chi is already giving you 30 silvers. What more do you want? You'll be useless in the future. If I were Master Tai Chi, I wouldn't give you a single silver. The men behind Master Tai Chi began to clamor. At the same time, they looked at Miss Dian with an unsightly expression. Some of them had murderous looks, while others had lecherous looks. All right, thank you, Master Tai Chi. Miss Dian knew how to avoid calamity. She quickly agreed and planned to leave this place first. Just then, with a loud bang, the door was smashed to pieces. Several figures flew in and fell at Master Tai Chi's feet. Master Tai Chi, someone's fighting their way in. He breathed his last. Who is it? Master Tai Chi stood up abruptly, purple battle chi bursting from his body. Against the sunlight, a figure slowly walked in. He looked up and smiled. Master Tai Chi, you don't recognize me so quickly? You slut is here too. Let's get rid of you together. You're not in the government. Master Tai Chi was slightly shocked. Miss Dian screamed in fright. Don't kill me, I know I'm wrong. Together, whoever kills him will be rewarded with 100 silvers. Master Tai Chi roared in anger. Under the temptation of 100 silvers, his men roared and charged at Ning Chi, their eyes filled with madness. I'm only worth 100 silvers? Ning Chi's dragon, slaying battle chi, erupted. A different kind of battle chi. Master Tai Chi's face revealed a trace of panic. Didn't Almighty Sun say that this kid was just a minor official's son? Why was it a different kind of battle chi? Screams rang out as the lackeys that charged at Ning Chi had their arms chopped off. Ning Chi charged directly at Master Tai Chi. Master Tai Chi's face showed a trace of ruthlessness as he roared and attacked Ning Chi. Ning Chi only swung his saber once before Master Tai Chi's movement stopped. He slowly opened his mouth and said, I regret. A red line appeared on his neck, then his head rolled to the ground, a pillar of blood shooting up to the sky. Seeing that Master Tai Chi had died at Ning Chi's hands, his men immediately ran for their lives. Those who lost their arms or lost too much blood pretended to be dead. Miss Dian knelt in front of Ning Chi and begged, "Don't kill me, I beg you." Ning Chi looked at her for a moment, then picked up his saber and left. Only when Ning Chi's figure was out of sight did Dian Yangzi let out a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. Then her eyes lit up, and she ran over to Tai Chi's corpse and began to rummage through it. When she found a money pouch, she saw a corner of a banknote. Immediately her heart was filled with joy, and she stuffed the money pouch into her bosom and immediately fled. Not long after, Almighty Sun received news that Master Tai Chi had been beheaded. He hurried to ask Sun Bai, but was told that Ning Chi had been released. "Uncle, this kid killed a 1-star Dodosher of our clan. Are you going to let him go just like that?" Almighty Sun said angrily. A trace of coldness flashed in Sun Bai's eyes. "What else can I do? Don't forget, he is not only a county magistrate, but also a dragon-slaying dosher. Do you think you can casually frame him for a crime and kill him?" Chapter 45. Escaping with a single strike. Let's just forget about this matter. I doubt he will dare to cause trouble for our Sun clan. This child is only the bastard son of the champion marquis and a servant. Keep your eyes open in the future. We only offended him this time, but if we offend a descendant of the general of Heavenly Strategies estate, our Sun clan will have to pay a visit to apologize. Sun Bai lectured. This nephew of his was an alchemist and considered everyone beneath him in Feng City. He had made many enemies, so it was necessary to give him a warning. Sun Danning led a few guards out of the magistrate's office. His face was still gloomy as he thought of Sun Bai's lesson. As he passed by a small alley, a blade suddenly flashed by. Sun Danning didn't have time to react, and his head rolled to the ground. The guards he brought were stunned as they watched the figure turn around and flee. This place was only a few hundred feet away from Sun Bai's magistrate's office. They had never expected that someone would dare to kill a descendant of the Sun clan here. "Young master," the guard cried out in alarm. Almighty Sun was already dead. Another guard hurriedly said, "I will go report to Master Sun Bai. You all quickly chase after him." The guard finished speaking and ran towards the magistrate's office. One of the other guards stayed behind while the others chased in the direction Ning Chi disappeared in. Inside the magistrate's office, Sun Bai was shocked when he heard the news. He hurriedly left the magistrate's office and arrived next to Almighty Sun's corpse. "Almighty, you died a miserable death." Sun Bai bitterly laughed. It wasn't easy for the Sun clan to find a rank 139 heavenly flame for Almighty Sun and train him into an alchemist. Now he was dead. This was a huge blow to the Sun clan. It was no less than the death of a King Do. "Who did it?" Sun Bai coldly asked. "I didn't see the person clearly," the guard weakly said. "Trash." Sun Bai slapped out with his palm. The guard clutched his chest in disbelief. All of his internal organs had been crushed by Sun Bai's palm. He then fell to the ground dead. Even the young master can't keep an eye on him. What's the point of living? Ning Chi, he must have killed the Almighty. Damn bastard. Sun Bai had long guessed who had killed Sun Danning. He gritted his teeth and muttered Ning Chi's name. At this time, General, he who finally arrived with his soldiers. "Lord Sun, what happened? Who is he?" He who asked in confusion. Sun Bai said coldly, "He is my Sun family's disciple, my Sun family's only alchemist." Sun Danning? He who was shocked. General He Who, immediately send out everyone to lock down Fengdu. Search the city and find that bastard Ning Chi. Send people outside the city as well. Sun Bai said coldly. Then he immediately returned to the Sun family. When the news of Sun Almighty's death spread throughout the Sun family exploded. Countless Dosher, Dedosher, and Doling were mobilized. Even the only Dowang, the current head of the Sun family, Sun Zisher, father of Almighty Sun, was personally mobilized. Only old Master Sun, a one-star Dohuang, was left in the middle of the huge Sun family. At this time, Ning Chi had already disguised himself and arrived at the city gate. When he left the city, he hurried over with his soldiers, holding Ning Chi's portrait in his hand. "Have you seen this person?" He who shouted at the soldiers guarding the city. He just left the city. After him, after Ning Chi killed Sun Danning, he knew that the Sun family would be in an uproar. So he immediately urged his horse to run and stuffed 10 spiritual pills into the little white horse's mouth. Harumph! As soon as the Dan entered its stomach, the little white horse was as if it had been injected with chicken blood. It happily clawed its hooves and carried Ning Chi like a cannonball, leaving behind a pile of dust. "Little Purple, go up to the sky and watch for me. Warn me if anyone comes near." Ning Chi also released Little Purple, who had already finished digesting the Dan and was now twice its size. It now had the power of a lower rank 2 demonic beast. Half an hour later, chirp, chirp, Little Purple landed on Ning Chi's shoulder and called out. Ning Chi and it were telepathic, so he immediately turned his horse around and ran to the side. Little Purple told him that it was a dead end in front of him. There was a rank 4 demonic beast there. If he wanted to go straight, he would inevitably have to face it. Little Purple rushed into the sky again and circled above Ning Chi's head. "Chase! I see the hoof prints. He is in front. Revenge for Brother Sun. He killed an alchemist of the Sun family. He must be punished by the 9 generations of his family." A group of noisy voices came, accompanied by the rumbling sound of their mounts trampling on the ground. After receiving the message from Little Purple, Ning Chi turned his horse around and rushed towards this group of people. There were about 10 people on the other side, led by a 3-star Great Dosher. The rest were 8 or 9-star Dosher. For Ning Chi, they were nothing more than chickens and dogs. "Ah, it's him." When they saw Ning Chi, they were first shocked. Then they all roared and rushed towards Ning Chi. Ning Chi waved the Dragon Slayer saber, and in a few breaths, this group of people fell to the ground. Only the 3-star Great Dosher lasted a little longer, but his dough weapon was no different than paper in front of the Dragon Slayer saber. After losing his dough weapon, his head was also chopped off by Ning Chi. Not long after Ning Chi left, another group of people from the Sun family arrived. Sun Bai was among them. "Damn! Damn! Chase him!" Sun Bai looked at the corpses on the ground and roared angrily. Relying on Little Purple's convenience, Ning Chi always took the lead. When he met Do Ling's search team, he would temporarily avoid them, and when he met Dosher's team, he would go over and kill them. After a day, the number of Sun family members who died in Ning Chi's hands was actually more than 100. This was the backbone of the Sun family. Sun Zesher coldly looked at Sun Bai and the others. "Didn't you say that this person is only a peak Dosher? How can he appear and disappear unpredictably and kill more than 100 of our Sun family members?" Sun Bai frowned. "I also don't know." Haha. The dignified Sun family was actually beaten into such a sorry state by a junior. If people were to find out, it would be a disgrace. Sun Zesher coldly laughed. Suddenly, his gaze turned to the distant sky, where a black seemed to be circling. "Eagle!" Sun Zesher roared and immediately broke through the air towards the black. Sun Bai and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they all chased after him. Only Do Wang had the ability to fly, so they could only run on the ground. "Oh no, I've been discovered." Ning Chi immediately kept Little Purple back into the demon pet space. A Do Wang's speed was very fast. It wouldn't take long to catch up to him. Ning Chi could only ask for help from the system again. Right now, he only had 140 Dragon Slayer coins. There wasn't much he could buy. Fortunately, when he was free, he had the habit of browsing the Dragon Slayer market, so he knew what could help him in this situation. Chapter 46. King of Fighters, give me 14 of them, quickly." Ningqi's remaining 140 Dragon Slayer coins were deducted, but there were 14 more golden talismans in his spatial bag. He immediately took out 2 of them, pasted one on his body, and the other on the little white horse. It was not a demonic pet, so it could not enter the demonic pet space. In order to avoid exposing its whereabouts, Ningqi did not want to sacrifice the little white horse, so he could only waste an invisibility talisman on it. 1 man and 1 horse disappeared from the world in broad daylight. The next moment, Sun Zeshur descended from the sky, looking around with an ominous glint in his eyes. He was 7 feet tall, slightly plump, and had triangular eyes. His face resembled a smiling tiger. Perhaps because of his anger, he didn't bother to hide his King of Fighters aura. With every step he took, purple fighting aura spilled out. This person looks similar to Sun Danning, so he should be his father. The Sun family also has a King of Fighters. It seems that the clans outside of the capital aren't that weak. Ningqi thought as he looked at Sun Zeshur. Where is he? Sun Zeshur had clearly locked onto this place, but he didn't find anyone. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Sun Bai and the others also arrived. "Master, search, he must be nearby." Yes. As time passed, Ningqi couldn't help but comfort the white horse while cursing in his heart. Couldn't they just search somewhere else? Why did they keep searching here? Mother f*** king cheat. Cursing in his heart, he took out 2 more invisibility talismans and placed them on himself and the white horse. 3 days later, Sun Zeshur and the others left the forest. But Ningqi still didn't move. It was better to be safe than sorry. On the 4th night, Sun Zeshur appeared again. The distance between him and Ningqi was only a fist's distance, and he was only a little bit away from touching Ningqi. Fortunately, the invisibility talisman in the dragon-slaying mall was very effective. Even at such a close distance, Sun Zeshur didn't notice him at all. Sun Zeshur looked around for a while, then left again. After he left, Ningqi immediately rode the white horse and headed for the Dancing Sun County, while the invisibility talisman still had some time left. Fengdu, did you hear? More than 100 children from the Sun family died this time. What's going on? Let me tell you, the arrogant master son of the Sun family was beheaded. Then, the head of the Sun family personally led a group of people to chase after that person. Unexpectedly, not only did they not find that person, but that person even killed more than 100 of their disciples. So strong! Who is it? I heard that he's from the capital, a disciple of the champion marquis residence. Is the Sun family giving up just like that? How is that possible? I just saw that the family head, Sun Zeshur, was not among the people who came back. 10 days later, Ningqi rode the little white horse on the official road. Along the way, he fed it another 10 spiritual raising pills. The little white horse once again advanced into a rank 1 high-level demonic beast. It was becoming more and more intelligent. Although it did not have a demonic pet contract with Ningqi, there were times when their minds were connected. For example, when Ningqi lightly patted its neck, it knew to stop. Looks like I need to refine more of these spirit-raising pills. I wonder how much I can sell the remaining 30 pills for? How many sets of spirit herbs can I buy? While thinking, Ningqi stopped at a tea stall in front of him. He was about to drink a few cups of tea to quench his thirst when he suddenly saw a very familiar figure. He had seen this back every day for the past few days, swaying back and forth in front of his eyes. Ningqi turned around and walked away. Since you're here, why don't you drink a cup of tea before leaving? Sun Zeshur turned around and smiled at Ningqi. Ningqi patted the little white horse's butt, and it ran towards the distant forest. Ningqi then sat down at Sun Zeshur's table. Boss, give me 3 big bowls of tea. All right, sir. Ignoring the fact that the tea was scalding, Ningqi drank 3 full bowls before asking Sun Zeshur, How did you know I was going to go this way? Sun Zisher smiled. I don't know either. I randomly picked a path and waited for you. If you didn't show up in 3 days, I changed paths. Ning Qi sighed. The anger in your heart has already reached its limit. Why are you still forcing yourself to smile? Sun Zisher's face twitched, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he threw a palm at Ning Qi, but Ning Qi had already predicted it. He rolled on the ground and suddenly disappeared into thin air. Old man, luckily I still have a few invisibility talismans. Otherwise, I would have really fallen into your trap. Ning Qi sneered and walked towards the forest. Sun Zisher was furious. He had waited so long for Ning Qi to appear, but Ning Qi used such a strange method to escape. I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. With a roar, Sun Zisher flew into the sky and started searching everywhere. 3 months later, Ning Qi appeared in the Dancing Sun County. At first, Sun Zisher could still occasionally chase after him, but after a while, he completely lost track of him. Sun Zisher reckoned that Ning Qi was still a savage in the forest. In these 3 months, Ning Qi had killed more than 300,000 demonic beasts. Right now, he had accumulated more than 1 million demonic beasts. As long as he completed the advancement mission, it would not be a problem to rise 3 or 4 levels. Among them, there were a few demonic beasts with the blood of giant dragons that contributed a lot of Dragon Slayer coins to Ning Qi. Now, his Dragon Slayer coins had once again accumulated from 0 to 1,200. This gave him enough confidence in the mission to kill the skeleton bandit leader. If he really couldn't do it, he could call for Limacho to help. Arriving at the county, Ning Qi immediately went to the local 100 herb hall. After he explained his purpose of coming, a 1-star Doling elder personally came out to receive him. This person looked to be around 60 years old. His face always had the smile of a businessman. He did not look down on Ning Qi because of his low cultivation. Little brother, how should I address you? This old man's surname is Hai, and my name is Dafu. Hai Dafu said with a smile. Hai Dafu? Good name, good name. Ning Qi was stunned for a moment. He immediately laughed dryly and said, Senior Hai, the fighting tools and pills that I want to sell are all here. Please take a look. As he spoke, Ning Qi took out the fighting tools and pills that dropped from killing monsters from his spatial bag. Hai Dafu was immediately dazzled. Oh, the quality of this fighting tool is not bad. This pill is also fine. Little brother, don't be anxious. Let me calculate the price for you. However, Ning Qi said, I am not selling for money. I want spirit herbs. They are. He listed the spirit herbs needed for the spirit-raising pill. I will calculate it by portion. Senior Hai, can you calculate how many portions you can exchange for? Hai Dafu said in shock. Could it be that little brother is also an alchemist? I have been disrespectful. Chapter 47. Little Purple's Advancement. Ning Qi said, I wonder if you sell spirit pills here. Hai Dafu said, Yes, but only low-grade yellow spirit pills. After all, there are too few alchemists who know how to refine spirit pills. There are only 3 alchemists in the Qin Tang Empire who know how to refine it. Little brother, do you have a demon pet? Spirit pills are very effective for demon pets. Ning Qi asked, How much is a low-grade yellow spirit pill? Hai Dafu said, If little brother wants to buy it, I will make it cheaper. 30,000 is enough. Ning Qi smiled. What if I sell spirit pills? Hai Dafu was pleasantly surprised. Little brother knows how to refine spirit pills. His attitude towards Ning Qi changed once again. An alchemist who could refine spirit-raising pills was a national treasure level figure. Which family did not want to win over such an alchemist for their own use? In this way, the family would have an endless supply of spirit pills to feed the demon pet, greatly increasing the speed of the demon pet's advancement. Ning Qi said, The success rate is still very low. If I can refine spirit pills, what price will Senior Hai pay? Hai Dafu immediately said, if little brother has spirit pills, 25,000, I will take as much as you have. Ning Chi nodded, then it settled. I have 5,000 gold notes here. Give me 63 sets of spirit herbs. Ning Chi found an inn and started to refine spirit-raising pills. In just one night, he had used up all the spirit herbs and refined 83 spirit-raising pills. His proficiency increased by 249. Now he was a first-stage alchemist with 649 proficiency. He was getting closer and closer to 1,000. When he came to 100 Herb Hall again, Hai Dafu was waiting for him. When he got the news of Ning Chi's arrival, he immediately came out to greet him. When he saw the spirit pills in front of him, he was speechless. Little brother, this is the result of a day. Ning Chi nodded slightly. Hai Dafu didn't dare to believe it. Even the 3 alchemists were only able to supply 100 spiritual raising pills every month. The supply simply couldn't meet the demand. On the black market, the price of a spiritual raising pill was raised to 50,000 silver taels. Ning Chi actually took out 83 in one night. It seemed to be the same amount as the number of spirit herbs he bought. A terrible guess rose in his heart. 100% pill. Hai Dafu thought in shock. Ning Chi said, how about it? Do you accept it? Hai Dafu hurriedly nodded. Yes, of course. Do you want silver taels, gold notes, or spiritual herbs? Ning Chi said, convert it into spirit herbs and give it to me. 83 spirit-raising dawn could be sold for a total of 2,075,000 taels of silver. If converted into spirit herbs, it would be 259 portions. Ning Chi had already calculated in his heart. If this cycle continued, the amount of spiritual raising pills he could store would reach a terrifying amount. The current 100 Herb Hall probably wouldn't be able to consume such a large portion. Please wait a moment. I will personally go and see if there are enough spirit herbs in the storage. Cold sweat broke out on Hai Dafu's forehead, and he stood up to leave. Not long after, a group of waiters followed behind him, carrying large and small bags of spirit grasses in their hands. There are 260 sets of herbs in total. Please keep them well. Hai Dafu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. There weren't many spirit grasses in the storage. He turned the 100 Herb Hall upside down and just barely managed to gather them. Ning Chi nodded and put all these spirit grasses into the space bag in front of Hai Dafu. This kind of method made Hai Dafu shocked again. He began to wonder if Ning Chi was a disciple of some big sect who came out to gain experience. There was definitely no such person in the Qin Tang Empire, otherwise he would have already known. Little brother, are you using these spirit grasses to refine spirit-raising pills? But the spirit grasses in the storage are already here. If you are willing to wait for a few days, I can mobilize the 100 Herb Hall in other places and let them transport the spirit grasses here. I will decide to increase the price by 10%. What do you think? Hai Dafu carefully suggested. Ning Chi thought for a moment and said, thank you, Senior Hai. It's a pleasure working with you. Ha ha ha, it's a pleasure working with you. Hai Dafu enthusiastically took Ning Chi's hand and shook it vigorously. After Ning Chi left, he immediately ordered his men to bring his handwritten letter to the 100 Herb Hall in various places to gather spirit grasses. Today, Ning Chi sold him 83 spirit-raising pills, which was enough to open a small auction. With an excited mood, Hai Dafu ordered his men to start preparing for the auction. If I can win him over, the patriarch will definitely look at me in a different light. Hai Dafu thought happily. Back at the inn, Ning Chi immediately began to refine spirit-raising pills, maintaining a 100% success rate. When he refined 117 pills, the system sounded. Congratulations to the host for reaching 1,000 alchemy proficiency and being promoted to a second-stage alchemist. He was a second-stage alchemist. Ning Qi smiled happily. After becoming a second-stage alchemist, the speed of alchemy was not only several times faster, but he could also refine some higher-grade pills, such as the yellow-level mid-grade spirit-raising pill, which required a second-stage alchemist to be qualified to refine. Ning Qi entered the dragon-slaying mall to check and found the yellow-level mid-grade spirit-raising pill option, which required 200 dragon-slaying coins. Ning Qi thought about it and decided to buy it. 200 dragon-slaying coins were deducted, and the refining method of the yellow-level mid-grade spirit-raising pill appeared in his mind again. After dozens of failures, he successfully refined the first yellow-level mid-grade spirit-raising pill. Proficiency increased by 6 points. Half a day later, 117 yellow-level low-grade spirit-raising pills and 110 yellow-level mid-grade spirit-raising pills were neatly placed in front of him. If someone saw them, they would definitely not be able to resist snatching them. Just the yellow-level mid-grade spirit-raising pill was selling for 5 dragon-slaying coins in the dragon-slaying mall. This was equivalent to more than 500 dragon-slaying coins. Putting away the pills, Ning Qi released Little Purple. The current Little Purple was already 3 times bigger than before, faintly having some of the power of the purple lightning bird, but it still did not have the self-awareness of a 5th-stage demonic beast. Once it appeared, it acted like a spoiled child to Ning Qi, asking for the spirit-raising pill. "Ja, ja." Little Purple flapped its wings with all its might, opening its mouth wide. Ning Qi kept feeling that it was scolding him, so he gently patted its head, and a yellow-level mid-grade spirit-raising pill appeared in his hand. Little Purple cried out in surprise and immediately swallowed it. Ning Qi noticed that after Little Purple ate the yellow-level mid-grade spirit-raising pill, its aura was visibly improving. "I'll give you another one." "One more." Chapter 48. Zhonglong and Zhao Hu. Looks like it has left its infancy stage and entered its youth stage. A youth stage purple lightning bird is equivalent to a Didosher. TSK, its level is even higher than my master. Ning Qi happily caressed Little Violet's feathers. After advancing, Little Violet immediately opened its mouth, as if saying, "I want more." Ning Qi was not stingy. He wished that Little Purple could directly reach adulthood. Then, with such a mid-level 5th-rank purple lightning bird as a mount, what was there to be afraid of? Little Purple could directly slap them to death. After Little Violet ate about 30 middle-grade yellow-level spirit nurturing pills, its body once again emitted a purple light. When the purple light disappeared, its body had grown quite a bit. A day later, all the middle-grade yellow-level spirit nurturing pills that Ning Qi refined were all in Little Violet's stomach. At this time, Little Violet's wings were 5 meters wide when it spread out. Thinking of Hai Defu saying that he was going to gather spirit herbs from other places, Ning Qi was not in a hurry to go to 100 Herb Hall. Instead, he went around to inquire about the whereabouts of the skeleton bandits. Everyone had an expression of extreme hatred for the skeleton bandits. Once the skeleton bandits were mentioned, they would immediately be able to list dozens of crimes that they had committed. Each time they robbed, they would not leave anyone alive. However, due to their secretive movements, they would come and go without a trace. There was even a Dowang who wanted to kill them. However, they seemed to have received news in advance and hid. After that Dowang left, they once again began to commit evil. Conclusion: normal people would find it hard to find their whereabouts. Looks like I have to set a trap for them. Got it. Ning Qi's face revealed a confident smile. He knew what to use to lure the skeleton bandits. After 7 or 8 days, Ning Qi estimated that the spirit herbs were ready. He once again came to 100 Herb Hall. After Hai Defu saw Ning Qi, he said with a face full of happiness, "Little brother, you are finally here. This old man has been waiting for so long." This time he held an auction for the spirit nurturing pills. He directly auctioned off 83 spirit-nurturing pills and sold them for a sky-high price, a whole 3 million silver. He alone earned 300,000 silver. So when he saw Ningqi, it was as if he saw his parents. The spirit herbs are ready. Little brother, how many spirit-nurturing pills do you have this time? Haidafu said expectantly. Last time, Ningqi bought 260 sets of spirit herbs, so there should be 260 pills, right? 117, Ningqi said. When Haidafu heard this, he was a little disappointed, but in the blink of an eye, this was also very normal. Perhaps Ningqi was able to take out 83 spirit-raising pills last time because he had stored spirit grass? Otherwise, 100% success rate would be too heaven-defying. Thinking of this, Haidafu immediately said, "My 100 herb haul will take them all. You still want the spiritual herbs, right? Let me count. A total of 402 sets of spirit grass." Ningqi said, "Senior Hai, how many spirit grasses did you gather?" Haidafu was slightly startled and said, "I have mobilized 10 spirit grasses, a total of around 800. Don't worry, I have already sent the news to the capital. Once eldest miss receives the news, she will definitely personally escort countless spirit grasses over. At that time, I will introduce little brother to our eldest Mississippi." Ningqi said, "Eldest miss? Is it Lulu?" Haidafu was taken aback. "Little brother knows our eldest miss?" Ningqi said, "When I was in the capital, I also sold some fighting weapons and medicinal pills to Lulu. We can be considered acquaintances." "Ha ha ha, that's great." Haidafu was overjoyed. If Lulu knew Ningqi, then it would be much easier to recruit him into 100 herb hull. Thinking of this, Haidafu continued, "I see that little brother is so young, but your attainments in alchemy are already unfathomable. May I ask which family in the capital are you from?" Ningqi smiled slightly. "The Champion Marquis Mansion, but I have already separated from the family and live on my own." "What? Little brother, is that Dragon Slayer Dosher?" Haidafu thought of the rumors from some time ago and had already guessed Ningqi's identity. He was shocked. "Dragon Slayer Dosher should be referring to me." Ningqi touched his nose, then said, "Let's not talk about that. Let's first talk about the business in front of us. If Senior Hai trusts me, then give me all the spiritual herbs. When the time comes, I will refine the spirit-raising pill. Then we will settle the bill together, saving us the trouble of running around." Hearing this, Haidafu patted his chest. "No problem. This old man absolutely trusts little brother. Actually, I have a special place for alchemists to live. If little brother doesn't mind, you can stay here. It will be much more convenient." "Then many thanks, Senior Hai." Ningqi nodded. Haidafu was overjoyed. He felt that his relationship with Ningqi had taken another step forward. Next, Ningqi went to the inn and brought the little white horse to the small courtyard that Haidafu had specially prepared for him. Inside there was a bedroom, an alchemist, a garden, everything needed. Haidafu brought along 2-9, started Dosher, and walked over. Before he arrived, his voice rang out, "Little brother, these two are the guards that I have specially prepared for you. They are responsible for your safety. Zhanglong and Zhao Hu. Why haven't you greeted Grandmaster Ning? He is an existence that is not inferior to those three." The 2-9-star Great Dosher did not look down on Ningqi because of his cultivation, because Haidafu had already told them that Ningqi was an alchemist grandmaster. Furthermore, he wasn't a greenhorn, but an existence that could refine spirit-raising pill. When the two heard this, they were immediately overjoyed and did not resist becoming Ningqi's guards. Instead, they were very grateful to Haidafu for giving them this opportunity. To be able to follow an alchemist, it was a great help to raise their cultivation. Not to mention the deeper ones, at the very least, the most basic cultivation resources would be 5 to 6 times more than others. Zhanglong and Zhao Hu greet Grandmaster Ning. The two immediately knelt down and greeted. This isn't too good, right? Ning Qi first suspected that they were spies sent by Hai Defu to monitor him. But seeing the happy expressions of Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, it didn't seem like it. Hai Dafu stepped forward and pulled Ning Qi's arm, affectionately saying, "Brother Ning, don't decline. It is their fortune to be able to follow you. Actually, I already know about your situation in the capital. The Champion Marquis's residence does not value you, not even giving a dignified alchemist a few guards. My 100 Herb Hall is different. We have always viewed alchemists as important guests. We will not mistreat alchemists. Moreover, Zhang Long and Zhao, who are not greedy, 10 spirit-raising pills a month is enough. 10 pills. Not only was it not expensive, but it was also very cheap. Ning Qi only needed to spend an hour to refine 10 spirit-nourishing pills in exchange for 2 9-star guards. Although their strength was lower than Ning Qi's, the mansion in the capital still needed a few guards. Thinking this way, Ning Qi nodded and said, "Okay, I will accept you. Get up." "Thank you, Grandmaster Ning." Chapter 49. Refining pills crazily only, then did Ning Qi carefully size up their appearances. Zhang Long was very handsome and was about 40 years old. Zhao, who was about the same age as him, and looked a little rough. His eyes were round as if he was staring at others at all times. It was not bad to be a door god. "Brother Ning, I won't disturb you any more." Hai Dafu smiled and left. Ning Qi entered the alchemy room. Zhang Long and Zhao, who stood at the door, looking around vigilantly. Not far away, the little white horse that was leisurely chewing grass in the garden looked up at the two from time to time, a trace of disdain flashing in its eyes. Alchemy room. This time, Haidefu gave Ning Qi a total of 850 sets of spiritual herbs, 402 of which were Ning Qi's. The rest would be settled later. Ning Qi's current speed of refining mid-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pills was about 10 pills in an hour. These 800 sets of spiritual herbs would take 3 days and 3 nights to refine. Ning Qi refined day and night, but he didn't feel tired at all. 1 pill was 6 proficiency points. After he refined all 850 pills, including the ones from before, his proficiency points had reached 5,900 points. As long as it reached 10,000 proficiency points, he could advance to rank 3 alchemist. Outside the alchemy room. "It's been 3 days. Master Ning still hasn't come out." Zhang Long's face had a trace of worry. Zhao, who said indifferently, "Alchemists are all like this. I've heard that some alchemists go into seclusion for a year to refine peerless divine pills." At this moment, the door opened slowly. The two hurriedly bowed, "Master Ning." Ning Qi smiled and nodded, throwing each of them a porcelain bottle. Each bottle has 5 mid-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pills. Consider it your salary for this month. 5, no. Zhao, who was a little impatient. When he was about to question Ning Qi, he suddenly froze. Ning Qi seemed to have said mid-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pills. "Thank you, Master Ning." Zhang Long was very excited. 5 mid-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pills. This value far exceeded 10 low-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pills. Ning Qi's generosity was really unexpected. Ning Qi smiled. "You've been guarding for 3 days. You should go rest." "No, we're not tired," the two of them said in unison. "But I'm tired of you following me. Let's go. There shouldn't be any blind thieves in 100 Herb Hall's territory," Ning Qi said. Zhao, who still wanted to say something, but Zhang Long pulled him back and said to Ning Qi, "Grandmaster Ning is right. In that case, the two of us will go rest first." "All right, go ahead." Ning Qi waved his hand. After the two of them left, Ning Qi walked up to the little white horse. As if it knew it was going to receive some benefits, the little white horse immediately went up and snorted affectionately, licking Ning Qi's face with its tongue. "You're pretty smart." Ning Qi laughed. With a flip of his palm, a middle-grade, yellow-ranked spirit-raising pill appeared in his palm. The little white horse immediately lowered its head and used its tongue to roll the pill into its stomach. It was different from the purple electric bird. The purple electric bird itself was a fifth-order monster, but it was still underage, so it could withstand many spirit-raising pills. The little white horse only ate one middle-grade, yellow-ranked spirit-raising pill and immediately became excited. It ran around the garden as if it had endless energy. Ningqi knew that it was using this method to digest the medicinal power of the pill. After about 2 hours, the little white horse finally calmed down. At this time, the blue fur on its hooves turned from blue to dark blue. The white fur on its body became brighter, and its muscles became more robust. Its body also grew a bit. Ningqi glanced at its attributes. It had become Level 1 Boss Monster Beast, Wind-Chasing Horse. It actually rose 2 levels in a row, from mid-grade to high-level and elite, becoming a Boss Monster Beast. It had to be said that the effects of this spirit-raising pill were too powerful. Previously, Ningqi had envied the 9th Prince Qingying's horse, a Tier 3 boss-rank demonic beast, the Wind Chaser horse. Now his own little white horse was not far from becoming a Tier 3 boss-ranked demonic beast. After the little white horse successfully advanced, it trotted happily beside Ningqi, as if showing off its agile body. Then it cheekily neighed at Ningqi, its mouth wide open. Ningqi fed it 2 more spirit-raising pills. Only then did the little white horse go to the side to digest the pills. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Ningqi chuckled and released Little Purple. 800 middle-grade, yellow-ranked spirit-raising pills. I don't believe that I can't feed you until you reach adulthood. Chuck, chuck. Little Purple excitedly pounced towards the spirit-raising pills. The next day, when Zhonglong and Zhao Hu found out that Ningqi was feeding the little white horse with spirit-raising pills, the 2 of them were deeply shocked. They finally understood why the stupid horse would look at them strangely from time to time during those 3 days. So that's why. Then they saw Little Purple eat spirit-raising pills from a bowl as if it was eating jelly beans. From time to time, it would wave its wings to chase away the little white horse that wanted to freeload. Only then did they understand how extravagant an alchemist was. If only I could become his demonic beast. How great would that be? The 2 of them had the same thought at the same time. You're here. Come with me to 100 Herb Hall. Ningqi smiled. Yes. The 2 of them nodded. Little Purple, don't bully the little white horse. You're the big brother. You have to give it some leeway, understand? Ningqi reminded Little Purple so that the little white horse would not be harmed by it while he was away. Little Purple nodded obediently. However, after Ningqi and the other 2 left, it immediately flew to the little white horse's head and spread its huge wings. The little white horse seemed to feel danger and quickly ran away. However, its speed was not as fast as Little Purple. It was directly caught by Little Purple in midair and then thrown down. Fortunately, the little white horse had eaten a lot of spirit-raising pills these 2 days and was now a lower second rank demonic beast. Otherwise, it would have died after falling a few times. Little Purple played tirelessly. You still want to snatch food from my bowl? I'll let you know how powerful I am. When Ningqi arrived at 100 Herb Hall and saw Hai Dafu, he directly asked, Mid-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pills. How much is Senior Hai buying them? What, mid-grade yellow level? Hai Dafu was shocked. Seeing that there was no surprise in Zhonglong and Zhao Hu's eyes, he immediately knew that these 2 must have seen it before. Brother Ning, don't tease me. Did you really refine a middle-grade, yellow-level spirit-raising pill? Hai Dafu still had some disbelief in his eyes. Ningqi directly took out one and handed it to Hai Dafu. Senior Hai, seeing is believing. Is it true? It's true. It's true. That's great. Hai Dafu held the middle-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pill and shouted excitedly. Looking at his careful manner, It was as if he was holding an earth-level pill. How much is it worth? Chapter 50. An auction high, Defu pondered for a moment and said, "Let's make it 100,000 for one pill. I can make 20 to 30,000 if I sell it. Although it's not much different from a low-grade, yellow-level spirit-raising pill, it's rare and can attract a lot of people to come here. When the time comes, I can hold an auction and make a few million won't be a problem. It's also good for me to make a name for myself." Ningqi liked his straightforwardness, so he smiled and said, "Then these 36 pieces will be the payment for the spiritual herbs from before. I'll give you another 100 pieces to help me auction. Same rules, convert them into spiritual herbs. Even if one pill was sold for 100,000 silver, it would still be 10 million silver, which was equivalent to 1,250 sets of herbs. With this, Ningqi could start his previous plan. Good. Thank you, Brother Ning. I've received news that Miss is already on her way with the herbs. She'll be here in a few days." Hai Dafu was overjoyed because the spirit grasses stored here had already been given to Ningqi, and the subsequent spirit grasses hadn't arrived yet. He didn't have any spirit grasses to exchange with Ningqi for mid-grade, yellow-ranked spirit-raising dawn, so he could only auction the 36 spirit-raising dawn. However, he didn't expect that Ningqi would give him a credit of 100 mid-grade, yellow-ranked spirit-raising dawn to be auctioned first. This made Hai Dafu overjoyed. Although he couldn't make money, he could still make a name for the auction. "You're welcome. When the auction starts, please let me know. Maybe there's something I want to buy." Ningqi smiled. Hai Dafu patted his chest. "Brother Ning, don't worry. I'll reserve the most luxurious room for you." "Thank you very much." "You're welcome." The 100 Herb Hall of Dancing Sun County sent out an announcement. In half a month, a grand auction will be held. At that time, 36 mid-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pills will be auctioned separately. 100 mid-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pills will be auctioned together. Once this news came out, it immediately caused a commotion among the rich families. When they confirmed the authenticity of this news, they immediately gathered their funds and decided to buy the 100 mid-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pills no matter what. Most of these rich families raised demonic beasts. They knew the value of spirit-raising pills better than the average person. 100 mid-grade yellow-level spirit-raising pills was enough to let a rank 4 demonic beast advance to rank 5. This was a Douling transforming into a Douwang. Therefore, even the clans that didn't rear demonic beasts were ambitious enough to make sufficient preparations to obtain these 100 spirit-raising pills. Feng City, 100 Herb Hall. When Zhuo heard the news from his subordinate, he raged. "What? That old fellow Hai Dafu actually has a middle-grade, yellow-level spirit-raising pill for auction. Hongbai City, 100 Herb Hall. I heard that Hai Dafu got his hands on more than 100 yellow-level, mid-grade spirit-raising pills. Send someone to check if he recruited a new alchemist." Such a similar scene took place in the 100 Herb Halls of all the major cities. The conversations were similar, and in the end they all decided to go to the Dancing Sun County to find out the truth. All of them had the same goal, and that was to snatch this channel from Hai Dafu's hands for their own use. A total of more than 700 middle-grade, yellow-level spirit cultivation pills were eaten by Little Purple in batches during this half a month. At the same time, there were 7 or 8 times when it was shrouded in purple light. The last time the purple light did not dissipate even after 2 days and 2 nights. Ningqi had no choice but to put it back into the demonic pet space. At this time, a system notification sounded. Host's demonic pet, Purple Lightning Bird, is in a state of transformation. Progress 1%. Transformation. Ningqi was overjoyed. This was the sign that it was about to reach adulthood. Once Little Purple reached adulthood, he would have a King Dou's right-hand man. In his excitement, he threw the rest of the spirit-raising pills into the little white horse's mouth. The little white horse had been impatient for a long time. It had watched its enemy eat so many spirit-raising pills, but it could only eat 2 or 3. The horse's face revealed a hidden bitterness. Now that it had eaten more than 10 pills in one go, it was finally happy and galloped around the garden. Zhang Long and Zhao, who stood behind Ning Qi, looking at the little white horse with envy. Ning Qi rode the little white horse, which was already a lower rank 3 demonic beast, towards the 100 Herb Hall. Zhang Long and Zhao, who followed beside him, vigilantly observing their surroundings. In the eyes of outsiders, Ning Qi was the son of a noble family, riding a rank 3 demonic beast and being escorted by a didosher. This kind of attitude had already surpassed the limelight of most of the noble families in the Dancing Sun County. The 100 Herb Hall. Elder Hai, this time you are in the limelight. Can you tell us where you got the middle-grade Huang spirit-raising pills? My Chun family has prepared a large sum of money this time. We are determined to get it. Why don't you spend some effort on the 36 spirit-raising pills? What a joke. Your Qin family is rich, but my Ouyang family is not. What is your Ouyang family? You are just a branch of the Ouyang family in the capital. Everyone, no need to quarrel. This time, the middle-grade Huang spirit-raising pills are sufficient. I am sure that everyone will not return disappointed. Haidefu smiled. In front of him stood the elders and attendants sent by various noble families. They had come specifically for the spirit-raising pills. As he asked the servants to lead them into the auction hall, he looked out the door. Finally, a group of luxurious carriages stopped outside the 100 Herb Hall. Lulu and a middle-aged, beautiful woman walked out of the carriage together. Behind the two of them, there were at least 20 larger and taller carriages. A strange fragrance slowly drifted out from them. When the crowd saw this scene, they could not help but stand still and carefully look at the two of them. When they discovered the aura of the middle-aged, beautiful woman, they were shocked. King of Dou! Haidefu hurriedly went up to greet them. Eldest miss, beautiful lady. Lulu was dressed in purple today. A few strands of hair covered her oval face, making her look valiant and formidable. She smiled at Haidefu. Elder Hai, thank you for your hard work. Haidefu hurriedly said, Not at all, not at all. Could it be the young master of the 100 Herb Hall? She actually came all the way from the capital. Although the value of 100 middle-grade Huang spirit-raising pills is high, it is not enough to send the young master, right? I am afraid there is more to it than meets the eye. At this time, the various noble families all came forward to greet Lulu. She smiled and greeted them one by one. She was generous and decent, not neglecting anyone. Countless young disciples were attracted by Lulu's temperament. Under the recommendation of the adults, they introduced themselves to Lulu, hoping to leave a good impression. Suddenly, they realized that Lulu's gaze had shifted away from the crowd and was looking towards the street. Everyone followed Lulu's gaze and looked over, only to see an ordinary-looking young man with an extremely sharp aura riding a rank 3 demonic beast, wind-chasing horse slowly approaching. Behind him were 2 9-star didosher, the 2 brothers Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Isn't that the head guard of the 100 Herb Hall, second only to Haidefu? Why is he following this guy? Chapter 51. Consecrated Alchemist the Sun Clan had also sent a 1-star Douling to participate in the auction this time around. Sun Hong was the same as everyone else, sucking up to Lulu, hoping to get familiar with him so that it would be easier for him to do things in the capital in the future. However, he did not expect to meet Ning Qi here. A few seconds later, he immediately recognized that Ning Qi was the murderer of Sun Danning. A murderous aura was revealed in his eyes as he suddenly attacked Ning Qi. Everyone was confused by this sudden turn of events. What kind of show was this? How dare you? Zhang Long and Zhao, who shouted angrily. They leaped forward and stood in front of Ning Qi, blocking Sun Hong's palm, strike together. Then they took 2 steps back with pale faces. How dare you? Hai Dafu was shocked and angry at the same time. He never thought that someone would suddenly want to kill Ningqi. He roared and slapped Sun Hong's back. Sun Hong didn't expect that someone would sneak attack him from behind and was directly hit by Hai Dafu's palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood and turned to look at Hai Dafu in panic. "Why did you do this?" The young disciples that Sun Hong brought were stunned by this scene and quickly ran in front of Sun Hong to protect him. Hai Dafu said angrily, "Sun Hong, you attacked and killed our 100 Herb Hall's VIP for no reason. If you don't give us an explanation today, you don't need to leave Wuyang County." "What? Your 100 Herb Hall's VIP? Do you know that this person not only killed our alchemist Sun Danning, but also hundreds of our disciples?" Sun Hong glared at Hai Dafu. He killed the Sun Clan's alchemist? This young man really has guts. This is a grudge that won't end until one of us dies. This is going to be a good show. Let's see if 100 Herb Hall will protect their VIP. Hai Dafu was slightly surprised and looked at Ningqi with questioning eyes. Ningqi slowly nodded. Hai Dafu immediately sighed in his heart. How did they form such a grudge? An alchemist was the core of a clan, and the future heir of the clan. The Sun Clan would definitely not let this go. Hai Dafu looked at Lulu and Mei Gu with an ugly expression. Lulu smiled and walked past the Sun Clan towards Ningqi. "Mr. Ning, long time no see." Ningqi jumped off the horse and said with a smile, "Miss Lulu, thank you for bringing the spiritual herbs here." Lulu smiled and said, "Elder Hai has already told me. This time I've brought over 5,000 sets of spiritual herbs, which should be more than enough for young Master Ning to use. I didn't expect young Master Ning to really be an alchemy grandmaster. Back in the capital, you kept it from me so badly. If I had known earlier, I would have asked young Master Ning to refine a batch of yellow-level mid-grade spirit-raising pills, and I wouldn't have come all the way here." Ningqi smiled and said, "I didn't mean to hide it." Lulu smiled. "I understand. The auction is about to begin. Let's go in." Yes. The conversation between the two of them was neither loud nor soft. However, everyone here was either a Doling or a Dedosher. Even the weakest among them was a Dosher. Therefore, they could hear everything clearly. "This person is actually an alchemy grandmaster. No wonder Miss Lu came personally. So that's how it is. I finally know why Hai Dafu had so many yellow-level spirit-raising pills." Judging from young Master Lulu's tone, this yellow-level mid-grade spirit-raising pill was also refined by him? How amazing! In our Qin Tang Empire, the only alchemy grandmaster who knows how to refine yellow-level mid-grade spirit-raising pills is that Shengguan Qianjun of the royal family, right? The faces of Sun Hong and the rest turned pale in an instant. Ningqi was actually an alchemist. He was the one who refined the yellow-level mid-grade spirit-raising pills. This level far surpassed Sun Danning's. The one who died in the Sun Clan was an alchemist, but the one who killed him was an alchemy grandmaster. The difference between the two isn't just a little bit. With the protection of 100 Herb Hall, the Sun Clan probably won't be able to take revenge this time. Everyone looked at Sun Hong and the rest with pity and entered 100 Herb Hall one after another. Sun Hong stood up from the ground. "Elder Sun, are you all right?" A few of the Sun Clan disciples asked with concern. Sun Hong waved his hand with a pale face. He said, "I didn't think that things would turn out this way. We won't be participating in this auction. We'll go back and report to the clan master." In the auction hall, Ningqi and Lulu entered the only luxurious private room high up. The little white horse, Zhonglong, and Zhao Hu also entered. Originally, the two of them had planned to hold onto the little white horse and wait outside. But Lulu said that since they wanted to protect Ningqi, they should not leave his side. With Ningqi's agreement, the two of them entered. After the auction began, battle weapons and pills were all snatched up by the crowd under the introduction of the lotus flower conveyance auctioneer. None of these items piqued Ning Qi's interest. Seeing this, Lu smiled and said, "Young Master Ning, I would like to invite young Master Ning to be a consecrated alchemist of 100 Herb Hall. What does young Master Ning think?" Zhang Long and Zhao, who secretly clicked their tongues. 100 Herb Hall only had 10 consecrated alchemists, and one of them was one of the 3 great alchemy grandmasters of the Qin Tang Empire. There were no less than 1,000 alchemists in the Qin Tang Empire, but less than 1 in 100 would be chosen by 100 Herb Hall to be consecrated. This was enough to show Ning Qi's value. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. "I don't like to be restrained. Consecrated, we can still work together, just like old brother Hai and I. Isn't it great to work together?" Lu smiled and did not give up. She continued to persuade him. "Young Master Ning, actually becoming a consecrated alchemist of 100 Herb Hall will not be restrained at all. We won't force you to refine any pills. It will only be a request, and you can reject it. We respect every consecrated alchemist. Our only request is that we, 100 Herb Hall, have the priority to purchase the pills refined by the consecrated alchemist. Apart from this, 100 Herb Hall is also responsible for protecting the consecrated alchemist. For example, I can ask Aunt May to mediate the enmity between young Master Ning and the Sun family." As she spoke, she glanced at the beautiful woman beside her. This beautiful woman looked to be in her 30s, but her skin was extremely delicate and fair. In Ning Qi's eyes, she was definitely one of those flirtatious women. If this was on Earth, with his personality, he would have already flirted with her. It was just that the other party's attribute was a 4-star Doang, so he had no choice but to look straight at her. Lu's conditions seemed to be very tempting. He didn't have to pay anything to obtain the protection of 100 Herb Hall. This was what he currently lacked. Lu saw that Ning Qi's face showed a hint of interest, and she immediately struck while the iron was hot. Furthermore, our 100 Herb Hall provides consecrated alchemists with a monthly stipend of 1 million taels. Consecrated alchemists can also purchase spiritual herbs, pills, and weapons at a 20% discount. Ning Qi had no interest in a monthly stipend of 1 million taels, but the 20% discount on spiritual herbs was indeed tempting. After some thought, Ning Qi nodded and extended his hand, saying, "Deal." Chapter 52. Demon Pet Contract. A trace of displeasure appeared on Aunt May's face, but seeing that there was no evil in Ning Qi's eyes, she felt a little strange. What country's etiquette was this, so impetuous? Shyness flashed across Lu's face. Many years of training had made her used to keeping her composure. She smiled and said, "Congratulations, young Master Ning. No, I'll call you Ning Qi." Ning Qi said, "Just call me by my name. It sounds more comfortable." "Ning Qi, that's fine." Lu didn't argue and nodded. At this time, the auction entered a white-hot state. 36 middle-grade, yellow-level spirit-raising pills were being fought over, and the last one was sold for a high price of 130,000 taels. Seeing this, Ning Qi looked forward to the price of the next 100 spirit-raising pills. Everyone, these 36 middle-grade, yellow-level spirit-raising pills have been auctioned off. Next, a rank 3 demon pet contract. This opportunity doesn't come again. With the middle-grade, yellow-level spirit-raising pills, it won't be difficult to cultivate a rank 4 demon beast. A simple parchment appeared in the hands of the auctioneer. Behind the scenes, Haidafu's mouth revealed a trace of a proud smile. This was intentional, placing the demon pet contract in the middle before and after the spirit-raising pills could promote the price increase. This was a commercial tactic. This was a skill he had learned from years of experience. Lu nodded with satisfaction and said, "Elder Hai is good. Let's see if we can transfer him back to the capital." Putting him in the Dancing Sun County is a waste. Aunt May nodded, slightly in agreement. Rank 3 demon pet contract. Ning Chi suddenly became spirited. The dragon-slaying mall sold a rank 3 demon pet contract for 700 dragon-slaying coins. It was simply treacherous. Now that there was a chance to buy a demon pet contract, he had to take it no matter what. The starting price is 5,000 taels of gold. The lowest increase is 500 taels of gold. Everyone please bid. The auctioneer said 6,000 taels, 6,500 taels, 7,000 taels, 10,000 taels, 10,000 taels once, 10,000 taels twice. The bidder was Ouyang Xingtian, a local tyrant of the Dancing Sun County. His face revealed a trace of a proud smile. His Ouyang family had already won 13 middle-grade, yellow-level spirit-raising pills. It could be said to be an impressive result. If they were able to continuously obtain this demon pet contract and the 100 yellow-rank spirit-raising pills, the Ouyang clan strength would receive an enormous increase. His confidence was not without reason. As far as he knew, there were dozens of great clans here. There was no shortage of demon beasts and demon pets in the family. They would never waste money on this for the sake of the spirit-raising pill. Therefore, it was a good deal for him. This price was 500 gold taels lower than the market price. The expression on Hai Dafu's face was very unsightly. He underestimated the influence of the middle-grade, yellow-rank raising spirit pill, which led to the demon pet contract not achieving the desired effect. Just as the auctioneer was about to call out for the 3rd time, Ning Chi called out, 10,500 gold taels. Brother Ning is truly a good friend. Hai Dafu was delighted. Ouyang Xingtian, who had a centipede-like scar on his face from his left eyebrow to his right chin, looked fiercely at the seats in the box. Thinking of Ning Chi's identity, he hesitated for a moment before saying, 11,000 taels of gold. 12,000 gold taels. You. Ouyang Xingtian coldly snorted and gave up bidding. The 3rd-rank demon pet contract was bought by Ning Chi for 2 million silver taels. With a 20% discount, the actual cost was 960,000 silver taels. He had just become a respected alchemist, and he had already enjoyed the benefits. Go and send the demon pet contract to Master Ning. Hai Dafu ordered. The silver taels have not yet entered the account. His men hesitated. If I tell you to go, then go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Master Ning still has 100 middle-grade, yellow-rank raising spirit pills to be auctioned here. Are you afraid that he will run away? Hai Dafu lectured. Yes, yes. I will go now. He came to the luxury box with the demon pet contract. When he saw that Lulu was also there, he was shocked and quickly saluted respectfully. Elder Hai asked me to send the demon pet contract to Master Ning. Zhang Long stepped forward to take it. Ning Chi smiled and said thank you. With a flick of his hand, a low-grade, yellow-rank, raising, spirit pill fell into the man's hand. He looked down and was overjoyed. He thanked him profusely and left the box. Ning Chi found that low-grade, yellow-rank, raising spirit pill was more convenient than silver taels. The key was that it was high, so he kept a few dozen as pocket money. Seeing the ecstatic expression on the others' faces when he gave out one as a reward, it reminded him of the time when he was on Earth, when his subordinates surrounded him and gave him a share of the money. They were all extremely flattering to their boss. 25,000 silver taels were rewarded, just like that. Ning Chi, you are really extravagant. Even Lulu could not help but sigh. Ning Chi's move also indirectly showed his strength. Even an ordinary alchemist master would not dare to say that he could be so generous. If Lulu knew that Ning Chi's success rate in alchemy was 100%, she would not be so surprised. Next, Ning Chi directly used the demon pet contract on the little white horse. It naturally would not resist, and smoothly became one of Ning Chi's demon pets. 2 of the 3 pet positions had been used by Ningqi, leaving only 1 empty position. If he wanted to expand it in the future, he would need to buy it from the Dragon Slayer Mall. 1 pet position for 1,500 Dragon Slayer coins. How treacherous. You used the demon pet contract on the Wind Chaser horse. Lu felt that she really could not see through Ningqi. Although the Wind Chaser horse was also a rank 3 demonic beast, its combat ability was even worse than a rank 2 demonic beast. Because horses understood human nature, most people would directly get on the horse and leave. They would not be willing to take the extra step of using the demon pet contract on it. Ningqi asked curiously, "Is there anything wrong with using it on the Wind Chaser horse?" Lu smiled and said, "As long as you are happy." Next, it is the highlight of this auction. 100 mid-grade yellow rank raising spirit pills. The starting price is 100,000 gold taels. Each bid must not be less than 5,000 gold taels. The auctioneer uncovered the red cloth on the stage in front of him, and 10 porcelain bottles were neatly arranged. The scene instantly became lively. Many rich families who had not bid before increased their bids, one after another. 110,000 gold taels. 115,000 gold taels. 120,000 gold taels. Ouyang Xingtian looked around and suddenly stood up and said, 150,000 gold taels. This price immediately made everyone frown. Some families only brought 140,000 gold taels this time, so they could only leave the auction dejectedly. Chapter 53. The Skeleton Bandit Leader. Your Ouyang clan is so powerful, but I am not afraid. The man who spoke was 9 feet tall with long arms, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a small beard. He looked like he was in his 30s and was already a 3-star fighting spirit. It's the young master of the Tuoba clan. General Tuoba has a lot of troops and is one of the top figures in the Wuyang County. Naturally, he would not be afraid of the Ouyang clan. Ouyang Xing'an said coldly, "Tuoba Han, if you want to bid, then go ahead. I want to see if your Tuoba clan or my Ouyang clan has more money." Tuoba Han sneered, 160,000 gold. Ouyang Xingtian sneered, 170,000 gold. The other clans were much weaker than these 2 clans in terms of power. Even if they could afford it, they did not want to compete anymore. It seemed like they would not be able to stop bidding without 200,000 gold. Ningqi curiously looked at Tuoba Han. Skeleton Bandit Leader. Tuoba Han rank. 3-star fighting spirit martial arts. Top grade mysterious class ice spell martial arts. Top grade mysterious class cold ray 9 flash. Ningqi's eyes revealed a hint of joy as he asked Zhonglong, "Who is this?" Zhonglong looked at the direction Ningqi was pointing at and immediately said, "He is the son of General Tuoba. General Tuoba is the great general of the Wuyang County, a 5-star king fighter." No wonder even a king fighter could not catch the skeleton bandit. It turned out that the skeleton bandit was a king fighter. Ningqi smiled and already had a plan in his mind. At this moment, Ouyang Xingtian had already raised the price to 210,000 gold. Tuoba Han sneered and gave up, and the spirit-raising pill was taken by the Ouyang clan. This meant that Ningqi had a total of 21 million silver. With a 20% discount, he would be able to buy 3,280 portions. It was almost 3 times more than the previous estimate of 150 portions. Tuoba Han, you better prepare more silver next time. Only then can you compete with my Ouyang clan. Ouyang Xingtian smiled proudly. Tuoba Han smiled as a bright light flashed in his eyes. This place is filled with bandits. I hope that your journey back to the Ouyang clan will be smooth. If you meet the skeleton bandits, be careful not to lose your life. Ouyang Xingtian's face slightly changed. You don't need to worry about this. The skeleton bandits hide their heads and show their tails. If they dare to appear, My Ouyang family can annihilate them. Unlike your Tuoba family, you can't catch them even with a large number of troops. It's really shameful." Tuoba Han sneered, "I hope so." At this moment, Ning Chi walked past the two and suddenly turned to Lulu, saying, "Miss Lulu, I have a batch of precious elixirs shipped back to the capital in half a month's time. Get someone to prepare them and come out to receive me." Lulu nodded, "All right, but I have something to do, so I have to go first. Why don't I leave a few guards for you?" Ning Chi shook his head. "There's no need. We won't be too conspicuous if we travel light. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu are enough." Lulu said, "Then young Master Ning, please be careful on your way." While the two were talking, they passed by Tuoba Han and Ouyang Xingtian. Ning Chi even smiled and nodded at the two. Ouyang Xingtian looked at Ning Chi's back and smiled. This Master Ning might want to refine another batch of spirit-raising pills. "Tuoba Han, I'll see you in the capital next time." "He right." Tuoba Han looked at Ning Chi's back and smiled. "Congratulations, Brother Ning. Your spirit-raising pills can be exchanged for a total of 2,625 sets of spiritual herbs. I'll get someone to pack them up for you." "Hi," Dafu greeted Ning Chi and Lulu with a face full of pride. Lulu smiled. "Elder Hai, you're wrong about this." Hai Dafu was slightly stunned and couldn't react in time. He didn't know that Ning Chi had become 100 Herb Hall's alchemist and could get a 20% discount. After Lulu finished explaining, he was ecstatic. Ning Chi becoming 100 Herb Hall's alchemist was also a credit to him. His promotion was probably not far away. Let me count again. It's a total of 3,280 sets of spiritual herbs. After Haidafu calculated the number, he immediately went to pack the spiritual herbs himself. Not long after, Ning Chi returned to his courtyard with the spiritual herbs. After he left, Lulu looked at Aunt May. "Aunt May, Ning Chi purposely asked me to cooperate with him. What's the meaning behind those words? Why can't I figure it out? This kid is smart and weird. Maybe he just wanted to attract your attention." Lulu blushed. "Aunt May, you're making fun of me again." Back in the courtyard, Ning Chi went straight to the alchemy room while Zhang Long and Zhao Hu stood guard outside. "I'll be refining pills for a long time this time. You guys can take turns to guard." Ning Chi instructed. "Yes, master." Zhang Long and Zhao Hu answered. "Leader, Ouyang Xingtian is so arrogant. We must teach him a lesson this time." "No need. Let him go for now. I have a better target. Send someone to watch that alchemist. Be careful not to be discovered." "Yes." Sun Zesher, who had failed to find Ning Chi, returned to the Sun family with an ashen face. He bumped into Sun Hong at the door and immediately said, "Master, I have Ning Chi's whereabouts." Sun Zesher immediately said, "Where is this kid?" Sun Hong's face was a little ugly. "He's in Dancing Sun County." Dancing Sun County. Sun Zesher wanted to soar into the sky, but Sun Hong hurriedly stopped him. "Master, don't be anxious. There's a change in the situation. This kid is actually an alchemist grandmaster. He can refine middle-grade, yellow-level spirit-raising pills. The young master of 100 Herb Hall, Lulu, is also acquainted with him. Alchemist grandmaster? 100 Herb Hall?" The change in the situation was indeed out of Sun Zesher's expectations. "Master, why don't we ask the old master and see his attitude?" Sun Hong cautiously suggested. Sun Zesher came to a small courtyard that no one dared to approach without permission. "Father," he bowed outside. "Come in." An old voice came from inside the courtyard. Walking into the courtyard, a white-haired old man in a green robe was sitting in the pavilion. He said without turning his head, "The murderer of the great power, did you get his head back?" A trace of shame flashed across Sun Zesher's face. "I'm useless." "What? You're a king fighter, and you can't do anything to a master fighter?" The old man slowly turned around. a trace of hidden anger on his indifferent face. This kid is now in Dancing Sun County. He's an alchemist grandmaster who can refine middle-grade, yellow-level spirit-raising pills. He's a good friend of the 100 Herb, Hall's young master. That's why I'm here to ask Father. Sun Zisher said respectfully. 100 Herb Hall is a branch of the 100 Herb sect in our Qin Tang Empire. If we offend the 100 Herb sect, our Sun family naturally won't stand a chance. However, what are you afraid of? Bring him to me with his head, the old man said coldly. Chapter 54. Counter ambush. While the Sun family was plotting against Ning Qi, Huang Fufei gathered all his trusted subordinates in the capital. Go and find out about Huangfu Juesha immediately. If you see Ning Qi, kill him. Huang Fufei said coldly. Yes. The 5 Dou Ling replied in unison. After they left, Huang Fufei was confused. Juesha is a 1-star Dou Ling, and his Gale Blade technique is at the 5th level. Why is there no news of him? He had waited for more than 3 months. He thought that he would see Huangfu Juesha return with Ning Qi's head. Not only Ning Qi, but even Huangfu Juesha himself was nowhere to be seen. Could it be Grandfather Ning? A trace of suspicion flashed in Huang Fufei's eyes. He had already investigated the situation of the masters in the Ning mansion. The champion marquis was in the capital. 3rd Master Ning was in that brat Ning Qi's mansion, and only the old Ning master was in the mansion. He wasn't sure whether or not the old Ning master was in the mansion. No matter what, those who offend me, Huang Fufei, must die. He laughed coldly. Half a month passed. Ning Qi walked out of the alchemy room in high spirits. Zhang Long and Zhao were shocked. They had heard that alchemists used up a lot of energy during alchemy. But why was Ning Qi so energetic after half a month of non-stop alchemy? Host, Ning Qi level, peak Dosher experience, 0/5000000, 980,000 remaining. Martial skills, Dragon Elephant Prajna Art level 3, 384/10,000 martial skills. Dragon Subduing Palms level 3, 4567/10,000 alchemy. Rank 3 Alchemist Proficiency, 15580/1000000 health points. 12350 Dragon Slayer coins. 1,000 after becoming a rank 3 alchemist. Ning Qi had the right to refine upper yellow class spirit-raising pills. However, the pill recipe was sold for 2,000 Dragon Slayer coins in the Dragon Slayer Mall, which was 10 times more expensive than middle-grade pills. Ning Qi wanted to keep the 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins to summon Li Macho to kill the skeleton pirate leader. Therefore, he could only buy it when he had more Dragon Slayer coins. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, come closer. Ning Qi waved his hand. The two were puzzled for a moment. Then they walked to Ning Qi's side and lowered their heads. Ning Qi whispered something into their ears, and they nodded and left the courtyard. There's movement. It's that alchemist's bodyguard, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Follow me. I'll keep an eye on him. Yes. Not long after, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu returned with a horse carriage. Then they moved boxes after boxes into the courtyard. What did they buy? Pill bottle. Quick, report to the leader, General Tuoba's mansion. A pique de Dosher kneeled in front of Tuoba Han and said in a low voice, Young master, Ning Qi sent Zhang Long and Zhao Hu out to purchase many pill bottles today. Tuoba Han smiled, stood up, and said, Tell our brothers that we have a big deal this time. Yes. Not long after, groups of soldiers from General Tuoba's mansion left the city under various pretenses. They then hid in the forest and blocked all the paths. Then they took off their clothes on the spot and burned them to ashes. Afterward, they changed into black clothes and took out a skull mask from their waist and wore it. After that, this group of people were like corpses, lying in ambush without a sound. They did not even notice a mouse passing by them. Move these back to the horse carriage. Ning Qi pointed at the empty bottles and said, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu saw that Ning Qi did not put any pills into the bottles. Although they were confused, they did not dare to ask too much and carried the empty bottles back to the horse carriage. After that, Ning Qi rode out of the courtyard on his little white horse. He called out to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Then the two of them followed behind Ning Qi and headed out of the city. After traveling for about 300 miles, there were fewer people in the city. Ning Qi leisurely rode on his little white horse. His eyes looked around and his mouth mumbled something. 1, 2, 3, 35. In the hidden forest, many eye-catching health bars appeared in Ning Qi's vision. 100 pique de douceur. The Tuoba family embezzled public funds and plundered everywhere to cultivate so many experts. Ning Qi secretly clicked his tongue. Even in the champion Marquis's mansion, he only knew about 20 pique de douceur. Compared to the skeleton robbers, they were extremely inferior. However, this group of people's superb concealment skills were like a joke in Ning Qi's eyes. Suddenly, Ning Qi signaled the little white horse to stop. "I'm tired. Let's take a rest here," Ning Qi said. Tired after only 300 miles? That shouldn't be the case. Zhang Long and Zhao, who were confused. They suddenly felt that Ning Qi seemed to be very profound today. Seeing that the prey had stopped a few hundred meters away from the trap, Tuoba Han, who was wearing the skull mask, sneered. He made a gesture, and his underlings immediately swarmed toward Ning Qi. In an instant, they surrounded Ning Qi and the others. Skeleton robbers, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were shocked. Zhao Hu immediately roared, "Master Ning, you go first. Zhang Long and I will block them." A trace of determination flashed in Zhang Long's eyes. However, he still wanted to try and see if he could save his life from the skeleton robbers. He said, "Everyone, my 100 herb hall and your skeleton robbers have always minded our own business. What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? Hee hee." The crowd parted to form a small path. Tuoba Han walked in with a smile. Behind the mask was a pair of greedy and vicious eyes. "Hand over all the pills. If I am in a good mood, I may let you go." Ning Qi laughed. "Tuoba Han, I don't know if you are in a good mood. I only know that I am in a good mood." The moment the 3 words Tuoba Han came out, Zhang Long and Zhao, whose eyes were filled with shock. They looked at each other doubtfully. The aura of the other skeleton robbers changed. It was obvious that these 3 words had shocked them. The expression under Tuoba Han's mask became extremely twisted. How did this kid know my true identity? Then did he purposely lure me out this time? Thinking up to this point, Tuoba Han looked around vigilantly, realizing that there was no one else lying in ambush aside from Ning Qi and the other 2. His heart immediately calmed down. He coldly stared at Ning Qi with a murderous intent in his eyes. "I don't know what you are talking about, but I am in a bad mood right now. So kill them." Following his order, his men silently rushed toward Ning Qi and the other 2. Among them, Tuoba Han used all his strength. Cold Ray 9 flashes. 9 beams of light shot out from his hand. Upon closer inspection, there were 9 flying daggers. They were wrapped in a thick purple doqi. The speed of the flying daggers was very fast and carried a murderous aura. Chapter 55. 1 against 100 Li Macho looked at Tuoba Han coldly. She could feel that the opponent this time was very strong. The way she appeared was very strange. Tuoba Han thought to himself that there was indeed an ambush. He then waved his hand, and the 9 flying knives shot into the sky and returned to his hand. "To be able to block my chilling flash 9, not bad. Unfortunately, you will die today," Tuoba said coldly. "Crimson, Serpent Fairy, I'll leave him to you." Ning Qi laughed loudly and put the little white horse back into the demon pet space. He then rushed towards the skeleton pirates who were besieging Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. 18 dragon, subduing palms. Die. Ning Qi suddenly threw out a couple of palm strikes. Those piques de douceur were caught off guard and were sent flying by Ningqi, Zhanglong, and Zhao, who immediately felt much more relaxed. Grandmaster Ning is actually this strong. They had always thought that other than being an alchemist, Ningqi was merely a pique douceur. However, looking at the might of Ningqi's attack, he was even more terrifying than them. Don't just stand there. The Dragon Slayer's saber appeared in Ningqi's hand. He immediately used it to cut a skeleton bandit that was charging towards him into two halves. Then he reminded Zhanglong and Zhao Hu. The two of them recovered from their shock, and their morale was greatly boosted. With Ningqi helping them from time to time, the skeleton bandits were at a disadvantage. 10 or so corpses were left behind, all of which had been killed by Ningqi. At that moment, Ningqi's experience points had already exceeded 1 million. Occasionally, there would be a notification of a gambling gift pack appearing, but Ningqi would ignore it for the time being. 1 minute. Ningqi secretly calculated the time in his mind. He took some time to look at the battle between Limacho and Tuobahan. The two of them were equally matched. Tuobahan's martial arts and martial skills were of a higher rank, which was just enough to match Limacho, who had a different kind of doqi. She could only exist for 5 minutes. Therefore, Ningqi needed to finish off these piques de douceur as soon as possible. With the incomparably ferocious 18 dragons subduing palms and the shockingly sharp dragon slaying treasured blade, Ningqi was just like a war god. He either seriously injured each of the piques de douceur who charged at him or hacked them to death with one blow. No one was a match for him. His dough weapon is too powerful. Just what kind of palm technique is that? A dignified pique de douceur was actually seriously injured by one palm. The faces of the skeleton bandits that were hidden under their masks were filled with shock, confusion, and panic. 3 minutes. The other side had about 60 people left, and Zhanglong and Zhao who were already injured. At this time, the skeleton bandits did not dare to rashly advance. A dozen of them attacked Limacho, while the rest only surrounded her. Not good. Their IQ has gone online. Ningqi had a bad feeling about this. We survived. Zhanglong and Zhao, who looked at each other and saw the excitement and joy in each other's eyes. Don't celebrate too early. Ningqi sighed and took the initiative to charge towards the skeleton bandits. However, they immediately retreated and did not dare to fight Ningqi head-on. Ningqi immediately cursed, "Cowards!" After that, he charged towards Limacho. At this time, Limacho was being surrounded by more than 10 piques de douceurs. She went from being on par with Tuobahan to being at a disadvantage. A few wounds had already appeared on her body. If it wasn't for the fact that her soul-freezing silver needles were on par with Tuobahan's cold Ray-9 flashes, Limacho would have died. She would have been riddled with holes long ago. Crimson, Serpent Fairy, let me help you. I will hold Tuobahan back while you kill his subordinates. Ningqi roared and slashed at Tuobahan with the Dragon Slayer saber. Limacho took the opportunity and waved her horsetail whisk. The silver needles with ice soul doqi instantly pierced into the throats of the skeleton bandits, killing them instantly. Then, she used her qing gong and rushed towards the other skeleton bandits. Ningqi, I never thought that a mere pique de douceur like you would have such terrifying strength. Since you want to die, then I will send you to hell to meet the king of hell. Tuobahan looked at Ningqi with eyes filled with anger. He had led the skeleton bandits to run amok in the Dancing Sun County for many years, and he had never suffered such a heavy loss like today. All of this was because of the guy in front of him. He must tear him into pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. Have a taste of my Dragon Slayer saber. Have a taste of my 18 subduing dragon palms. Ningqi's defense was exposed. He pressed forward with an indomitable spirit and attacked Tuobahan with the aura of sacrificing himself for justice. Die. Tuobahan dodged and dodged Ningqi's Dragon Slayer saber. However, he was hit by the 18 subduing dragon palms. At the same time, he ruthlessly punched Ning Chi's chest. Then he looked at Ning Chi with a cold smile, waiting for him to die. No dosher could take a punch from him and not die. Even a peak dosher with a different kind of do-chi would be useless. However, the result shocked Tuobahan. Ning Chi did not die. He was still full of energy and continued to attack him. How is this possible? Tuobahan frowned and then waved his hand. 9 cold flashes! 9 flying daggers flew towards Ning Chi at an extremely fast speed. Ning Chi brandished the dragon salyer, directly chopping 3 of them into pieces, sending 3 flying. The remaining 3 directly shot into his body, piercing through his body, bringing with it 3 beautiful flowers of blood. -2,000. -2,000. -2,000. The 3 flying daggers took away 6,000 of Ning Chi's health. In addition to the punch he received earlier, Ning Chi's health had reached an extremely dangerous level. However, with a smile on his face, he casually took out an Earth-tier mid-grade rejuvenation pill and threw it into his mouth. His health was instantly restored to full. The 3 wounds on his body were also determined by the system to be completely healed. Not even a trace of it could be seen. Pills. Alchemists are indeed the worst to mess with. Tuobahan was shocked. He knew that he had to finish this battle quickly. Otherwise, his subordinates would be slaughtered by that woman. Moreover, if he dragged it out for too long, other passers-by would find out. When that time came, his enemies would hear the news and come over. He was afraid that his life would be in danger. With that thought in mind, he roared and retrieved the 6 flying daggers. He then shot them towards Ning Chi. At the same time, he rushed forward, wanting to smash Ning Chi's head with 1 punch. This way, Ning Chi would not be able to take the pills. However, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Although he could heavily injure Ning Chi again and again, he could not stop him from taking the pills and standing up again and again. When Ning Chi's health was hit for the 4th time, there were no more skeleton bandits around Li Macho. At this time, she only had a short 10 seconds left. Crimson Serpent Fairy, come and help me, Ning Chi roared. Li Macho used her Qing Gong and arrived behind Tuobahan in 2 seconds. 5 poison divine palm. A layer of green light appeared on her palm, and an unpleasant smell rose. Tuobahan could not dodge at this time. He could only backhandedly hit Li Macho. If Li Macho did not dodge, this palm would hit her heart, and it would be fatal. Are you really not going to dodge? Chapter 56. Green mist struck Li Macho's face instantly turned pale. She then turned into a purple mist and disappeared. Summon Li Macho is dead. Tuobahan fell to the ground with severe injuries. The poison had spread throughout his body, invading his internal organs. You killed the Scarlet Serpent deity? Ning Chi was furious. Ha! Tuobahan let out a cold laugh. I'll make a deal with you. If you let me go, I promise that my father will not hunt you down. He took off his mask and revealed his true face. Since you know my true identity, you should know how powerful my father is. Even if you are an alchemist, the 100 Herb Hall cannot protect you. Do you think they can send a king of fighters by your side every day? Ning Chi heard this and laughed. I don't care if there is 1 more king of fighters. I will kill every one of them. Go to hell. He slashed towards Tuobahan's neck. Tuobahan's meridians were invaded by the 5 poisons and could not move. He could only watch as the Dragon Slayer's saber fell towards his neck. However, at this moment, a purple chi shot out and hit Ning Chi's Dragon Slayer saber. The huge force cracked Ning Chi's hand, and the Dragon Slayer's saber flew out. Who? There were 2 figures standing in the sky. When they landed, Ning Chi looked at one of them with surprise. Zhantai Qingxian, why are you here? What is the meaning of this? Zhantai Qingxian was also a bit surprised. Mr. Ning? It's you? She then looked at the corpses on the ground and the severely injured Tuobahan. Shock flashed through her eyes. Beside her stood a young man who was 9 feet tall. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and black hair that reached his waist. He looked to be in his 30s, but the aura he exuded made Ning Qi feel oppressed. Green Mist Sect, Lu Suifeng Grade, 1-star king of fighters martial arts. Earth low-grade Dark North mental cultivation method martial arts. Earth low-grade rock swallows the sun health points. 13,000. When Lu Suifeng saw that the two of them knew each other, he frowned. Then he said to Ning Qi, "Since you know Junior, Sister Qingxian, you should leave first. We have been looking for the skeleton thief for a long time. Let Junior, Sister, bring his head to the sect to hand in the mission. We will not take a single cent of the reward from the government. You can have it all." Zhantai Qingxian smiled. In her opinion, Ning Qi would agree. Unexpectedly, Ning Qi shook his head with a bitter smile. "If it was anyone else, I would have given in. However, the skeleton bandit leader is very important to me. I must kill him with my own hands and then hand his head over to the authorities. Therefore, forgive me for not complying." Zhantai Qingxian frowned slightly. A trace of disdain flashed in Lu Suifeng's eyes. In his opinion, Ning Qi only wanted to bargain, but who was he? As a 1-star Doang and the most talented disciple of the Green Mist Sect, how could he be threatened by others? Therefore, Lu Suifeng coldly opened his mouth and said, "If you do not leave, I will beat you until you leave." When Tuoba Han saw this, a trace of hope flashed in his eyes. "Yes, let's drag it out like this. If we drag it out for a little longer, maybe his father will get the news and come to save us." On the other side, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu ran behind Ning Qi and looked at Lu Suifeng and Zhantai Qingxian with vigilance. "Beat me until I leave? You two are disciples of the Green Mist Sect. You can't be so unreasonable, right? I was the one who eliminated all the skeleton bandits and severely injured him. How can it be your turn?" Ning Qi was so angry that he laughed. He then looked at Zhantai Qingxian. "Miss Qingxian, I can see that you are not an unreasonable person. Why don't you say something fair?" Zhantai Qingxian opened her mouth slightly. She then thought of the mission reward in the sect and immediately shut her mouth. She turned her head slightly and did not look at Ning Qi directly. However, her intention was clear. She was determined to take Tuoba Han's head. Ning Qi revealed a mocking smile. In the next moment, he struck a palm towards Tuoba Han. This was his advancement mission. He had to complete it no matter what. Humph. Lu Suifeng let out a cold snort and appeared in front of Ning Qi in a flash. He struck Ning Qi's chest with his palm, and Ning Qi was sent flying dozens of meters away. He landed heavily on the ground and rolled over a dozen times. His health, which was full, was instantly depleted. The other party did not want to beat him until he left. They wanted to kill him. This was too lawless. Ning Qi felt that he was very unreasonable, but he met a guy who was even more overbearing than him. Master Ning. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were shocked and ran towards Ning Qi. At this moment, Ning Qi had already stood up shakily and waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Seeing that Ning Qi was not dead, Lu Suifeng's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He then said to Zhantai Qingxian, "Junior sister, chop off his head and return to the sect to submit the mission." Zhantai Qingxian nodded and appeared in front of Tuoba Han in the next moment. There was a long sword in her hand, and a green, heterogeneous fighting energy erupted instantly. "Don't kill me." Tuoba Han's face under the mask revealed a trace of horror. Thud. His head fell from his shoulder and rolled a meter away. The mask fell to the side, revealing his unwilling face. Perhaps he did not expect that this mission, which was very simple in his eyes, would cost him his life. Ning Qi stared blankly at Tuoba Han's head. The system notification sounded. "Host's advancement mission has failed. The difficulty of the next advancement mission has been increased by 1 level. Host, Please go to the Wind Dragon Cave that is 3,000 miles away from here within 3 months and kill the rank 4 boss class demonic beast, Illusion Winged Dragon, that has been there for many years and has eaten countless people. Once the mission time is up, if the mission is not completed, the difficulty will be increased again. Damn it! Damn it! Ning Qi roared angrily and looked at Lu Sui Feng with eyes full of killing intent. Why? You want to kill me? Lu Sui Feng revealed a mocking smile. You are welcome to find me at the Green Mist Sect at any time. After saying that, he directly pulled Jantai Qingxian and flew away. Ning Qi looked at Lu Sui Feng's back and roared, Wash your neck and wait for me at the Green Mist Sect. Little Purple's transformation progress was only at 8%. Otherwise, how could Lu Sui Feng be so arrogant? Master Ning, the Green Mist Sect is a sect that is stronger than our Qin Tang Empire, Zhao Hu said in a low voice. Ning Qi sneered and looked at him. Why? You don't believe that I can take his life? Follow me well, and you will see it one day. Zhao Hu laughed awkwardly. Zhang Long quickly said, Actually, this ending is not bad. Many people have lost their lives when they encountered the skeleton bandits. Didn't you see that I called out his name? I purposely set a trap to kill Tuobahan. Being killed by a bastard, I am so angry. Ning Qi, who had always been calm and collected in front of the two of them, cursed in exasperation today. However, the two of them didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Instead, they thought that Ning Qi was easier to get close to like this, especially Zhao Hu. As he listened to Ning Qi's string of classic curses, he couldn't help but silently recite them in his heart. Let's go! Ning Qi released the little white horse from the demonic pet space and rode it away. Chapter 57. Towards the Wind Dragon Cave. Coincidentally, there were 2 horses in the carriage. The 2 of them rode 1 horse each and followed Ning Qi towards the Wind Dragon Cave. Zhao, who was puzzled. Master Ning, that is the direction to the capital. Ning Qi, don't go to the capital. Go to the Wind Dragon Cave. What? Wind Dragon Cave? Zhang Long was startled, and he reminded. The Wind Dragon Cave has a rank 4 demon beast, Illusion Winged Dragon. Although it is not a real dragon, it is a half-dragon demon beast born from a dragon and a divine wind bat. This Illusion Winged Dragon is not only innately good at illusion techniques, it is also very bloodthirsty. People who approach its territory will be sucked dry of their blood essence. Every year, the nearby towns and cities have to offer a large number of livestock as tribute to ensure that the Illusion Winged Dragon does not kill at will. I know. Ning Qi nodded. Then he continued. Now we are going to kill this Illusion Winged Dragon for the sake of the people and give them a clear sky. What? Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were shocked. After killing the skeleton robbers, he became enemies with a King Do from the Green Mist Sect. And now he was going to kill the Illusion Winged Dragon? This was an existence far stronger than the skeleton robbers. They felt that they could not keep up with Ning Qi's thinking. Are you afraid? If you are afraid, you can leave, I don't blame you. Ning Qi smiled. Zhao Hu blurted out, I am not afraid of the skeleton robbers. Why would I be afraid of a beast? Master Ning, don't worry. Since we are following you, we will follow you to the end. Zhang Long slowly nodded. Seeing the 2 of them like this, Ning Qi's face showed a trace of a smile. At this moment, he began to check the betting gift packs that the group of skeleton bandits had given him. Ning Qi had killed a total of 33 skeleton bandits, with the strength of a pique de dosher. This was equivalent to 33 rank 3 boss demonic beasts. The probability of a betting gift pack dropping was 3 to 4 times higher than usual. Therefore, his system stored a total of 10 gambling gift bags. Ning Qi opened 10 gambling gift bags in a row. Among them, 3 were thank you for participating, and the other 7 got something. They were Low Mystic Ranked Doe Weapon Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon Saber, Low Mystic Ranked Dough Weapon, Heavenly Silkworm Armor, Low Mystic Ranked Dough Weapon, Earth Fire Rod, and 4 bottles of yellow level top grade Chi Gathering Pills. Each bottle contained 12 pills, for a total of 48 pills. Among them, the Heavenly Silkworm Armor increased his HP by 250. Ning Chi could finally swap out the upper, yellow-grade Power Bear leather armor. With an additional 150 HP, Ning Chi's HP reached 12,500, which was better than nothing. After changing out of the Strength Bear leather armor, Ning Chi glanced at Zhang Long and Zhao Hu and said, "I have a defensive upper Huang Teardo weapon. Who wants it?" "Ah, give it to Zhang Long. My skin is thick, and I can take a beating." Zhao Hu was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed in surprise. Defensive dough weapons were different from offensive dough weapons. Due to the limitations of materials and refining methods, they rarely appeared on the market. Even if someone were to exchange a Mystic ranked offensive dough weapon for a yellow ranked defensive dough weapon, it was not rare. Ning Chi casually threw the Strength Bear leather armor to Zhang Long. Because the system made the Strength Bear leather armor according to Ning Chi's body size, and Zhang Long's body size was similar to Ning Chi's, it was quite fitting. He immediately tore off his shirt and put on the Strength Bear leather armor. He cupped his hands towards Ning Chi and said, "Thank you, Grandmaster Ning. Zhang Long, you use the blade. Xiao Hu, you use the rod. I just happen to have 2 lower Mystic ranked dough weapons that are more suitable for you. You guys got lucky." Ning Chi casually waved his hand. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu only saw a blur before they saw a blade and a rod flying towards them. After they caught them, the two were overjoyed and couldn't bear to part with them. They used yellow level blade and rod. Now that they had obtained 2 lower Mystic ranked dough weapons, how could they not be overjoyed? The blade was 4 feet long and the rod was 9 feet long. Where did Grandmaster Ning hide such big things? Why didn't they discover it before? The two were very puzzled, but they also admired Ning Chi's methods. "Let's test their power." Ning Chi laughed. Zhang Long shouted and leaped from the back of his horse. With a slash of his saber, his dark red douchi passed through the crouching tiger, hidden dragon saber, and transformed into a huge dragon and a fierce tiger, howling as they pounced forward. Boom! A boulder on the side of the road was blasted into dust. "Good blade." Zhang Long's face revealed a hint of surprise. He had only used 30% of his douchi, but he had created a power that would normally require 50% of his douchi. Zhao, whose desire to show off was stronger than Zhang Long's, seeing that there was a big tree in front of him, he laughed and flew in front of the tree. He used a rod technique to hit the innocent tree. His ground fire rod instantly emitted a ball of red earth fire. In a few breaths of time, the earth fire rod had ignited the tree. After a dozen breaths of time, it was burned to ashes. The power of this earth fire is too terrifying. It almost became a deviant flame. Zhang Long was dumbfounded. Zhao, who also did not expect the ground fire rod to be so strong. Ning Chi laughed and said, "It is just a natural counter. Earth fire counters wood. If you let it hit a rock, its power may not be stronger than your crouching tiger, hidden dragon saber. So this saber is called Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon Saber." When Zhang Long heard this name, he liked it even more. Wasn't he and Zhao Hu a dragon and a tiger? They were too compatible. Thinking of this, Zhang Long wanted to thank Ning Chi again. Ning Chi waved his hand with some disdain. "You are good at everything except for being long-winded. Learn from Zhao Hu." "Yes." Zhang Long laughed dryly. Following that, Ning Chi gave them a big surprise. "These are 2 bottles of yellow top grade Chi gathering pills. Each of you take 1 bottle. Even if you cannot become a Douling, you can still advance to the peak of Dedosher." Ning Chi threw a bottle of pills to each of them. 1 yellow top grade Chi gathering pill could give Ning Chi 2,000 experience points. It was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. Eating all 48 pills would give him over 100,000 experience points. However, Ningqi had no use for the experience points, and 100,000 experience points did not have any substantial use. Therefore, he took out 2 bottles of pills and gave them to Zhonglong and Zhaohu. He wanted to nurture them and see if they could become Douling, otherwise, a pique de dos sure would be fine. At least they could be of some help when killing the illusion winged dragon. Yellow top, grade, qi gathering pill? Zhonglong and Zhao were rendered speechless by this pleasant surprise. They opened the cork and took a whiff. An alluring fragrance immediately wafted out. This fragrance was indeed the qi gathering pill. Looking at the intensity of the fragrance, it was undoubtedly yellow top grade. Zhonglong and Zhao, who thanked Grandmaster Ning. The 2 were so excited that they kneeled down and paid their respects. This was a yellow top grade qi gathering pill. Like the spirit-raising pill, it was a priceless item. It was not something that the 2 of them could buy. To be able to obtain such a qi gathering pill, it was usually the son of a rich family, or the son of a government official. How could it be the turn of 2 loose cultivators? Chapter 58. You don't deserve to know, Master Ning. Even my father didn't treat me this well back then. Zhao, whose eyes were red. Come on, get up. I don't have a son as old as you. Ningqi rolled his eyes at him and stopped him from continuing, so that he wouldn't get goosebumps. You guys eat quickly and break through. When the time comes, you will have a higher chance of killing the illusion winged dragon. Ningqi said. The 2 nodded and immediately took out a pill and swallowed it. Half a month later, Zhonglong and Zhao, who had advanced from 9-star Great Dosher to Peak Great Dosher. However, to advance to Douling, not only did they need to accumulate Do Qi, they also needed to have enough comprehension. The Wind Dragon Cave is in front. 800 miles in front of the 3 of them, there was a towering mountain peak. Halfway up the mountain, a pitch-black cave entrance appeared in front of everyone. Ningqi could even see a pile of white bones at the entrance of the cave, but he didn't know whether they belonged to a demon beast or a human. Other than the 3 of them, there were other groups hiding nearby, and there was at least 1 Douling among them. It seemed that they had the same goal as Ningqi, to kill the illusion winged dragon. This time I can't fail again. If I get killed by someone else, the system might arrange for me to kill a real dragon in my next advancement mission. When Little Purple finished its transformation, the system might ask Ningqi to kill a 6th-order giant dragon if it was included in its calculations. Master Ning, why don't we find a few groups to join in? This way, we can work together and have a higher chance of killing the illusion winged dragon. Zhonglong suggested. Ningqi shook his head. Let's see what happens first. At this time, a few groups of Douling had already approached within 50 miles of the Wind Dragon Cave. Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the dark cave entrance. A brown, ugly, bat-like demon beast that looked like a combination of a bat and a giant dragon suddenly rushed to the cave entrance. It used the claws on its wings to grab the edge of the cave entrance. It stretched out its body and looked around fiercely, as if it was looking for something. The group of Douling were so scared that they did not even dare to breathe. They exchanged glances with each other. A Douling shouted at the illusion winged dragon from a faraway mountain peak. The illusion winged dragon let out an angry roar as it leaped up and flapped its wings towards the Douling. The Douling quickly turned around and hid in the forest, preparing to use the terrain to restrain the illusion winged dragon. Immediately after, a Douling crawled into the illusion winged dragon's cave at an extremely fast speed. Ningqi could clearly see that he was holding an incomparably gorgeous flower in his hand. It was definitely not a courtship with the illusion winged dragon. Could it be poison flower? Trap? Interesting. A smile appeared on Ningqi's face. Who is it? Zhonglong and Zhao, who abruptly turned around and looked at the newcomer. Unknowingly, for fellows had appeared behind them. There were 3 men and 1 woman. The woman did not look very old and had a pretty appearance. However, there was a scar on her neck that ruined her appearance. Otherwise, she would be considered as one of the best in Ningqi's eyes. The other 3 men were an old man in his 50s and 2 middle-aged men in their 30s and 40s. Other than the old man, who was a 1-star Doling, the other 2 men were an 8-star Didosher and a 7-star Didosher. On the other hand, the girl was at the peak of the Didosher level like Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. The old man smiled and said, "I see that the 3 of you have just arrived and should not have a team to cooperate with. Why don't you join us? When the time comes to kill the illusion winged dragon, we can take care of each other and get some benefits." Ningqi smiled and said, "May I know how to address you?" The old man smiled and said, "I am Han Tianqi. These 3 are my nephews, Han Suo, Han Tai, and my granddaughter, Han Weiwei." The 8-star Didosher cupped his hands together and said, "I am Han Tai." The 7-star Didosher cupped his hands together and said, "I am Han Suo." The girl smiled and said, "Han Weiwei, what do you think? Do you want to join us?" Ningqi smiled and said, "I am Ningqi, and the 2 of them are Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Since Grandfather Han does not mind, let us cooperate." "Good. With the 3 of you joining us, we can rely on each other in the Wind Dragon Cave." Han Tianqi laughed and said. Ningqi asked, "Grandfather Han, what is the meaning of the actions of this group of Doling?" Han Tianqi said, "They are the children of the various large clans in this area. Their relatives have died in the mouth of this illusion winged dragon. Therefore, they have joined forces to kill the illusion winged dragon. It has already been 3 years. The outside world calls them the dragon-slaying team. What you saw just now was the leader of the dragon-slaying team. He personally sent the musk flower into the illusion winged dragon's cave. If the illusion winged dragon smells the scent of the musk flower, its illusion will not work. At that time, the chance of killing it will increase by another level." "I see." Ningqi nodded. At this time, the illusion winged dragon did not catch the human who provoked it and flew back into the wind dragon cave in frustration. For the musk flower to work, it needs a day and a night. "We will wait here." Han Tianqi said, "Weiwei, you are here." A few young men walked over. One of them had a surprised look on his face. This person was about 7 feet tall, with a white face and red lips. He was very handsome and was a 3-star Didosher. At this age, with this level of cultivation, his aptitude was not bad. Ning Yen was the son of the champion marquis and was about the same age as him, but was only a 1-star Didosher. From this, it could be seen that there was a reason why the champion marquis's residence had declined. The younger generation could not keep up with the pace of the other clans. Han Weiwei seemed to hate this person and coldly responded with an N. Han Suo and Han Tai's eyes showed undisguised disgust. Seeing Han Weiwei's indifference, Yu Shiji's face immediately turned ugly. When his eyes swept across Ningqi and the other 2, his eyes became cold. "These 3 are—" Ningqi ignored him. So Zhang Long and Zhao, who naturally ignored him. "My young master asked you a question. Did you hear him?" A middle-aged follower behind you, Shiji shouted. This person's cultivation was around that of an 8-star Didosher, and the other 3 followers' cultivation were between 8 and 9 stars. Zhao, who immediately glared at him. "Who does your young master think he is? Grandmaster Ning can talk to whoever he wants. Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhang Long was silent, but he took a step forward. The 2-peaked Didosher's aura instantly crushed towards Yu Shiji and the others. Yu Shiji was furious. At this time, Han Tianqi smiled and stood in the middle, suppressing the aura of both sides. He then spoke to Yu Shiji. "Nephew Yu, don't be so angry. These 3 are my friends." Yu Shiji coldly laughed. "Since you are Grandfather Han's friends, You are also my friends. May I know how to address you? Ningqi smiled. Chapter 59. Illusion Wind-Winged Dragon Buffed. Han Weiwei laughed out loud. I don't deserve to know. Ha ha ha. Yu Shiji laughed in anger. To think that there are people in the Wind Dragon Cave that I, Yu Shiji, do not deserve to know. What a joke. I see that these two are peak Dadoshers and should be here to kill the illusion Wind-Winged Dragon. What about you? You are just a Dosher. Why are you here? Zhao, who was furious and was about to attack when Zhonglong stopped him and coldly said to Yu Shiji, get lost. Otherwise, you will definitely die here today. Fine, I want to see how you will kill me. Yu Shiji coldly laughed. His 4 attendants stepped forward and shielded him behind them. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, Han Tianqi bitterly laughed. If you fight here, you will be discovered by the illusion Wind-Winged Dragon. When that time comes, forget about it. Even the dragon-slaying team will not let you off for ruining their plans. Fear flashed in Yu Shiji's eyes when he said the words dragon-slaying team. If not for the illusion Wind-Winged Dragon, Ningqi would have long since asked Zhonglong and Zhao who to treat this guy to a beating. However, for the advancement mission he could only endure. He gave the two a look, indicating that they should not be meddlesome. Grandfather Han, I will also join you. When the time comes when the dragon-slaying team takes action, we will be able to benefit from it. Yu Shiji said. Han Weiwei repeatedly gave Han Tianqi a few looks, indicating that he should not agree. However, Han Tianqi thought of the big picture and hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's fine. 5 Dadoshers would also be a great help. Grandfather, Han Weiwei said unhappily. Han Tianqi glanced at her and ignored her, leaving her to sulk at one side. After Han Tianqi agreed to let him join the team, Yu Shiji kept trying to please Han Weiwei. Han Weiwei, on the other hand, only responded to him with a few words. Ningqi sat cross-legged, his eyes staring at the Wind Dragon Cave, never leaving it. The nearby teams also had a tacit understanding and did not make any noise. Everyone was waiting for tomorrow, waiting for the effects of the musk flower to take effect. At that time, under the leadership of the dragon-slaying team, they would lure the illusion Wind-Winged Dragon out and kill it. If he could casually obtain a small part of the illusion Wind-Winged Dragon's body, such as its bones and skin, they would all be excellent refining materials, especially the illusion Wind-Winged Dragon skin. It could be used to refine defensive dough tools. In addition to these, there was another deadly thing that attracted them. These were the treasures that the illusion Wind-Winged Dragon had been storing all these years. Like a huge dragon, it had the habit of collecting things. It was likely that the dough weapons left behind by those Douling and Dosher that it had killed were all hidden deep within the Wind Dragon Cave. Weiwei, after we kill the illusion Wind-Winged Dragon this time, I'll use its skin to make a leather armor for you. Yu Shiji smiled. Han Weiwei laughed coldly in her heart, but she replied, Then I shall thank young Master Yu in advance. We've known each other for so long. Why are you still being so polite with me? Just call me Shijia. Yu Shiji smiled. Zhao, who sneered coldly, shameless. What did you say? Yu Shiji abruptly turned his head and coldly looked at Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu yawned and doubtfully said, Ah? What did I say just now? Maybe I was talking in my sleep. Hee, sleep-talking. Yu Shiji coldly laughed and said in his heart, These 3 fellows are too annoying. I have to find a chance to finish them off. Only then can I resolve the hatred in my heart. Thinking of this, Yu Shiji's eyes slightly narrowed. When his 4 followers saw this expression, they knew that someone else was going to suffer. The next day, an angry roar suddenly came from the Wind Dragon Cave. It should be that the illusion Wind-Winged Dragon realized that it had fallen into a trap and temporarily lost the ability to create illusions. It rushed out of the Wind Dragon Cave, its sharp eyes sweeping around. Shoot! Kill this evil dragon. Following the angry roar, the dragon-slaying team, which was formed by 12 Douling, pulled the big bows in their hands. One by one, the upper Xian level dragon slaying bows were pulled to the fullest. Xiu! 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 The powerful bows and arrows shot toward the illusion wind-winged dragon like lightning. This is the dragon-slaying bow. The power of pulling it to the fullest is equivalent to a 9-star Douling's full power attack. Han Tianqi said excitedly. Han Tai and Han Sua looked at the dragon-slaying bows, their eyes revealing a look of envy. At this time, the illusion wind-winged dragon realized that it was being ambushed. Its reaction was extremely fast, and it wanted to hide into the wind dragon cave. However, the speed of the bows and arrows was even faster and blocked its movement. With a pop sound, one of its wings was pierced by the bow and arrow. It immediately lost its balance and fell to the ground. Just as it was about to land heavily on the ground, a strong wind attacked, lifting it once again into the air. This is another ability of the illusion wind-winged dragon. It can control wind do-chi. Everyone continue shooting. Shoot it down. The leader of the dragon-slaying team shouted and once again pulled the dragon-slaying bow to the fullest. One by one, the bows and arrows shot toward the illusion wind-winged dragon with a piercing sound. At this time, the others had already taken out their prepared bows and arrows. In an instant, the illusion wind-winged dragon was surrounded by a rain of arrows. Roar! It flapped its wings, and many of the arrows were directly reflected by the wind do-chi it controlled. Immediately, a few miserable screams came from the ground. A few do-shers were careless and were nailed to the ground by their own arrows. You bunch of damned ants! It was not an orthodox dragon, so the human voice it emitted was very strange. However, everyone could roughly understand it. Illusion wind-winged dragon, you are full of evil. Today is the day you die. As a member of the half-dragon race, do you dare to come down and fight with us head-on? The leader of the dragon-slaying team provoked. Damn it! The illusion wind-winged dragon had already accumulated a stomach full of anger. Under the provocation of the other party, its body began to spin rapidly. Finally, it turned into a thick tornado that directly swept toward the ground. Tornado! Ah! A few do-shers could not dodge in time and were sucked into it. They only had time to let out a miserable scream. When they appeared again, they were already a pile of flesh and bones. Dodge! It won't last long. The dragon-slaying team became the leader of the people present. Under their command, the casualties were reduced to the minimum. Seeing the tornado coming towards him, Han Tianqi roared, "Quick! Dodge quickly!" Ning Qi and the other two did not need his reminder and had already run to the side. Yu Shiji's eyes suddenly turned. He picked up a stone from the ground and flicked it toward Ning Qi's ankle. After that, he led his followers away from the tornado without looking back. The stone hit Ning Qi's ankle, causing him to lose 200 health points. If Ning Qi was just an ordinary dosher, not to mention running, even walking would have been a problem. Wait, I'll teach you a lesson. Ning Qi coldly glanced at him. Chapter 60. Insta-kill, Wind-winged Dragon. At this time, under the leadership of the dragon-slaying team, everyone madly attacked the illusion-winged dragon. From time to time, they would shoot arrows, causing the illusion-winged dragon to howl loudly. Han Tianqi and the others also made their moves. Zhang Long and Zhao, who had been following behind Ning Qi. Their duty was to protect Ning Qi, so they would not rashly attack the illusion wind-winged dragon. If they were not careful, they would put Ning Qi in a dangerous situation. The illusion wind-winged dragon's fighting strength was very strong. Even though there were many wounds on its huge body and innately terrifying strength made it hard for an ordinary Douling to endure. This is the illusion wind-winged dragon that has been weakened twice, but it's still so strong. TSK, SK. as expected of a giant dragon's bloodline. Ningqi watched as the 100,000 HP on the phantom Windwing's dragon head was gradually whittled away, his face revealing a happy smile. The strongest 8-star Douling in the dragon-slaying party could only reduce the illusion winged dragon's HP by 300 points. From this, one could see how high the Mirage winged dragon's defense was. As for Ningqi, he was confident that he could deal the highest damage in one hit, at least 8,000 points or more. This way, no one would be able to steal his thunder, and he would naturally be able to complete the advancement mission. On the other side, Yu Shiji followed closely beside Han Weiwei. He glanced at Ningqi and revealed a mocking smile. Weiwei, look at that guy. He doesn't even dare to get close. At this time, the illusion winged dragon's tail smashed heavily in Han Weiwei's direction. She quickly dodged to the side. Boom! A long gully was left on the ground. Han Weiwei glanced at Ningqi, her eyes flashing a trace of disdain, but she didn't respond to Yu Shiji's words. Instead, she stared at the illusion winged dragon, looking for an opportunity to leave a mark on it. Shio! Another arrow pierced through the wing of the illusion winged dragon. Fist-sized beads of blood dripped down. The illusion winged dragon's ferocious nature seemed to have been stimulated. Suddenly, its strength increased greatly. The Douling that were near it were all severely injured and flew out. Those who were unlucky were directly bitten by it and sucked dry. More than half of the hundreds of Douling Dodosher that had gathered in the Wind Dragon Cave had died. Even the dragon-slaying squad had someone die in the mouth of the illusion winged dragon. Even if they won this battle, it could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. The illusion winged dragon felt that if it continued to fight, its life would be in danger. So it glared at the group of ants with resentment, and suddenly a whirlwind appeared on its body. Damned fellow, if it wasn't for the fact that I can't use my illusions, all of you would have died today. When I recover, I will come back for revenge. The illusion winged dragon roared in a strange tone. It wanted to use the wind do chi that had recovered a little and return to the Wind Dragon Cave at the cost of serious injuries. Not good. The evil dragon is running away. Don't let it escape. Otherwise, the next time it learns to be smart, there won't be such a chance. Stop it. Shio. The arrows hit the illusion winged dragon's body, causing it to howl in pain. However, it had already noticed that the power of these arrows wasn't as great as before. When it was about to fly to the entrance of the Wind Dragon Cave, its back, belly, and wings were already full of arrows, but it wasn't enough to endanger its life. Seeing that the illusion winged dragon was about to escape into the Wind Dragon Cave, everyone's faces immediately revealed an unwilling expression. What a pity. Han Tianchi sighed. This time it was all for naught. Next time, I definitely won't let it go. Yu Shiji coldly looked at the illusion winged dragon. Ants, prepare to suffer my wrath in the days to come. Just as it was about to return to the Wind Dragon Cave, the illusion winged dragon turned its head and let out a sinister and resentful curse. However, at this moment, a silver do chi cut toward it from the sky. Who is that fellow? When did he climb to the top of the Wind Dragon Cave? It's him. Han Weiwei's face revealed a shocked expression. What does he want to do? A dosher wants to kill the illusion winged dragon. Ha, really courting death. Yu Shiji laughed, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Zhang Long and Zhao, who coldly looked at him, then nervously looked at Ningqi, praying in their hearts. They had seen Ningqi's strength, so they had a little bit of confidence in him. How dare you? Seeing that a little dosher dared to sneak attack it, the illusion winged dragon remembered the humiliation it suffered today. It angrily bit toward Ningqi, ignoring Ningqi's attack, allowing him to swing the Dragon Slayer saber at its neck. In its opinion, how could a little dosher cause it harm? It suddenly bit Ning Qi's body. Everyone let out a cry of surprise, then shook their heads in pity. Another guy who wanted to take a shortcut to become famous, but did not think of the difference in strength between him and the illusion wind-winged dragon. He deserved to die. Haha, stupid dog. Yu Shiji laughed, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Han Tianqi sighed and shook his head. With his understanding of Ning Qi, he had a good impression of this young man. He should not be so reckless. And why did the two Dodosher who were suspected to be his followers not stop their young master? Thinking of this, he looked at Zhanglong and Zhao Hu. But from their faces he saw a trace of surprise. Why was this? Look, he's not dead, someone exclaimed. Han Tianqi immediately turned his head to look at the Wind Dragon Cave. He finally knew why Zhanglong and Zhao Hu were surprised. At the same time that Ning Qi was bitten by the illusion Wind-winged dragon, he chopped at the illusion Wind-winged dragon's neck. At this time, the illusion Wind-winged dragon's remaining health was only about 9,300 points, and Ning Qi's knife condensed the full power of his peak dosher, plus the 40% increase in damage from the Dragon Slayer Doqi, plus the double increase from the Dragon Slayer Saber, ignoring defense, plus Ning Qi's swallowing dragon fire. A string of numbers appeared on top of the illusion Wind-winged dragon's head. 12,330. How can it be? The illusion Wind-winged dragon and Ning Qi seemed to be frozen in midair. It blankly stared at Ning Qi, not understanding how a dosher could cause such fatal damage to it. I am not willing. The illusion Wind-winged dragon suddenly roared, and then a red line appeared on its neck. Its huge body crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Its head was still biting Ning Qi. Ning Qi's palm sent it flying, and with the recoil, he flipped over and entered the Wind Dragon Cave. At this time, a shadow that no one could see floated out from the dragon corpse and entered Ning Qi's body. The illusion Wind-winged dragon is dead. Killed by a dosher? So strong. Han Weiwei was shocked. No, I must have seen wrong. There must be an expert helping him. Yu Shiji was unwilling to believe that Ning Qi could kill the illusion Wind-winged dragon. Grandmaster Ning is indeed strong. Zhanglong and Zhao Hu looked at each other in shock, and then their faces showed a proud expression. Following such an alchemy grandmaster, the two were full of expectations for their future. Quickly go and grab the illusion Wind-winged dragon's corpse. Han Tianqi shouted and flew in the direction where the illusion Wind-winged dragon fell. Chapter 61. Looting seeing this, Yu Shiji immediately followed along with his entourage. The corpse of the mirage Wind-winged dragon was priceless. If he could get a bit of its fur, he could use it to refine a defensive weapon. However, more people were looking at the pitch-black Wind Dragon Cave. Inside the Wind Dragon Cave, as soon as Ning Qi landed, he heard the system notification. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed a rank 4 boss demonic beast, Illusion Wind-winged dragon. Obtained 100,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the advancement mission. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 300 Dragon Slayer coins. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a gambling gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. Ding! Congratulations! Your dragon-devouring fire has swallowed the illusion Wind-winged dragon's dragon soul. Your ranking has risen by 1 rank. You are now ranked 98th on the Mystical Flame ranking. Hosts can now choose to use all the experience points in one go, or hold it back for 24 hours. Hold it back. Ning Qi did not plan to level up at this time because he still had something important to do. It was looting. There must be a lot of valuable things in the illusion Wind-winged dragon's nest. If he did not take the opportunity to take it away, would he give it to others? So Ning Qi went straight to the depths of the Wind Dragon Cave. Not long after, One after another Do Ling appeared at the entrance of the Wind Dragon Cave. The middle-aged Do Ling leading them was the leader of the Dragon Slayer team. This time, everyone worked together to kill the illusion Winged Dragon. Its treasures will be divided equally among us. Of course. But the illusion Winged Dragon's corpse. Someone frowned. Everyone looked down and saw that someone was dismembering it. We have to give them some benefits. Otherwise, if word gets out, we will lose face. Let's go and see what treasures the illusion Winged Dragon has. The leader of the Dragon Slayer team laughed. Where is that Dosher? Why is he gone? He should have gone to look for treasures, but he can't take much by himself. In the depths of the Wind Dragon Cave, Ning Chi turned a corner, and the front suddenly opened up. A cave the size of a football field appeared. A foul stench followed, and piles of excrement could be seen in the corner. This was undoubtedly the residence of the illusion Winged Dragon. Then Ning Chi's eyes were attracted by a pile of shiny golden things in the corner. Do weapons! Do weapons! And it was a Do weapon. With just a quick glance, Ning Chi could tell that there were at least hundreds of battle weapons of different grades. Among them, there were quite a few battle weapons that Ning Chi could use, such as shoes and ring-type battle weapons. Without hesitation, he stored all the weapons into his spatial bag and sorted them according to their categories. His spatial bag was almost filled to the brim. After he was done, a group of Do Ling walked in. As expected, they were one step ahead of us. When they saw Ning Chi, a smile appeared on their faces. Then they began to search everywhere. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, they found nothing. Their faces gradually turned pale. Suddenly, a woman walked towards Ning Chi. "Tell me, where did you take the treasure of the illusion Winged Dragon?" She looked to be in her 30s, and there were some wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Her actual age might be even older. She was pretty, but her complexion was not very good at the moment. Ning Chi glanced at her attributes. Princess Sect, Zhongqing. Level: 6-star Do Ling cultivation method. Middle mystic class Jade Maiden Dual cultivation method. Martial skill: middle mystic class Sky In Palm. Health points 4,600. Ning Chi smiled, spread his hands, and said, "I came in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Where can I hide the things? Lady, are you here to search me?" Zhongqing's eyes continuously scanned Ning Chi's body. Finally, she helplessly discovered that it was impossible for Ning Chi to hide any battle weapons on his body. At this moment, Zhang Long and Zhao were worried about Ning Chi's safety. They also came to the Wind Dragon Cave. Ning Chi directly walked towards them and said, "Let's go. There is nothing here. Let's go and see if the illusion Winged Dragon has been taken away." The leader of the dragon slaying team walked to Zhongqing's side. Looking at the backs of the 3 people leaving, he said, "The illusion Winged Dragon has been here for so many years. It is impossible for it to not have any battle weapons left. However, we have searched this place several times and found nothing. There are only 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that the illusion Winged Dragon did not hide its treasures here. The second possibility is that the boy used some unknown method to hide the battle weapons somewhere." Zhang Qing coldly said, "I always feel that he is hiding something." The 2 looked at each other and already had a plan in their hearts. Below the Wind Dragon Cave, when Ning Chi and the other 2 people came, the illusion Winged Dragon's body had already been divided up. Not even a bone was left. Ning Chi smiled in his heart. If these guys found out that the treasures they had taken back had turned into purple mist and disappeared, they would be very sad. As long as he opened the gambling gift bag, then the skin, meat, blood, and bones that they had taken away would all be recovered by the system. Everyone looked at Ning Chi with curiosity, admiration, and schadenfreude. Yu Shiji looked at Ning Chi from head to toe and laughed. "What? Didn't you get anything in the Wind Dragon Cave?" Learn to be smart and don't be so greedy. Then you won't be empty-handed like you are now." Han Weiwei glared at him, then stepped forward and said, "Young Master Ning, our Han family will give you the share you deserve." Han Tianqi nodded. "Young Master Ning killed the illusion wind-winged dragon. No matter what, we can't let young Master Ning return empty-handed." Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. "I don't want the things. It's just that someone sneak-attacked me just now. I still have to vent my anger." After saying this, he looked at Yu Shiji. "Will you come out and fight me alone, or will the three of us gang up on the five of you? Don't think that you dare to challenge the prestige of a Dodosher just because you used some secret technique to kill the illusion wind-winged dragon." Yu Shiji looked coldly at Ning Qi. "One-on-one or gang up?" Ning Qi smiled. "Let me teach you a lesson." Yu Shiji coldly took a step forward. "Young master, teach him a good lesson. Otherwise, he will always be so arrogant. Young master, you can do it." The two had not yet started fighting, but Yu Shiji's followers were already building up momentum for their young master. Zhao Hu immediately cursed. "Sons of bitches, later don't kneel down and beg our Master Ning to spare your dog lives, or else I will look down on you." "What did you say?" "I dare you to say it again." "I said you are sons of bitches. Sons of bitches." "You." Zhao Hu directly scolded four people, but he was not at a disadvantage. String after string of vulgarities came out of his mouth. This was the national curse he had inherited from Ning Qi. "Later, I will let your followers know how powerful I am. Before that, I will first beat you to the ground." Yu Shiji roared, dark red Do Qi surging out, covering his whole body as he attacked Ning Qi. Swimming Dragon 8 trigrams palm. Palm technique? Good timing. Chapter 62. Advance to the Do. Sure. What palm technique is that? I didn't see it clearly just now. It turns out that he has a different kind of Do Qi. It seemed that the Yu clan's boy had met a tough opponent. What is the attribute of that silver-colored Qi? Zhang Qing and the leader of the dragon-slaying team led a group of Douling out of the Wind Dragon Cave. They happened to see the fight between Ning Qi and Yu Shiji. They were all curious about Ning Qi's palm art and Do Qi. Impossible. Yu Shiji only felt that he was hit by a huge force, and then he was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. His arms and chest were very painful. His bones should be broken. "Young master." His four followers hurriedly flew over. "Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, let's go together and teach them a lesson." Ning Qi had no intention of letting Yu Shiji go. He called out to the two of them, and the three of them rushed toward Yu Shiji and the others. Mr. Ning is only at the peak of the Dosher class, yet he was able to kill the illusion winged dragon. Even Yu Shiji was no match for him. I'm afraid that his background is extraordinary. A smile appeared on Han Tianqi's face. Han Tai and Han Sua gloated. The Yu clan's brat should have been taught a lesson long ago, ha. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yu Shiji's group of 5 was utterly defeated by Ning Qi's group of 3. In particular, Yu Shiji's handsome face was no longer recognizable. His eyes were black, his nose was bleeding, 2 of his front teeth were missing, and his cheeks were swollen. "Why did you only hit my face?" Yu Shiji said weakly. "Because I like it." Ning Qi stood at his feet and smiled condescendingly. "Young Master Ning, forget it." Han Tianqi walked over and advised. After all, the Yu clan's influence in this area was quite large. If someone were to die here, Ning Qi and the others wouldn't be able to leave this place. Ning Qi smiled and said, "Then I'll let you off for old man Han's sake." Then he cupped his hands at Han Tianqi and said, "Old man Han, I'm going back to the capital. If you have time, come to the Champion Marquis's residence to find me." So it turns out that young Master Ning is from the Champion Marquis mansion. My apologies. Han Tianqi was filled with deep respect. Han Tai and Han Suo were startled. Soon after, they came to a sudden understanding. No wonder Ning Qi had two pique de dos shurs by his side. They did not find it strange to know that he was from the Champion Marquis' mansion. Champion Marquis residence. The desire for revenge in Yu Shiji's heart immediately weakened a little. His Yu clan did indeed have a Dowang, but compared to the Champion Marquis residence, it was nothing. That was a second-rate court in the capital with a Do Huang in their clan. After greeting the Han family, Ning Qi brought Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to the direction of the capital. The Champion Marquis residence Zhang Qing's expression changed, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Are we still going to follow the plan? The leader of the dragon-slaying team smiled. Anyway, if we don't kill him, the Champion Marquis mansion will have to respect the princess sect. Zhang Qing hesitated for a moment and said with a firm look, in an inn in a small town, "System, give me all the experience points." Ning Qi sat cross-legged. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to a 1-star Dosher. The silver light on Ning Qi's body was a few times denser than before. He could feel the strength and Do Qi in his body increasing by a few times, and the bones and joints in his body emitted a series of crackling sounds. The advancement did not stop. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to a 2-star Dosher. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to a 3-star Dosher. Another 2 levels consecutively. All of Ning Qi's 1 million experience points had been used up. At this moment, Ning Qi's Do Qi volume was more than 10 times higher than when he was a pique de Dosher. If he used all his strength to attack with the 18 dragon subduing palms, the power would be extremely impressive. Open the gambling matchmaking gift pack. At the same time, those who obtained the illusion Windwing dragon's body parts found that they had turned into purple mist and dissipated between heaven and earth. Some beat their chests and stamped their feet, and some cursed loudly. The illusion Windwing dragon's gambling matchmaking gift pack had a total of 3 options. This was the gambling matchmaking gift pack with the least options that Ning Qi had seen. However, he was not angry, because the fewer options meant that the probability of getting the item indirectly was also higher. Top Xian fighting weapon, illusion pill. It can immerse everyone within a certain range into an illusion. Middle Xian pill, Qi gathering pill. Thank you for participating. Ning Qi wanted both of these items. The illusion pill would probably be very useful when fighting against enemies or killing monsters. As for the middle Xian pill, 1 pill could increase 20,000 experience points. There were 12 pills in a bottle. If he gave one to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, it would not be a problem for them to break through to Douling. 2 1-star Doulings. This was equivalent to the first Lu Bu that Ning Qi had summoned. Furthermore, there was no 5-minute limit. It was permanent. It was worth a few thousand Dragon Slayer coins. No matter what it is, as long as it's not thank you for participating. Ning Qi used his thoughts to click on the gambling matchmaking gift pack. The needle spun wildly. Gradually, the speed became slower and slower. Finally, it stopped at the Qi gathering pill option. Ning Qi was slightly disappointed that he did not get the illusion pill. However, the middle Xian Qi gathering pill was not bad. I've been out for more than 4 months. There's still 1 more month until the half-year promise. If I don't hurry back, won't I be called a coward by Huangpu Tao and the others? Looks like I have to hurry. Ning Qi calculated in his heart. At this moment, Little Purple's transformation progress had reached 19%. He estimated that it would take another 6 to 7 months. Otherwise, if he sat on Little Purple and flew back to the capital, the journey would be shortened to 7 to 8 days. I still have 300 Dragon Slayer coins. I can exchange them for 3 days of low-level training. In 90 days, I should be able to reach the 4th level of the 18 dragon, subduing palms. Thinking of this, Ning Qi called out to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Zhang Long and Zhao, who had been guarding outside the door. When they heard Ning Qi calling them, they pushed the door open and said, "Master Ning, what can I do for you?" "These two are middle Xian Qi gathering pills. You should be able to break through to Douling after consuming them. I will be away for about 3 days. You can break through in your room with peace of mind." Ning Qi took out 2 middle Xian Qi gathering pills and handed them to the two. Middle Xian Qi gathering pills. The two looked at the pills in their hands in shock. Then they were overjoyed. "Thank you, Master Ning." They returned to their room and immediately consumed the pills. They began to break through to Douling. After they left, Ning Qi also disappeared from the room. Late at night, a figure quietly entered Ning Qi's room. Where is he?" Zhang Qing frowned. Looking at the empty room, she felt a little strange. She could feel that Ning Qi's subordinates were cultivating in the room. But where did Ning Qi go? After thinking about it, Zhang Qing decided to wait. As long as Ning Qi appeared, she would be able to take him down. 3 days later, Zhang Qing looked at the white light in the middle of the room in surprise. After the white light dissipated, Ning Qi's figure appeared. The two looked at each other speechlessly. Chapter 63. Meeting Sun Zesher again, Zhang Qing did not reply. When she felt the aura of a Didosher on Ning Qi, she was somewhat shocked. In just a few days, he has broken through to the Didosher level. She was even more certain that Ning Qi had gained a lot from the Wind Dragon Cave. Thinking of this, Zhang Qing said coldly, "Your appetite is too big. You want to monopolize all the treasures in the Wind Dragon Cave. For the sake of the champion Marquis's residence, hand over the treasures and I won't kill you." Ning Qi sneered and looked at Zhang Qing mockingly. "Are you crazy? How about I take a loss and let you search me? Why don't you see what treasures I have on me?" Zhang Qing sneered. "You won't shed a tear until you see your coffin." Finished speaking, her feet moved, and she appeared beside Ning Qi, reaching out to grab Ning Qi's neck. Ning Qi sneered. The dragon slaying Do Qi on his body rose sharply. Silver light instantly wrapped around Ning Qi. 18 dragons subduing palms. Zhang Qing had already seen Ning Qi use this palm technique before and was prepared for it. However, she still believed that she was a 6-star Douling. No matter how profound the opponent's palm technique was, it would not be able to harm her. Thus, Zhang Qing made the wrong decision to fight Ning Qi head-on. Sky in palm. An extremely cold chill came from Zhang Qing's body, and the air in the room even started to freeze. But in the next moment, it was taught a lesson by the 18 dragon subduing palms. Boom! Zhang Qing and Ning Qi flew out together, smashing into Zhang Long and Zhao Hu's rooms. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu suddenly let out a long roar. After that, they stood up in high spirits. Pale purple Do Qi was faintly visible on their bodies. They had successfully broken through to the Douling class. "Who is it?" Zhang Long looked at Zhang Qing vigilantly. Zhao Hu, on the other hand, moved in front of Ning Qi and stared coldly at Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing stood up from the ground, battered and exhausted. Her hands were trembling uncontrollably. Just now, her opponent's extremely firm and yang palm technique had directly broken through her heaven-in palm. How was this possible? The other party was merely a Didosher, yet he was evenly matched with him, a 6-star Douling? There was only one explanation, and that was that the other party's palm technique was definitely above the earth rank. Ning Qi stood up. He had taken a hit from Zhang Qing and lost about 600 HP. Zhang Qing was not in a good state either. He had lost about 800 HP from the HP bar above his head. On the other hand, Zhang Qing only had 4,600 HP. From the looks of it, after he had advanced to a 3-star Dedosher and trained the 18 dragon subduing palms to the 4th level. His fighting strength had increased to the point where he could crush a 6-star Doling. Ningqi smiled and said, "Do you still want to get the hidden treasure of the illusion wind-winged dragon from me? However, your strength seems to be a bit lacking." Zhang Qing's expression was incomparably unsightly. He glanced at Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, then looked deeply at Ningqi and said, "It seems that this is indeed a misunderstanding. I apologize for the offense. Farewell." With that, she turned around and left. However, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu moved in a flash and blocked her way. "Let her go." Ningqi waved his hand. Only then did the two of them coldly make way. Zhang Qing coldly snorted and directly left. At this moment, the inn's manager and the waiter were in the lobby looking at Ningqi and the others in horror. Ningqi casually threw a few silver ingots at them. "I will compensate for the damaged tables and chairs." "Thank you, thank you." The inn's manager took the silver ingots and weighed them. He was instantly overjoyed and continuously thanked Ningqi. "Grandmaster Ning, why did you let her go?" Zhao, who was a little puzzled. Although the other party was a 6-star Doling, the two of them had just broken through and their confidence had greatly increased. Moreover, the other party had clearly been injured by Ningqi. This was enough to show that as long as the three of them worked together, they could definitely make her stay. Ningqi smiled and said, "She did not have the intention to kill me. She only wanted to capture me and interrogate me. Since this is the case, there is no harm in letting her go. The less trouble, the better. I have a lot of enemies now. This is a chance for you to show off." Ningqi's words had seen through their motives. When the two of them heard this, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhang Long's face, while Zhao Hu scratched the back of his head and laughed dryly. Previously, when the two of them were still Dedosher, they did not notice that Ningqi had also advanced. Now that the two of them had become Doling, they could see Ningqi's realm at a glance. They were immediately surprised. "Grandmaster Ning, you have also advanced to Dedosher?" Ningqi smiled and nodded. "Both of you have advanced to Doling. What is so strange about me advancing to Dedosher?" "That's right." Zhao, who slapped his head. Ningqi could give the two of them middle-grade Xian class, gathering qi pills. He must have eaten more, so advancing was not surprising. Ningqi looked at his own attributes. Host, Ningqi level, 3-star Dedo, sure experience points, 90800/2000000. Cultivation method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art level 3. 384/10,000 martial skill. 18 dragons subduing palms level 4. 0/1000000 health points. 12500 alchemy. Tier 3 alchemist proficiency. 15580/10000 dragon slayer coins. 0 Zhizhou prefecture. Ningqi and the other two had traveled for half a month. The journey from here to the capital was only 2 to 3 days away. The little white horse had been fed by Ningqi with middle-grade Huang-class spirit nurturing pills without caring about the cost. It had successfully advanced to a rank 3 boss monster. This was already the limit of the wind-chasing horse. If it wanted to advance further, relying on middle-grade Huang-class spirit nurturing pills wasn't enough. It had to be fed with higher-grade spirit nurturing pills and then mutated. In a restaurant that was 18 stories high in Zhizhou Prefecture, a pair of eyes coldly watched the figures of Ningqi and the other two. 100 Herb Hall even sent 2 Douling level guards to protect him. Hee. Do you really think that my Sun clan doesn't dare to kill an alchemist from 100 Herb Hall? What a joke. Suddenly, the expression in his eyes changed. 3-star Dedosher? What a fast speed. A trace of shock flashed in Sun Zisher's eyes. To advance from the peak of Dosher to a 3-star Dedosher in a few months, this kind of talent was a little too frightening. If he was given enough time, he had a chance to become a Dowang. Unfortunately, you won't have such a chance, Sun Zesher muttered to himself. He then leaped out of the window and rushed toward Ningqi at an extremely fast speed, like a rock spreading its wings. Both of his palms emitted a ball of flame that wrapped around Sun Zesher in midair, making him look like a flaming meteor that streaked across the sky, descending with a murderous aura. Dowang. Flame palm. It's the famous skill of Fengdu City's Sun clan. Why is Sun Zesher here in Zhezhou Prefecture? Who has offended him to the point that he has to personally take action? A few Dowangs from Zhezhou Prefecture noticed Sun Zesher in the sky and were somewhat bewildered. They then immediately soared into the sky and flew toward Sun Zesher. Ningqi, Zhanglong, and Zhao, who noticed Sun Zesher's sneak attack at almost the same time. It's a Dowang. Zhanglong and Zhao, whose faces showed a trace of fear. The two had never faced a Dowang head-on and were momentarily at a loss as to how to react. At this moment, a dragon's roar sounded. Chapter 64. Calling each other brothers Zhanglong and Zhao, who finally reacted. Zhanglong shouted and slashed at Sun Zesher with the crouching tiger hidden dragon saber. A pale purple tiger appeared. Zhao, who wielded the fire rod and swung it at Sun Zesher. The little white horse neighed and raised its hooves high into the air. Boom! There was a loud sound. Sun Zesher's raging flame palm instantly collided with the 18 subduing dragon palms, as well as Zhanglong and Zhaohu's attacks, causing a layer of heat waves. He ignored the attacks from Zhanglong and Zhaohu and the little white horse. But when he faced the 18 subduing dragon palms, he clearly felt a trace of pressure. A 3-star Great Dosher made him, a 1-star Dowang, feel pressure? Sun Zesher flipped and landed steadily on the ground. Ningqi's group of 3 and a horse were knocked to the ground. There was a 7 to 8 feet deep pit where they had been standing. Zhanglong and Zhao, whose eyes were closed and they were unconscious. The white horse fell to the ground with blood at the corner of its mouth. It looked at Ningqi with big eyes full of worry. Ningqi spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly took out a middle-grade, earth-level rejuvenation pill and threw it into its mouth. The 9,000 points of HP that Sun Zesher had lost were instantly replenished. He then put the white horse into the demonic pet space where it could slowly recover from its injuries. Is a King Do's full strength really that strong? After stuffing a middle-grade, earth-level rejuvenation pill into Zhanglong and Zhaohu's mouths, Ningqi slowly stood up and stared at Sun Zesher. Sun Zesher thought that his attack was enough to kill Ningqi, but when he saw Ningqi stand up again as if nothing had happened, he was shocked. He then roared and continued to attack Ningqi. Boom! Ningqi still used the 18 dragon, subduing palms to meet his palm head-on, and then he was sent flying backward and crashed into a shop along the street. He immediately swallowed a mid-grade Earth Step rejuvenation pill and crawled out of the bricks in a sorry state. How is this possible? How can a 3-star Great Dosher survive 2 of my palms? Sun Zesher was shocked and angry. What? Surprised? Ningqi's face showed no fear as he looked at Sun Zesher with a faint smile. Seeing this, Sun Zesher didn't dare to make another move. At this moment, 3 Dowangs broke through the air and arrived. Sun Zesher looked at them with fear. After Ningqi saw one of them, he immediately said, I am an alchemist consecrated by the 100 Herb Hall. This person is the head of the Sun clan, Sun Zesher. He is deranged. Please lend me a hand. I will be very grateful. 100 Herb Hall's alchemist? The 3 of them revealed expressions of shock. Since when did 100 Herb Hall have such a young alchemist? One of them, who looked to be in his 40s, had a stocky build, dark skin, a square face, and hair that reached his waist, looked even more shocked. He said in a deep voice, Do you have proof? Ningqi directly took out the waist token that Lulu had given him. It was the size of a palm and had a line of small words printed on it. 100 herbs of Shinnom. Seeing the token and the 4 words on it, the man appeared in front of Ning Chi in a flash. He took the token and looked at it carefully before returning it to Ning Chi. He then turned to Sun Zisher and said, Sun Zisher, you dared to attack and kill a pill refiner who was worshipped by my 100 herb hall. Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? This person was the first elder of the province's 100 herb hall, Duanmu Henian. Just like Sun Zisher, he was a 1-star Dowang. Sun Zisher's face was ashen. He said coldly, My Sun clan's only alchemist died at the hands of this child. This hatred is irreconcilable. So what if he's your 100 herb hall's alchemist? Duanmu Henian, if you don't step aside today, the next person to attack will be my father. The other 2 Dowangs looked at each other and made a decision. They stood beside Duanmu Henian and smiled at Sun Zisher, saying, I've seen your son, Almighty Sunday. He's just a first-tier alchemist. With your Sun clan's ability, it won't be difficult to train another one. How can he compare to the alchemist of 100 herb hall? If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Even if you're a Dowang, you're breaking the law knowingly. Ning Chi let out a sigh of relief. This time he was in extreme danger. He only had 4 earth middle-grade spring returning pills left. At most, he could take 4 attacks from Sun Zisher before he died. Fortunately, these 3 people had appeared. Judging by their attitude, it would be impossible for Sun Zisher to kill him today. This place wasn't far from the capital. When the time came, he could ask someone to send a message to the old master and have him come out to fetch him. Although it would be a bit embarrassing, his life was more important. Once Little Violet's transformation was complete, he would directly attack the Sun clan for revenge. Sun Zisher's expression fluctuated. Finally, he gave Ning Chi a venomous look and said coldly, You can run for now, but you can't run forever. Let's see if 100 Herb Hall will send a Dowang to protect you every day. Finished speaking. He leapt up and left through the air. Ning Chi cupped his hands at the 3 and smiled, saying, Many thanks to the 3 of you for speaking up for justice. This is just a small gift. As he spoke, he took out 3 bottles of yellow middle-grade spirit-raising pills and handed them to the 3. Each bottle contained 12 pills. When the 3 opened them and found that they were yellow middle-grade spirit-raising pills, joy flashed across their faces, and Duanmu Henian was even more certain of Ning Chi's identity. To be able to refine yellow middle-grade spirit-raising pills, it was enough to prove that Ning Chi was indeed a master alchemist. Duanmu Henian cordially invited Ning Chi for a chat. Since the other had just helped him, he didn't know if Sun Zisher would hide outside the city and wait for a chance to make a move. Ning Chi casually accepted. At this time, Zhang Long and Zhao, who were gradually waking up under the effects of the earth middle-grade rejuvenation pills. When they woke up, they looked around. Seeing that Ning Chi was safe and sound, they breathed a sigh of relief, then walked up to Ning Chi with some shame. Master Ning, the 2 of us are really useless. We couldn't protect you. Ning Chi smiled. Sun Zisher is a Dowang. You are only 1-star Doling. It's normal that you couldn't beat him. Let me introduce you. This is Elder Duanmu Henian, and these 2 are the heads of the Prefecture's Bei clan and D clan. Zhang Long and Zhao who greet the 3 elders. Seeing that all 3 were Dowangs, the 2 hurriedly bowed. Duanmu Henian smiled and nodded, saying, Let's go. I'll be the host today. Let's go to Huayang Tower. So you're the 13th son of the champion Marquis. I've heard a lot about you. Our Qin Tang Empire's first Dragon Slayer Dosher. Haha, but now we should call you Dragon Slayer Grand Dosher. Come, Brother Ning, let me toast you. After the Zhe Prefecture's Bei clan's head, Bei Qinlong, and the D clan's head, Di Qing, found out that Ning Chi was the Dragon Slayer Dosher. In addition to Ning Chi's status as a master alchemist, they actually called him brother. Chapter 65. Becoming sworn brothers. Duanmu Henian laughed heartily. I heard that Haidafu of Wuyang County has a lot of low-grade and mid-grade, yellow-grade spirit-raising pills. Did you refine them, Grandmaster Ning? Ning Chi smiled, yes. Duanmu Henian was ecstatic. Master Ning, there's no reason why Haidafu has middle yellow level spirit-raising pills, and I don't. Can you give me some as well? Northern Qin Dragon said. Duanmu Henian, why are you so thick-skinned? He then smiled and looked at Ning Chi. My Bei family has 3 rank for monsters and hasn't had spirit-raising pills in a long time. Brother Ning, what do you think? Di Qing cursed in his heart when he saw the 2 of them snatch the initiative. He then looked at Ning Chi with a smile. Brother Ning, my situation is similar to Master Bei's. Sigh, you don't know how hard it is to get spirit-raising pills. It's hard to find them on the market, and they're all snatched by the big families in the capital. We only get 1 or 2. Life is hard. Seeing the 3 king fighters complaining to Ning Chi and fawning over him. Zhang Long and Zhao who showed pride. So what if you're a king fighter? You still have to suck up to an alchemist. However, the only alchemists who could be flattered by a king of Dou were the alchemy grandmasters, who could refine middle-grade Huang, level spirit-raising pills. Alchemists were not rare in the Qin Tang Empire, but alchemy grandmasters were very rare. Alchemy grandmasters were even more elusive. It was difficult for ordinary people to meet them. They only received Dou Huang. There were only 3 alchemist grandmasters in the Qin Tang Empire. 2 of them were in 100 Herb Hall, and the other was with the royal family. If they knew that Ning Chi was a rank 3 alchemist, they would kneel down and suck up to him. Ning Chi smiled and said, Elder Duanmu, Big Brother Bei, Big Brother Di, don't worry. I won't treat you shabbily. Each of you will get 100 middle-grade, yellow-class, spirit, cultivation pills. 100. The 3 were overjoyed. This amount was enough to feed a monster cub to adulthood. Duanmu Henian said happily, Master Ning, what is the cost price? 50,000? 80,000? Ning Chi shook his head, 8,000 for one. What? Duanmu Henian and the other 2 revealed looks of disbelief. The Northern Qin Dragon exclaimed, Brother Ning, don't sell it to us cheaply. How much is it worth? How could your elder brother lack your money? Di Qing nodded and said, That's right, Brother Ning. Giving us a middle-grade, yellow-level spirit-raising pill for 8,000 silver. If word of this were to spread, wouldn't it cause people to misunderstand that we're taking advantage of you? You and I are brothers. How can I take advantage of you? Only Duanmu Henian had the slightest understanding of alchemy. 8,000 for a portion? Wasn't it the price of a portion of spirit medicine to refine a low-grade, yellow-rank spirit-raising pill? Could it be that the middle-grade, yellow-level spirit-raising pill and the low-grade spirit-raising pill used the same spirit herb? You didn't add other formulas? Duanmu Henian was secretly shocked. Ning Chi smiled and said, The cost is 8,000 taels of silver per serving. 100 pills cost 800,000 taels of silver. Give me the gold note, it's easy to carry. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and swiped it on the table. Everyone's vision blurred before they saw over 20 bottles of yellow-rank, mid-grade spirit cultivation pills arranged neatly before them. The Northern Qin Dragon opened one of the bottles and was shocked when he smelled the fragrance. It's really a middle-grade, yellow-class spirit-raising pill. Brother Ning, only 8,000 taels of silver for one? Seeing Ning Chi nod, the Northern Qin Dragon's eyes flashed with excitement. He said emotionally, I, the Northern Qin Dragon, have been a king of fighters for so many years. My proudest business was selling a silver mine worth 30 million to the Shanwu public house for 50 million. They could only suffer in silence, unable to voice out their bitterness, but they didn't earn even double the value. Brother Ning sold a middle-grade, yellow-rank spirit-raising pill that could easily be sold for a few 100,000 taels of silver for 8,000 taels of silver. That's more than 10 times the profit. Let's not talk about anything else. If Brother Ning ever needs my help, Just say the word. When you return to the capital, I'll personally escort you, in case that bastard Sunzisher is lying in ambush. Di Qing was a bit more shrewd, but he was also very touched by Ningqi. After all, middle-grade, yellow-rank spirit-raising pills were already a scarce resource. It wasn't something that could be bought with money. I'll also send Brother Ning to the capital, Di Qing said. Duanmu Henian was a very boorish person and didn't bother with trifles. Seeing the two of them so excited, he laughed loudly and said, "Why don't the four of us become sworn brothers?" Ning Qi stood up abruptly. "All right, Big Brother Duanmu's suggestion is great." He was originally calling Elder Duanmu, but now he changed it to Big Brother. The Northern Qin Dragon and Di Qing laughed loudly and slapped the table. Sworn brothers! Zhang Long and Zhao, who looked at this scene dumbfoundedly. How did the four of them become sworn brothers as they chatted? Duanmu Henian called the waiter over to burn incense. He also called over many reputable people in the Zhe State Prefecture to witness this. The elders and disciples of the Bei and Di clans rushed over after hearing the news. Why is the clan head becoming sworn brothers with them? I know Di Qing, I know Duanmu Henian, but who is that little guy? A Bei clan's battle spirit level elder stared blankly as the Northern Qin Dragon passionately embraced Ningqi and introduced him to the reputable people in the Zhe State Prefecture. Everyone pay attention, this is Ningqi, the 13th son of the champion Marquis, Dragon Slayer Dosher, but he is already a Dosher. He is also a consecrated pill master of 100 Herb Hall. Today, he will become sworn brothers with the three of us. All of you, please bear witness to this. The Northern Qin Dragon shouted. Dragon Slayer Dosher? Consecrated pill master? The identity of the 13th son of the champion Marquis did not attract anyone's attention. What they paid attention to was Ningqi's other two identities. They had already heard about the Dragon Slayer Dosher through rumors. Apparently, it was a disciple of the champion Marquis residents who got lucky and killed the Blackfire Ghost Dragon, obtaining this title for no reason. After they understood, they did not care about the Dragon Slayer Dosher. But 100 Herb Hall's consecrated pill master? Did this mean that Ningqi was also a pill master? One had to know that 100 Herb Hall would only invite pill masters to be consecrated. They might not even care about normal pill masters. No wonder. The Bei and Di clans finally knew why the clan head would become sworn brothers with this unknown guy with low cultivation, an alchemy grandmaster. If this identity was included, the two clans could be considered to be climbing up the social ladder. After all, even though there were few Dowangs in the Qin Tang Empire, there were no less than 1,000, and there were only 10 or so pill masters. The value was obvious. Chapter 66. Uncle Ning, haha. Come, fourth brother, let me introduce you to the Bei clan's disciples. This is the Bei clan's first elder, Bei Qiufeng. These are my good-for-nothing sons. Call them Uncle Ning. Bei Qiufeng smiled as he greeted Ningqi. A few Doshers who were older than Ningqi awkwardly greeted Ningqi. Your nephew greets Uncle Ning. Ningqi laughed heartily. Good nephew. He really knew how to take advantage of the situation. Seeing that Ningqi really acted like an elder, they could not help but criticize in their hearts. But the next moment they were willing. Ningqi gave each of them a bottle of mid-grade yellow-class spirit nurturing pills. Uncle has nothing on me and only knows how to refine some pills. These mid-grade yellow-class spirit nurturing pills are a greeting gift. I hope my nephews don't mind. We don't mind. Thank you, Uncle. The Northern Qin Dragon's sons all thanked Ningqi joyfully. The word uncle became much more sincere in their mouths. 5 bottles of mid-grade, yellow-class spirit nurturing pills were given out just like that. The newcomers all sucked in a breath of cold air. Ningqi's generosity had far exceeded their understanding. Even those veteran alchemy grandmasters might not necessarily have such extravagant times. Di Qing immediately glared at his 3 sons. At the same time, he was a little unhappy. Why did he only have 3 sons? Di Qing's sons immediately reacted and huddled in front of Ningqi. It was as if Ningqi was their long-lost uncle. Ningqi did not discriminate and gave each of them a bottle of mid-grade, yellow-class spirit-nurturing pills as a greeting gift. Then Ningqi smiled at Duanmu Henian. "Second brother, where are your sons?" Duanmu Henian laughed dryly. "I still don't know where my wife is. How could I have sons? If I knew you were so generous, I would have given birth to dozens of them years ago." Ningqi's spatial bag still had over 2,900 mid-grade, yellow-class spirit-nurturing pills. To him, giving them away was just a drop in the bucket. Hearing Duanmu Henian say this, the Northern Qin Dragon and Di Qing laughed. "We will introduce you to a wife. You can choose any woman from the Bei clan or Di clan." Duanmu Henian smiled and waved his hand. "You should introduce them to 4th brother." As soon as he said that, the two's eyes lit up. Ningqi hurriedly said, "No need. I don't want to start a family so early. Cultivation is more important. My 3 brothers, I have an appointment with the nobles in the capital in half a year. It's almost time. So who do you think will send me to the capital?" "Half a year promise?" The 3 of them were puzzled. Ningqi gave a simple explanation, and the Northern Qin Dragon said, "This place is not far from the capital city. Let me send 4th brother to the capital city. How can I miss 4th brother's battle with that group of noble children?" Di Qing said, "I'm very curious as well. How did you offend so many people? But don't worry, he's just an ordinary good-for-nothing. How can he be compared to you?" Duanmu Henian was immediately displeased. "I can't leave right now, or else I'd want to go as well. 4th brother, give me an exact time, and I'll see if I can arrange it." Ningqi smiled and said, "Isn't it easy for big brother to go? I'll just tell Lulu." Duanmu Henian said, "That's right. I almost forgot that 4th brother is a consecrated alchemist of 100 Herb Hall. 4th brother, why don't you tell the young master to transfer me back to the capital city?" "2nd brother, isn't Zhizhou Prefecture good? Why do you have to go to the capital city?" The Northern Qin Dragon said unhappily. Di Qing added, "There's no one to care about us in Zhizhou Prefecture. If you go to the capital city and randomly meet a noble, how unpleasant would that be?" "I'm just saying." Duanmu Henian muttered in a low voice. Seeing this, Ningqi said, "Big brother, 3rd brother, let's be on our way." The facts proved that it was a wise decision to have the Northern Qin Dragon and Di Qing escort Ningqi. Not long after they left the city, they saw a figure flying through the air. Looking at that figure, who else could it be but Sun Zisher? This guy really was lying in ambush outside the city. "4th brother, it looks like he's determined to kill you." The Northern Qin Dragon sneered as he looked at Sun Zisher's back. Di Qing's face showed a trace of caution. "4th brother, I think you should ask 100 Herb Hall to send a Do Wang to protect you." Ningqi smiled slightly. "No need. At least I'll be safe in the capital city for this period of time." When Little Purple came out of the mountains, the middle-class 5th rank purple lightning bird would be nothing without a 4 or 5-star Do Wang. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of a name, Lu Suifeng. This bastard is even more despicable than Huang Fu Fei and Sun Zisher. He made me fail my advancement mission. If I don't cripple you, how can I resolve the hatred in my heart? Ningqi viciously thought. A few days later, the group arrived at the capital city without any danger. Even if there were some small thieves, after seeing the aura of the Northern Qin Dragon and Di Qing, they were scared out of their wits and would not come to find trouble. However, there were a few vendors who seemed to be setting up stalls at the city gate. When they saw Ningqi's group, they all went in different directions. "Chief Steward, Ningqi is back. However, he has 4 people with him. I can't see through their strength. There's still no news of killing them. I'm afraid he's already. Young master, that bastard is back. Did you order the blood slaughter sect to act? Miss, the bastard has arrived at the capital city. Big brother, third brother, I'll bring you to see my grandfather. Ningqi smiled. The northern Qin dragon and Di Qing were delighted. Grandfather Ning was a one-star Do Huang. It was extremely difficult for a normal person to see him, much less a small family like theirs. Fourth brother, we won't disturb him, will we? The northern Qin dragon worriedly asked. According to his understanding of some of the rumors about Ning Qi, it seemed that Ning Qi was not well received in the Ning residence. If the three of them were to be rejected at the same time, the two would be fine. They were just afraid that Ning Qi would lose face. Ning Qi smiled, no need to worry. The five of them came to the main entrance of the champion marquis residence. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu went up and knocked on the door. The servant who opened the door quickly opened the door when he saw it was Ning Qi. Young master Ning Qi, you're back. He smiled fawningly and was about to take the reins of the little white horse. However, the little white horse snorted, shook its head, and proudly walked past him. At the same time, it displayed the demeanor of a third-rank boss demonic beast. Ning Qi smiled. It doesn't like to be led by people. Let it walk by itself.